they would have to change every law on the books just about. They couldn't pull you over for bull crap and write you tickets or nothing else. That's all them pulling the laws around to suit what they want.
Yeah, well, see, the Supreme Court's already ruled on that, and that was Terry versus Ohio. And so when you get stopped, like in Arkansas, and I'll give you a good example. This is true. In Arkansas, they enacted a law that they can stop you if any part of your tag is covered up. All right. Now, if you don't have anything on your tag and it's mounted on your car with 2 screws, it's obstructed. That was the word they used. That they could stop you for obstruction. That's if somebody stopped me for that, I'd look at him and say, "You're a fucking juvenile."
Well, I'm going to go ahead and tell you this was one in Montgomery, Alabama, and set for president for all 50 states when they done it. And this was, I have to look it up to see exactly what year it is. But as long as you're not running a commercial vehicle, you don't have to have a driver's license, and that vehicle don't have to be tagged.
I'll have to look that up, and I'll tell you the website that I go to, because for the Code of Alabama, it's called Justia, Justia, Justia Law, and it has to do with the Code of Alabama, and that's where I do all of my research at. And so when I was dealing with my stepmom, my adopted mom, and all her wasting of money, I got all that stuff stopped. But I had to use the Code of Alabama to get her to stop it.
You'll be surprised. You'll find out that case was fought in Montgomery, Alabama, and won. You don't have to have a license. It's in the Constitution, free of travel with no permission from nobody.
I'll look that up. That would make a good argument. It really would.
Oh, it does. There's people on there. There's actually a bunch of them on TikTok that's got plates over there that states the code of the law instead of a tag. And he says, why are you pulling me over? And they say, well, you're harassing me. I already have 27 lawsuits involved in this. And he says, I'm going to go ahead and tell you, you're in your best interest to go on and leave me alone. Here's the law, here's the print, here's the statute for each and every law. It says I don't have to have a license, I don't have to have this car tagged. I am not a commercial vehicle. I am not hauling commercial goods. This is just me on the free travel of the highways. And he states it, and several of them just back down and say, have a good day, and hand him his paperwork and let him go.
Yeah, I can believe that. And the other thing I can tell you is that in Alabama, that there is, and this has been tried. This was in Montgomery too, where a man was filming the University of Alabama Montgomery campus from the sidewalk, which is public domain. The sidewalk. He was not on their property. He was just viewing it because it was beautiful. And the police came up and said, you can't take pictures of this. He said, I'll tell you what. He said, I'll give you about 10 seconds to get out of here. He says, and then I'm going to take your picture. And he said, and that will be who I sue. And I'll sue you, your department, and everybody in the state, because you have violated my First Amendment right of freedom of speech, freedom of movement, and all that. And he was right.
Yeah, I've seen that video. It was kind of funny because a bunch of them come out and started getting a little stupid with him, and he set them all straight.
I agree. That's exactly what he should have done too. I have very little use for that kind of garbage, and I don't like to see people be abused. And I don't care what color they are. I don't want to see a black person be abused, Mexican, an Indian, or anybody not being abused by the police. Just don't do it.
Yeah, it ain't right anyway whatsoever.
I was just in SWR, in between my radio and my driver, and the radio and my amp. I'm a cheapie now. When I have a mismatch between my radio and my amplifier, and I've got some standing wave, I use an antenna tuner. And the reason I do it, and it's like BBI said, well, all an antenna tuner does is satisfy the back of the radio. Well, what the hell do you think tuning the inside the amplifier does? Same thing.
Yep, it can definitely reset your reflex there.
Yeah, like on this 955, it when I'm talking sometimes it goes up to about 1.2, 1.1, or 1.2. Otherwise, it's just one bar.
Yep, and the lower the reflex, the more power going out.
Yeah. Of course, the reflex moves up as you talk because the radio is a higher power radio. But the dead key is real low. And so it shows below a 1-to-1 just resting. And it goes up to about a 1.2, 1.3 on the MFJ meter. On the radio, it does not.
Well, you know, when I put this antenna up and took down that Mako V58, because it was tuned 1.04 at 50 ohms, that when I hooked this radio up with the same box I had been running on the other antenna, that I lost 150 watts. But I was clearer, louder, and had more signal.
Oh yeah, that's true because the higher the reflex, the higher you're going to show in forward power, and I'm at about the max. This amp is doing 1,450 watts right now, and that's about the max on it. That's about all it's ever going to do. But I have it where when you look at the meter, it doesn't. It reads peak and then it holds peak for 2 seconds. And then it goes back to 0 or whatever you're talking to.
Yep, and that's the most out.
And then you don't realize, y'all may not realize it. A lot of people don't realize that the peak is part of the average signal because when we're talking, our signal goes from dead key to peak. The dead key, peak, and then to intermittent as our voice changes because we don't always peak with our voice. But anyway, the sum of that on any given cycle is the average.
Yes, sir. Average and peak go hand in hand. A lot of people don't realize that. You can't have one without the other.
Well, I'll tell you, when I see Brewster and them, and I see BDI and them, they got a
evening time, Cindy.
It's going to just either average or RMS or whatever you want it to be. It has nothing to do with CD because RMS is only for FM stations and TV stations that broadcast in FM because you don't modulate a carrier, you're modulating the frequency. So you don't need anything but RMS to reach the true output carriers.
Yep, but they all run them because everybody wants to see RMS and peak. So they have to satisfy everybody. Plus, they like them too, I know.
Well, I guess some of them do, and it don't make any sense to me because I'm not going to advertise that as being correct. And if somebody tells me that I don't know what I'm talking about, I'm going to say, look at Ohm's Law. Look what it says. Ohm's Law, I got a 1956 radio amateur handbook, and it does the same thing in it.
Yep, and they still don't understand it. They still don't understand the fact that 1 and 1 equals 2. No matter how you add it up, it's still 2.
Yeah, I used to be on Power Talk, and we had a Power Talk group, and a lot of them were from South Carolina, a lot of them were from Florida, some of them from we had them everywhere, and there was probably at any time 15 people in the room, and they were talking about that one night. And I told them, I said, there's no such thing as RMS on AM. And some of the guys, you don't know what you're talking about. I said, I tell you what. I said, you make your point to write it down and call words and ask them if RMS applies to AM, or amplitude modulation. And I said, and if they tell you it does, then I'll come on and admit I was wrong. I've never had this many.
Yes, sir. The only thing RMS can do is what it's supposed to do to start with, the initial drive, the peaks, everything after the first word spoken.
Yeah, RMS is the product of voltage times current. That's all it is. And it's read as a peak number. But if you're not modulating, it's still an RMS number.
Yes, sir. And you realize how hard that is for people to get?
The minute you say RF does it, it no longer has the same meaning. What man you getting all this?
He probably done change the channel.
Yeah, he's pretty good about listening, but he goes to bed at 10, so I don't even have my watch on. I don't know what time it is.
9:45.
Yeah, I looked over at my direct receiver, and it does have a clock on it, and you're right, it says 9:45. So, he may have got tired of us doing that, I don't know. Progressive heart, he's had a hard time, too.
Yeah, I heard he finally got that water leak fixed.
Yeah, I was happy he got it too. So that water leak, I had one up at my house one time, and it was on the city side of the meter, one on my side. But when they came, and what they did was their old meter was damaged, and it started leaking. So they came and put a new meter in it, and they read the difference between the two meters. And they didn't tell me. And I told the lady down in the city, I said, ma'am, I said, you look all the years as far back as you can and tell me when I got a $75 water bill. Well, I don't see one here, but you must have had a leak. I said, no, ma'am. I said, y'all had a leak on your side of the meter, and y'all replaced the meter. And I said, and I've got a picture of my meter, my old meter, that you can't read, and the meter that y'all put in was brand new. And I said, I'd like to get my money back. We're not going to do that. That's just, you'll have to go down to the water department to do that down there at the main building.
Yeah, they don't want to give it back, that's for sure. I always do that argument before. I had one when I had that shop in Cottonwood, and they sent me a bill for like $400 and something. And I went out there, dug it up, took pictures, and went down there, and I said, now, like I said before, this is leaking on y'all's side at the road side, not on my side, and I'm not paying it. You can send me my regular bill for about $65, or we can keep fighting with it. She said, well, just shut it off. I said, that's fine, you can shut it off. You can do what you want about it, but I'm not paying $400 and something for a leak on your side.
Yeah, well, when I built my building on Main Street Enterprise, it was a 30 by 80 shop. They wanted it behind my house. Well, my house was 150 feet off the road, and then there was 120 feet behind my house. And I said, no, I want it to be an addition to my house, so it would have a walkway. And it was an L shape out there. And so I had separate piles hooked up.
Ain't they lovely?
And sewer. See, I had to dig the sewer line up too. It had sewer and everything. I had a complete kitchen in there in the front of the building, and it was separated. Had a bathroom. I didn't have a shower in there, but I had room to put one, and I had the place in the floor, and I had the two copper pipes on the wall, and they had those expanders on the top. You know, the air that goes up in there to kind of keep it from shocking the line. I had all that stuff done, and then I sold the property before I got my tub installed or my shower installed.
You got it anyway, didn't you?
Yeah, it was, and what was funny about it was when in 2007, when I think it was 2007, yeah, we had that tornado that came through, that EF5 came through Enterprise. Well, the edge of it was right there at my property. It was 50 feet from my property. It tore everything up to the edge. It blew all of my siding off. It just peeled siding off of my house like crazy. And tore up houses. All of that was zoned commercial, residential. So as long as there was a house on the property, you could live there. Well, it didn't damage the walls. All it did was blew the siding off, and I had that fixed, and I built a building after that. And then when my daughter was there, she ruined my house, and I cut the power off. I told them, I said, you cut it off at the pole, not at the house. I said, cut it off at the pole, and we won't have to deal with none of this. And so I fixed all that.
Hey, what's a good cheap pool cue?
Well, why would you want a cheap pool cue? I'll tell you, I use a pool cue that cost me $19, but it's got a good tip on it. And it's 19 ounces. It's a two-piece. It's kind of like a Sneaky Pete.
I just want something that ain't real expensive, but it's pretty good quality. I don't want something that's freaking $300. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've got a Lucasi that's the cheapest expensive pool cue I've got, and it's over $300. And then I've got 3 Mucci pool cues. One of them's a 4-point Mucci that was made in 1971, and it's got ivory inlays and stuff like that. And it's worth probably a good $1,200-$1,400.
Yeah, I used to have a pretty good 8-ball cue stick that was straight as it could be, had nice weight to it. It was a good break, and you could lay it on the table and roll across it. It was just as straight as it could be. It seems like every cheap one you find is crooked.
Yeah, I do understand that. And see, here's what happened to me. I used to shoot a lot of snooker, and I would shoot with those boys in Dothan, and there's some pretty good boys in Dothan shoot snooker. And I had a 11 millimeter shaft, and I had a 12.5 millimeter shaft. And then I've got some. And those are longer shafts than a regular pool cue. They're snooker shafts. And then I've got some 13s for 8-ball and stuff like that. And then on my 4-point Mucci, that's a 10.5. It's a little old bitty thing, and that's probably the the best striking cue I've got.
I've seen some of them new ones, some of the Rage. They're pretty nice looking. Of course, it's online, so I don't know how straight they are. But they had some pretty nice looking cues. But I just don't like the ones that the pull haul and stuff, man. Them things are, everyone in Son of Guns is crooked.
Yeah, back in about 1982 or 83 or so, I used to sell McDermott cues. I was a rep here in it was an Enterprise at my work or at my dad's work. I used to set McDermott pool cues up in the window because he had the office supply store, so we could sell anything up there. And I used to have a nice selection of McDermott's, and I like McDermott's now. They're good cues.
There's one on here that, man, this thing's beautiful. It's custom made cue stick in Panama City. It was made in the Philippines. It has a no name on it. It's a custom one of made pull stick. I'd have to go see it though, but it's like $150.
Yeah, well, next time you're over here at the house, I'll show you. I got a pool table up here, and I've got all kinds of games that I play on the pool table. I wish I brought my snooker table up, but it was just too much weight. That snooker table weighed about 1,600 pounds because it was a 5 by 10, and I just couldn't haul it anymore.
Yeah, I got one of the guys at work that's got one at his house, and we're going to go over there Friday and play some. I just enjoy it, man. It's just fun for me.
Yeah, and remember we were talking about pool players at the motorcycle shop. One of them is Sean and one of them is Robert.
Yeah, and then old Jay Causey.
But now see, Robert, and I know he shoots for money. I know that Jay shoots for money. I wouldn't be afraid to go shoot against them because that's how I made a lot of money. I used to go to Panama City, and I had a Mucci Sneaky Pete, which was real hard to find. And I'd go down there, and the guys at the Navy base would they'd pull out a lot of money because they thought they were pretty good pool players. But it was fun. I got a lot of free beer and a lot of money playing pool.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of them Sneaky Pete's. They screw together wood to wood. You can't even tell it's a two-piece stick.
Yeah, see, I've got one of those here. It's not a Mucci, but it's called an Eliminator, and it's made by Mucci. And it's just a little cheaper version because the Mucci is about $80, but this one's about $19 or $20. But it's straight.
I looked at Summit Academy today, and I didn't put one stick in my hand that wasn't crooked as all get out.
Yeah, you have to be careful, that's for sure.
But I don't like going to a place that sells that stuff because they start pulling out the big price tag.
Yeah, there was a time and a place to buy pool cues when they were a lot cheaper. I'll be right back. I got to put a fan on top of this fried.
Campo.
Yeah, I hear you, Cindy. It just happens to be these are the only two guys that are sitting out there talking right now. Yeah. They
And
had,
I also have two other fans going.
they've been going on it and going at it, talking for a while now. But I just decided, well, shoot, man. I mean, I'm gonna throw a live stream up and see if anybody comes in, if they want to get on the panel and talk, or whatever about other stuff. Because
Yeah, that's the one thing I like about that kit on that 1200 hot plate. There's 4 fans on that thing, and when it hits a certain temperature, they come on.
I can't do anything on my main channel right now.
Thanks to start Sweet 16 from Bill up there in Troy. It had 4 fans on it, and I wired it so where when you turn the on switch on, the fans come on and they stay on. But now I've got them slowed down just enough so they don't make noise. That's the only thing. They don't have that whirring sound.
Yeah, those ones on that 1200 I got, they don't make no noise, but shoot, man, you can just barely tell when they're on, but they keep it cool.
Yeah, I went through that A-fill, and I haven't tuned the output, but I'm going to. But anyway, I went through and put number 6 wire on everything, on each board inside there, on the positive and the negative side.
Makes one heck of a difference, doesn't it?
Well, you think so, but I haven't tried it out yet.
Well, you used it before you did that, didn't you?
I did, and it'd do about 1200 before.
Well, that 1200 hot plate I had would do about 9 to 1,000, somewhere in there, pretty good. And after I done the wire upgrade and got all the power going to it like it needed to, that son of a gun do about 1550.
That's pretty darn good. When I get mine tuned properly, get the output. The output's what's the problem. It's got a good input tune, but I've got to adjust the output on it. Get that done, and then the power will come up. Because when the output's correct, the whole thing draws more current. The more current it draws, the happier the transistors are.
Yep, when it can get the current to them, they'll dang sure pick up and go. I should have videoed it, but after I done that wire upgrade, the fans don't come on as much neither because it don't get as hot as fast.
That's absolutely correct. That's a key to it. It's like my switch still. When I'm talking on this, you think that with extended talk down time, you get hot. But I have never put that thermometer on it where it feels hotter than, say, 120 degrees.
Yep, and that definitely makes a difference.
We talked about building a full fill using those 2 SC25 pins. I'm building a 6 fill using 2 SC25 pins.
Man, I bet that thing will get up and go. Using it on a base ain't too bad. The power supply setup is pretty simple to do and stuff. But man, when you try to throw something like that in a mobile, it gets ridiculously expensive.
Yeah. What I'm going to end up doing is probably I'll save some money and I'm going to buy probably a 300 or a 500 ounce Fat Boy power supply. And I'll set it off over there in the corner. It'll have its own service or its own hot service box anyway for the fuse box and breaker. And that's what I'll do is run it like that, see if that makes it get up.
Oh yeah, it'll make it get up, that's for sure, especially when it has plenty of headroom.
Yeah, and you're right. And the key word is dynamic headroom.
Yeah, I love when somebody says, yeah, I got a 150 amp power supply for that 8-pill. I'm like, man, you sure are running close.
Yeah, I know what you mean, Cindy. I got wolves that live near me, and my dogs go crazy when they sit there and try to talk to them. I got 3 dogs, that, so you get them out there going at it when the wolves are going at it. It's pretty crazy.
Of course, now I've got a plug in the wall 8-pill that I just have fixed, the input and output, and it does get up. It gets up about 1900, but it's got 300 amp Hewlett Packard power supplies in it, server power supplies.
Well, like they say, them pills pull anywhere from 15 to 25 amps per piece, depending on voltage and drive going into it. So 15 amps a piece on the low side, that's 120 amps on a 150 amp power supply.
That's right.
That ain't much headroom.
But 300 amps is pretty good headroom. And I usually drive it, I can drive it with 150, 175 watts.
That 300 amp power supply I got runs at 16 volts. And when I key that 2x12 down, it only drops to 1578.
Now, see, that's not bad. That's hardly a loss. That's like this striker here. It idles at 14.9 volts, and when I key it, it only drops to 14.7. So that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's because you got enough headroom it can hold it. That's what I was saying. At 150, you know it's dropping down.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, anything over about 1.5 volts, you need more power supply.
Well, the idea here is if we measure everything by 12 volts and you got 600 watts, that means you're going to be pulling 50 amps. Okay, but if you go to 14 volts, then you look at the figures. When you do the math, it comes up to 64. Well, subtract those 14 amps from that 50, and that's what you're actually pulling now because you got more voltage.
Yep. Same thing with, like I said, on that 16 volts, they're only pulling down to 1578. Well, that's because it's got plenty of headroom over that 220 amps it's pulling. It's still got 80 amps left.
Yeah, and that's plenty to run it. But that's what I'm going to have to do, and then I can take most of the. I've got some little power supplies that I run, some audio equipment, and I can run my RCI 2950 on a 20 amp power supply because it only does like 22, 23 watts. And so this striker's on 40 amps.
Yeah, and it won't never pull it, but it'll always run it good.
Yeah, and I didn't shorten the power cord. I put the factory power cord on it, and this is a version 2, so it has the bigger power cord on it, and it only drops like 0.2 volts. If I was to shorten that power cord a foot, it probably wouldn't do that.
I changed mine when I seen a video. Before I ever even got this radio in, I had already built a power cord for it. And I done one for my pickup too. I take them power cords and cut them off and braid them and heat shrink them and solder them right up close to the plug out of 8 gauge. And when I'm looking at this radio right here, I'm sitting at 15.5 volts going to this radio, and it's sitting here swinging back and forth, and it's only going to 15.4.
Well, I ain't, man. That's not working hard at all.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, man, if those coyotes get like, unruly, they just become target practice.
6 foot long. It don't carry all that amperage, but that's real.
Yeah, well, you know, when I get this 300 or 500 amp supply, whatever I get, I've got some wire that's over an inch from side to side. It's got over 1,400 strands of copper in it, and I've got to get the connectors to get it down to where I can use it. And I've got some copper. I got some copper lengths of copper that's a 1/4 inch thick by 2 inches wide that I'm going to use as bus bars.
Yep, and that'll definitely run it, and it won't worry about it. Because he told me when I got this radio that it'd do 130 feet on swing up. That's what it hit, and I dang sure get that out of it all the time. With that power wire running to it, it'll swing up there and hold it.
I wonder what else they did to that radio to make it do that. Because, let me see here.
Yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of pests out there. I mean, I live here in Florida, so I mean, there's animals out there that can be very much like a pest, and yeah, target practice, man, target practice. The only thing is, it's like that's about the only reason I probably like use the damn bullet now. It's like getting freaking expensive for ammunition.
Kit in it that runs it from wherever it's at up to whatever you turn the variable peak to. If I turn it all the way down where it only does 40 watts, it'll key out a watt and swing 40. If I turn it all the way up, it'll get just above 130 from nothing. And then if I crank up the day key just a little bit, it'll go past 130. But they also did a transistor upgrade in that radio and put the bigger transistors in it.
Okay, so they probably put the ERS 2030 pluses in them or something like that. And they probably also put those higher value capacitors and the higher value voltage regulators.
I'm not sure what all he done on that. He don't tell exactly all that. He just tells what it'll do when it gets done and all the little upgrades. But whatever he done, man, it gets up and goes a lot more than my other striker did.
Yeah, I may get online.
Night vision's good. Thermal imaging stuff is kind of good. I like that. But yeah, I was even thinking about, I was like, if it comes worse comes to worse, I mean, I'd like to do some more hunting with my crossbow. I don't make as much noise.
Wow, man, that's crazy. We got a breaker out there.
Go, bro. We're in, I'm in Abbeville, Alabama, down in the southeast corner of the state. Roger? Yes, sir. Where'd you say you were at? Yes, sir. You got to go through Wetumpka to get to X-Exit. Yes, sir. That's a pretty good trip. It really is. Yeah, the other gentleman, he's probably about 20 miles as a crow flies south of me. And his name, his CD handle is no name. My CD handle is Dr. B. B is in base, or boy or whatever. But this is our channel. We just get on here and talk, and we invite anybody to come in when they like.
Yeah, go ahead. Info Wild Bill in Sylvester, Georgia. We waving a hand from down here by Malone, Florida, just inside the Alabama line. Info Wild Bill, have yourself a mighty fine one. We waving a hand that way, bud. Nah, man, I don't hear nothing but you. You got it set. Lock that joker down, because I don't hear nothing but you. And when you don't key up, it's just quiet. I mean, when you key up and don't talk, it's just quiet.
Yeah, that's the way I like it. That's the way I like to work it. That's just me.
Yeah, I don't like to have background noise in mine neither. I try to keep it as clean as I can.
Yeah. You got just about as much echo in yours as I've got in mine. I mean, they're so close that it's hard to tell. But that's just the right amount of echo to have some ambience with your voice. And people don't realize that a little bit of ambience creates asymmetry in your voice and makes you sound a little deeper than you'd normally sound.
Oh, yeah. And it drives it a little better, too. It takes that modulation out more. I think it cuts back when you cut it off.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've got the microphone on this 955 wide open, but I do not have the microphone gain on that Pro Tools wide open.
I don't know, man. There's got to be a use out of coyote. You know, I mean, they're not good to eat, I guess, but I mean, shit, you can probably make a lot of like stuff out of their skins. You know, the pelt. I don't know.
It sounds funny good.
You know, keep them in check. You know, so they don't kill off all the deer. I don't know. Washington. I mean, I know some people out there in Washington now.
What I've learned about asymmetry and area under the curve is that when we talk, we talk in distortion, period. There's a certain amount of it that we create when we make noise. All noise is a form of distortion. So when you're square waving, that just means you got a little more than normal. No, Nate, you ever been in the anechoic chamber?
No, I haven't.
I used to be friends with an engineer at Fort Rucker, the guy that designed the helmets for the AH-64. His name was Dr. Robert Camp. And I used to, him and my dad were friends because he bought from the office supply. And he invited me out there one time, and in that anechoic chamber, it had a screen forward, and we could stand back to back and talk, and neither one of us could hear each other.
That's pretty neat.
And that's where I learned about compression, audio compression. Because see, attached to that, he had a room that had steel on the walls, and it did not have any dead space. In other words, in the corners, it wasn't a square corner. It had a reflection from every point in that room, so you could go and it would sound like it was 100 times that loud in that room.
Yeah, that's how they try to build speaker boxes.
Now, see, I've been to Rockford Fosgate School, Precision Power, Orion, Sony, JVC. I used to work at JVC Service Center over in Dothan. Sight and Sound. I used to be their tech, and I repaired all the big amps, all the Carver amps, all their NAD, all their TVs and all that stuff. And then I'd install car stereo systems. And I'm the one that they use to design boxes. So I built boxes as high as...
Yeah, see, that's the thing, man. You know, that's kind of the same thing with the alligators down here. I mean, but, you know, I mean, the way I see it, man, if you just leave the damn thing alone, he'll leave you alone. But, you know, some of them can get aggressive, you know what I mean? And some of them might get the taste of fucking human blood, that kind of thing, and whatever. But, yeah, but the other thing about the coyotes, you know, when they run in packs, that's a little bit more. Because, I mean, we got feral dogs around here. They live out here in the woods chasing deer, running deer and stuff. It's the same thing. They got there's some coyote around this area, but I don't see very much of that. I know there's a lot of feral dogs because people just fucking, you know, drop off dogs or whatever, or they get, and they'll get about 4 or 5 strong, run around out here or chasing deer and stuff. It really pisses off some of my cousins because they like to go out there and hunt, and they'll be sitting in a tree stand and then hunting deer, and next thing you know, you got like 4 or 5 dogs chasing the deer you're trying to hunt, you know. Typically, my cousins or my uncles and stuff, man, they'll shoot the lead dog. They'll just shoot him dead and let him lay right where they shot him. And it's kind of like a message to the rest of the dogs, because that'll break up the pack for a while, and you won't get too much of that activity of them running deer for a while. Yeah, and yeah, it could be. And but the thing is, yeah, it's like until they, once that lead dog is down, until they come up with another alpha male and create another pack, basically, for that period of time, you know, it won't be as bad when it comes down to, like, you know, them running deer and all that stuff. But even then, you know, I don't know.
And we never could keep a set of power drivers in a box. They couldn't handle. Well, I had a Rockford Fosgate Power 650 and a Power 1000. Power 650 was 325 watts per channel, times 2 channels. And it was
yeah, I don't know.
It could handle it. But, man, those were expensive speakers back in the day. $700 back in the 80s.
Yeah, there's a guy on TikTok that owns a car stereo thing that he does installs and custom boxes, and he does, like, every other day he'll do a speaker comparison. And he actually went down to Walmart and got their JBL that's 350 watts and supposed to really boom and all this. And he hooked it up and then hooked a P2 Rockford Fosgate, the old HR series, up. And he said this is their new technology for JBL that they sell to Walmart. He said, and this is old school Rockford. I'm just going to show you the difference. Man, that speaker... that JBL literally caught on fire after 2 minutes.
Yeah, you're talking about Williston Audio Labs?
No, it's, I have to get back on there and look to see his name. But they're not in a box. They're sitting on a pad on a table. And he just sits there and puts the watts to them and plays them. And, I mean, it's all crossed over, so it's just bass frequencies coming through. But he puts it through little waves of the different frequencies of bass. and you can just watch cheap speakers just come apart.
Well, you know, the problem with that is these speakers, as long as you're just breaking them in under low power, it's okay. But if you don't have something behind it to stop, you got a positive and a negative signal there. That's AC.
Could be. You never know. There, Cindy. You never know. Life finds a way.
Have something to stop the backside of it, because if you don't, you're making equal pressure on both sides of the speaker. There's no bass. Cancels itself out.
Yeah, he was showing them with that pad underneath them, just sitting on that table, man. That's how he would test them. And the ones that he would test out that were actually quality speakers, he done some Memphis, he done some Rockfords, some older Kenwoods and stuff that were really done up, and even some new Rockvilles. And man, they would just take a beating right there on that table, no enclosure. And he says, now when I take this and put it in the box, you're going to hear just an amazing tone range in the way this thing sounds. He says, I do this for every speaker before I'll ever put it in the box, and I measure it and watch it and see what it's going to do. He said, because there's no need in me mounting a speaker and sealing it all in a box if it's just junk.
Well, he's right about that. And the speaker, like the speaker has a cube, and that cube is where it's most resonant at. That is the frequency inside of the box that's most resonant at. And we measure that in cubic inches. That's 1,728 cubic inches is a cubic foot. And so most speakers, most 12-inch speakers have a Q of 0.6 or 0.7. That makes them good from 2 cubic feet to 2.5 cubic feet. And that makes them for their work really good. So that's how they do it, and they do it mathematically to figure it out. And then they break the speaker in so that you don't have to drive it so hard once it gets in the box to make it sound good.
Yeah, he was definitely pretty technical about it, but man, some of the systems he had playing were just unreal. I'd like to have heard them in person, but you could tell how clean the sound was. It wasn't distorted. It wasn't breaking nothing up. And the vehicles he done, he seals them up, and he don't have all that vibration and stuff when he gets done with one. He said that's just junk installs.
Yeah. I told you.
Well, what's up there, you sexy beast? How you doing, Virginia? Good to see you in here.
It was 44 inches long. It was about 9.5 inches wide and about 5 inches tall, and weighed about 65 pounds.
Yeah, one of the most sought after amps of the 80s ever.
Yeah, I sold mine to a guy that lived down in Ballard County, Florida, for $3,000.
Man, I know people that still send Rockford Punch 45.
I'm over here screwing off until people want to come up on the panel and do anything, talk about stuff or whatever. But so I can't do anything on my main channel there, Virginia. Just got another video deleted off of my channel from YouTube that makes 13 or 14 videos since February. I got my second strike, and they're like, you're just a hair away from us deleting your whole channel. Fuckers. Oh, also, I did a rant video about YouTube deleting my videos, and they age restricted it. So I'm over here on my backup doing, I don't know what I'm doing.
Well, I tell you what, if you send one off to Rockford to be fixed, tell them the vehicle runs at 15 volts. It'll stop all your issues with that amp.
Use a regulated power supply. So by doing that,
Yeah, well, you know, you got a point there, Cindy. I'm gonna tell you, and that's the frustrating thing about it is because I've been banging my head against this kind of wall since over a little over 20 years when it comes down to like trying to at least uh, inform some people of some of the stuff that's going on. And and it gets frustrating, because like now this new communistic YouTube going on with the censorship stuff, because they claim it. Well, the last video they did, I just got the notification today. Um, the last one they did, they claimed it violated their community thing about saying anything that contradicts the 2020 election. So, evidently I can't or anyone can't have a fucking opinion about how or what the damn 2020, you know, it's fucked up. So, and it was an old video too. So, and I don't really think it was mostly me talking. I think it was me sitting here listening to some guys on the radio and they were talking, if I remember correctly, because I can't go back and view the video that they delete, and I can't remember what it was. It's an old one, so it's like they're just going through all my videos and cherry picking whatever and then deleting them. And like I said, this one ended up giving me another damn strike. And um, but like the last few, quite a few actually, they claimed medical misinformation. And I was doing a lot of digging and research on a lot of like medical papers and epidemiology and all this other shit, and what they were trying to actually push when it came down to all this stuff in the arm anyway, and and the ingredients of this stuff and blah 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 and whatever, and they they don't, it violates the community guidelines of the WHO and the UN and the CDC and blah blah blah. It's so funny too because I think some of those videos, when they deleted it, yeah, it was at that time believed this and that by the mainstream media, but later on, because it was all bullshit. Uh, my videos are still deleted, even though I pointed it out a long time ago. But anyway, whatever. It just it's just frustrating, man, because I'm just like, dude, come on, man. This, like I said, 14 videos since February. It's like I haven't even put any videos hardly on my damn channel, and I'm steadily seeing them decline. You know what I mean? you know, I'm not like one of those guys that, those YouTubers, man, that do like a video every single day or, every other day or, twice a day. I don't do that crap. So it's been, I can't even keep up with the decline of my videos being deleted. It's fucked up. Um, well, see, that's the thing. I don't want to censor myself. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna let them see. That's what they want. They don't. They want to keep us all to the point where we start doing it for ourselves and to ourselves. Like policing each other. Policing others, and you know what I mean. They don't want to lift a finger. They want us to do it to ourselves. And if people keep on having that fear aspect because of some of this, see, that's the thing. It's like, it's not going to stop me. It's just frustrating as fuck. I'll find a way. You know what I mean? I'll find a way. I ain't worried about it. And you know what I mean? But it's just stupid because I do all this stuff on a cell phone. So I have none of these videos backed up, which just sucks because there was a lot of good information that I would love to repost somehow. But you know, anyway, it's just one of them things. And a lot of the stuff, that's another thing too, man. A lot of the stuff that I've been, that a lot of stuff I've saved in my playlists and stuff. A lot of those are being deleted from other channels and stuff. Just all kinds of stuff. And I mean, I like electronics, and there were some guys that were doing some electronics experiments and stuff on different things, and hell, those things are fucking deleted now. You know what I mean? I mean, what kind of, it's kind of funny too. When it comes down to the medical misinformation scenario, I was looking through like the guidelines on YouTube when it comes down to it. And it basically, on a general sense, it basically says that if you promote a healthy living, homeopathic remedies, or anything like that, you are violating YouTube's guidelines of medical misinformation. You know what I mean? That's pretty fucked up. You know what I mean? It's pretty fucked up. And they're um, it's pretty messed up. Anyway, and Cindy, yeah, it happens all the time. That's the problem. And having that be the norm, that is not and should not be the norm. All right, we got to put this stuff to bed, because honestly, man, the past few generations behind us have all kicked the can down the line to us. And I mean, are we going to kick the can to the next generation for them to figure it out, or are we going to do something? You know what I mean? And all I know how to do is just talk about it and trying to like present the information. For instance, a lot of this stuff that I did, you know what I mean, in the past. See, a lot of that stuff, man, if I don't have the information in front of me, I can't retain it all in my head. You know what I mean? I just can't memorize all that shit. So I have to have the information. So it kind of sucks, because some of that information I don't have the access. I put the video out, and that was all I didn't save anything or whatever. You know what I mean? Because when I'm like, some of the videos when I made them, it wasn't a live stream. It was who's that? Oh, what's out there? Get you in here.
What's up?
Hey there. What's happening, girl?
I thought I'd come say hi. I don't really have anything to say per se, but I haven't seen you for a while. So
yeah, well, yeah, that's the problem, man. It's like life getting in the way. I got my own I guess you can say my own personal shit hit the fan in my own bubble. So I've got that going on, and then and then the YouTube thing. It's just I don't know. Sometimes I'm just like there's. That's one thing I wish I had the option for your StreamYard, is to actually share videos and stuff using my cell phone, because I was sitting there thinking about it. There's some of the things that instead of like me actually like trying to, what I had to do to make videos is I recorded on another old cell phone and then transferred over to this one and then download it, which took like 3 days to download a 20-minute video and all this other crap. And then editing or whatever I could do on a cell phone. But there's some videos that I've watched, and I would love to have like some kind of a one of those commentary or reactionary type thing or whatever on it, because who's this? Oh, hey Cindy, what's going on? Bring you in, I guess. There you go.
What's up, Cindy? Yes, girl. Oh my goodness, it's so good to see you. It's been a minute.
How are you?
Good. Well, I mean, good.
That's awesome.
Good as can be.
Yeah, it could be worse. It could be better.
Right? Could be better. Could be worse. My brother always says medium. Like, how you doing?
Right.
Medium. Medium always works.
How's my dog's cousin?
She is a walking muscle. Like, she's only 7 months old, and she is so strong. And I mean, she's big, but she's not huge yet, Girl, she is just about knocking me over, just walking past me. Like, she ripples when she walks. She is something else. But she is so lovely. Like, she loves my son. She's very gentle with him. She's very good with all of us. I mean, she's a lovely animal. Like, she's very attention needy. She wants love all the time.
Yeah.
But those
Yeah.
bitches.
I've got the cousin of her dog.
Yep.
Yeah. Right on. So what kind of? I mean, a bulldog, you said?
German Shepherds.
Oh, German Shepherd. Oh, okay.
Yep.
Right on. Yeah. My well, the mother that I've got, she's half German Shepherd, half Blue Heeler.
Ooh. Interesting.
Nice
Yeah,
mix.
and
Mhm.
yeah, and then the pups that she had. Now I have no idea what knocked her up. It was just like the neighbor's dog. So, but I have no idea. But I've got I ended up having a litter of 6. I've got 2 of them left, but they turned out pretty good dogs. I got like the female that I've got left, because I got a male and a female left plus the mother, and the female pup. Well, they're about a year old, but so they're not pups anymore. But
Right.
she's like what I would call like an attention type whore.
Right.
She's always wanting, like, even if somebody else was wanting to come up and say hi to me, she's all like, oh, trying to butt her way in between us. Um,
That's
it's
that's
funny.
the cute kind of thing about it. Makes them endearing though when they're territorial and sweet to us, but I know if someone tried to fuck with me or my son, they would be done.
See, that's the thing too. I haven't seen these guys get to a point where they got like defensive or angry or anything like that. I haven't seen that out of them yet.
I
But
haven't either. I just know it's in there.
right on.
you
Yeah.
know, just by how
Yeah.
protective
Well, it's in their
she
DNA.
is, I know it would be in there for sure.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I know they get. I know mine. They get like anything that's like out here at night when they're out there in the yard and stuff. Like anything that happens to be walking around or anything like that, they get really defensive about that. And then like it could be anything. It could be like a squirrel or deer or whatever. If it was walking off in the distance, there's like, don't come over here.
Right.
And then I got wolves that live not that far away. So when they go off, man, next thing you know, you got all these dogs going off.
I didn't know they had wolves in Florida.
There's a sanctuary. It's not that far away from
Oh.
where I'm at,
Oh.
and there's a lot of them in there.
Well,
Huh.
are they all in a pen then?
Well, it's a big, huge piece of property. I mean, it's like over 100 some odd acre property or something like
Like
that.
a big wildlife kind of
Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah.
touristy thing or something?
Well, I mean, you can pay to go in there and walk around, but it would take you all day to see everything. You know what I mean?
Or do they have any werewolves?
That I don't know. I haven't seen one yet,
Right.
and I'm not that. I mean, I'm in like the sound travels good at night, but I mean, they're close enough where I can hear them at night.
Mhm.
So, but there's no telling, man. I don't know.
Never
I've always
know.
wondered what it would be like to bump into a vampire or a werewolf or whatever.
Right.
Well, I have camped out on my property with when the little grandkids were real little in a tent, and I heard wood knocking, and I swear there was the Kushtaka was out there, and I just about grabbed the kids and ran in the house.
Oh my gosh! Okay, I don't know if you guys remember what was it? Oh man, what was the name of that? Blair Witch Project. Remember that movie?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
got all 3 of them.
Okay,
on VCR
when that first came out, the first one from when that first came out. All right. I was living in Tallahassee at the time, but I was living out of my backpack and a tent and stuff like that. There was like a big vacant piece of property or something like that. It was all wooded and stuff. I was camping out there. All right. Well, I was coming back to my camp and it was nighttime, and I knew the basic path to get back to my camp pretty well, so I could pretty much do it without a flashlight. All right. Well, I come back and I'm walking down the path, about halfway down, and I start hearing these footsteps that are like next to me. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, I'm sitting there thinking, I'm like, okay, this is like woods and palmetto bushes and all this other stuff, man. It's like, how is this thing? It sounded like it was just avoiding every obstacle. It was just kind of walking next to me. I was like, what the fuck is that? And I'm sitting there and okay, well, I was like, all right, well, I'm just going to shine the flashlight. And I shine the flashlight and I kind of did like a scan across the woods. I didn't see anything, didn't see any eyeballs flashing back at me, nothing. All right. Well, I was like, all right, well, I just started walking back to my tent. I didn't hear anything all the way back to my tent. I got back to my tent and sat down, just zipped up the tent. Next thing you know, I hear 5 deer and surrounded me. They go, you know, that snort. They just all like sound off. They all like all around me sound off. I was like, holy shit, they got me surrounded. You know,
Smelling something.
Yeah.
I was like, holy crap, man. Because I was like, you hear one, you go, and you hear another one, you know, and I'm like, oh man, that's what it was. I was like, it was a big deer. It was like evidently just walking right next to me. You know what I mean? And oh man. It scared the crap out of me too, until I was like, at the time, I was like, I didn't know what it was. And I was like, it was right at that time of the Blair Witch thing. I was sitting there thinking, I was like, all right, if this is some stupid kid trying to scare me because this Blair, you know, I'm like,
Right.
I'm going to turn the tables on their ass, you know, that kind of thing. You know what I mean? But
Well, for a little while, it was a big thing. Like, okay, how much of this was real? Like, did they just make up the whole thing? Blah, blah, blah. Like, it was. They
the
hyped
very
it up
last scene,
before it even came out, how they were hyping it up.
the very last scene
Yes.
is what tipped it off to me. Was it was fucked. It was all it was all fake.
Right.
It wasn't a real thing. It wasn't like a video that somebody made and it was lost and how they explained it, whatever. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Because
Yeah.
that would be something if it was, but that last scene
Mm-hmm.
told me it wasn't.
Right. It
You
was a
know,
good scene, though. You know.
I don't
that's
know
the
how we
only
got
thing.
into
But the whole time I was like,
Yeah.
this very well could be real.
Right.
And they made 2
You know?
more movies after that.
Yeah. Well, see, I don't know. I haven't even seen those now I think about it.
I saw the second one, but I don't think I saw the third one. They did turn it into something, but as far as I know, it was like a college project, sort of came out of a very small. I think it was 20 or 40,000 to make it, and it was sort of a just literally an indie sort of little film, and it ended up taking off.
Well, it
But
was
there
kind
was
of
that
weird.
allure to it in popular culture, 100%,
Uh-huh.
man.
Well, I'll tell you this, like, I mean, there was a time, man, I was hanging around with a lot of goth kids at the time, and we would go and find like abandoned houses or cemeteries and stuff like that. So I could totally relate to what the movie at that time.
Yeah.
I was like, you know, I've been places like that.
Hundo.
You know, I
That's
mean, there's a place
scary.
up in North Carolina. I think it's in Asheville. A place called, I think it's in Asheville. I can't remember, but it's a place called Camp Blood. But it had the same. It's a real life story that kind of reminds me of the Friday the 13th, the Jason, where he did all that murders in that
Yeah.
that
Like the
summer camp.
camp.
Yeah,
What was
and
it? Fuck.
Crystal Lake or
Yeah,
whatever it
yeah,
was.
something like
Yeah.
that. Mhm.
Yeah. Well, anyway, this place, it was dubbed Camp Blood, and
Right.
it was evidently some counselor went crazy and killed a bunch of campers or whatever. But anyway, it ended up being abandoned for a long time. And you know, you go up there, you see all this like, you know, upside down pentagram, spray painted type of, you know, whatever. But there's we went when we would me and some friends, we were doing like a Halloween, like go visit all these supposedly haunted places, and that was on the list.
Right.
And dude, it was like, you know, crazy, man. We they very well could have been animal bones, but we found bones in the bottom of this well that was on the
Mhm.
property, and that was kind of creepy at the time. But and we went to a couple of different places that night, but oh man, it was just like because we were wanting to get, we were looking, we were
You
searching
were
for
looking for
something.
trouble.
We were looking for something, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because there's so many dang stories, and we're like, all right, well, I want to see something, I want to experience something, you know what I mean? Or you know, there was this one place I remember. We call it. It's like it seems like almost every town's got some kind of Dead Man's Curve thing,
Hmm.
and there's this place up in North Carolina. It's called Dead Man's Curve that everybody calls, and it's like this guardrail on the side of a friggin' mountain. You drop like I don't know, 100 some odd feet or whatever off that thing. Lots of wrecks, and it is said, which I've heard it myself, but it is said like you can go out there and just sit there on that guardrail at night, and you can hear like squealing of tires and
Hmm.
people screaming and all this stuff, and
Hmm.
that's for real. I heard that shit. I heard like tires squealing, like there was like somebody was coming in, they were pushing on the brakes. Nothing. There was no cars, nothing. Dead, dead, silent when it comes down to the wind, nothing. I was like, holy crap,
Do you think it was an imprint?
Well, see, the thing is like, okay, all right, we we're all energy, all right,
Hmm.
all right. It's kind of like I relate it to like this, all right. Like for instance, like you got a couple of people that are in a room of a house, and they have like this heated argument and like all this other bad crap, all this, fight and blah blah blah, all right, and like everybody's cleared out. All that stuff's back to normal when it comes down to what it looks like inside the room. All right. And you walk in, you can almost feel that energy of what happened earlier.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? In that
Yeah.
room. And that
Like
and
a
that's
lingering time looping kind of
right.
thing. Where
Well,
it's
that's how I relate it. That's how I think it's almost, because it's almost like ghosts that are like bound to like an area, or if you believe in that kind of thing or even know anything, but I mean, they're because that's where that energy is like lingering. You know what
Right.
I mean?
well, and there's
Um,
really seriously scientifically documented high energy places like that.
What's
yeah,
up, Valerian?
yeah.
Sorry.
Valerian, what's going on? Yeah.
Well, that's kind of what I'm asking. Do you think that
Hey,
it's sort
Blair.
of a stamp on time space, or do you think that there's other dimensions where time you can sort of build a bridge and feel something from the past, or do you think that certain things just affect a space forever? Because there are some
That's a good question.
solemn
I'm not
places you
sure
can
because
always
I mean,
feel.
well, I tell you this, Virginia. I mean, there are the some cultures believe in this like this Gaia theory,
Uh-huh.
where the Earth is basically the mother of all, and the energy that we have inside of us now, the electrical spark or whatever, the soul or whatever you want to call it, that that comes from Gaia. All right, and when this vessel, this vehicle that we're riding around in is dead, or can cease to exist or whatever, that energy goes back to Gaia, like in a sense recycled. This kind of like some cultures believe in that, the past lives and the wheel of life and blah blah blah. If you got past lives, you got future lives. You know what I mean? Um, um, it's kind of like that recycling of the thing. So but um, I don't know where I was going with
Reincarnation
that.
into another avatar,
Right. Well, yeah,
kind of.
it would be to me. I think it would be awesome because I I don't know if I don't know if I want to use the word I believe, but I've had experiences that made me um, come to the realization that I may have had past lives.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and because I've been in situations with other people, like I was at a gathering in Ocala once, and there was this guy I was with that I mean I kept on having these images of us back in like 1300s or something like that. You know what I mean? Like we met before, and uh,
Like little
It's
movies coming into your mind.
yeah, it was like images in my head, and I was like, yeah, or um, I've had moments like that, like for different people and stuff. Like, I'll give you another example with like images in my head like that. I was talking to a guy that made me question if I was to, if if there was like these beings that are from either another planet or another dimension or whatever, and they're living amongst us and they look like us. All right. If you sat down next to one at a table and he didn't tell you he was from like some other planet or whatever, would you know it? And I met this guy one time that made me question that.
Mhm.
It's like, well, wait a minute, this guy, because the reason why is because I realized that everybody puts off like a vibration, like a an aura or whatever you want to call it, or whatever.
You're right. Yeah, we do
Well,
put off energy for sure. It's
right,
measurable. Yeah.
right. Well, this person, this man that I or whatever I met didn't put off any energy that I was that was familiar to me.
Huh.
Um, um,
Was it just nothing, or was it cold, or was it?
no, it was like um, um, it's okay. And the images that were flashing in my head were while we were talking was like places of just images of places. And
Uh,
I know I have not been everywhere in the planet, but yet I do have TV and I've seen a lot of places and blah blah blah. This was nothing like I've ever seen before. You know what I mean?
do you think he like dialed you in a sense?
I don't know, but I'm gonna tell you something, man. This man could play a cello like you would not believe, dude. This
Mhm.
guy could play everything from Bach to Ozzy Osbourne. You know
Right.
what I mean? And I met him at I was at this dude's house and we were having like a little house party or whatever, and there was a bunch of musicians that came with instruments to have like a big jam. Him and this other guy that made and played bass guitars. They were there, and that's how I met him. And we were sitting, me and this dude were sitting on this like front steps or whatever of this house or whatever, and we are
Mhm.
just sitting there talking,
Right.
and I was sitting there. I was asking him one time. I was like, so just like, so where you from? And he's like, oh, I'm from far, far away. He would say it.
So
He would
okay,
say it like
was he
that.
on mushrooms or mescaline, or what do you think was going on?
I
How
have no
far away
idea.
was he?
I have no
Maybe
idea.
just a
But
little PCP or something.
I don't know.
What did the
But
baggie look like?
it was weird too because I remember also now I don't know if I don't know. I even questioned even thinking back, but I mean at the time, I remember I was sitting next to him. All right, he's off to my right side, so I like turned to look at him, and he's looking straight ahead, like off into space kind of thing.
Okay.
And we're sitting there talking or whatever. And I remember looking at the side of his face, and now I have no idea if I actually saw what I saw, but what I remember seeing was the side of his face where his cheek was,
Mhm.
for a split second, turned translucent, where I could see his teeth. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? Where I could see through the cheek,
Yeah.
and I was like, it took me back for a second, but then I kind of blew it off. I didn't, I was like, all right, I must, must be seeing something. I don't know,
So had
but that's
you
always stuck in my head.
imbibed in mushroom tea or mescaline that day?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Word. But it's possible though.
But it was
Nobody slipped you a handful of silly psilocybes or
no, I know we smoked a lot of pot and stuff like that, but I ain't worried about that.
Right.
Right. But
Right.
anyway,
I got a real life story about the Kushtaka up in Alaska. It really happened. You guys want to hear it?
okay.
Of course.
My aunt and I were walking on a boardwalk, and I don't know if we were in Elephant Cove or Pelican, Alaska, but down below on the boardwalk, there's a creek that the Indians had strung a net across to catch salmon, right? And the tide had gone out. So down in the mud down there, the net was kind of just hanging, and the water was not too deep, up to this thing's knees. So I'd say maybe 4 feet deep. And he was picking fish out of this net and throwing them way up on the bank. And we stopped and looked at it and we're watching it take the fish out of the net. And my aunt's like, it's the Kushtaka, you know? And I'm like, I see. And it was huge. It was enormous, big, brown, muscular, hairy everywhere. And it looked up and locked eyes with me just for that moment. It just a penetrating gaze of this super predator. And it walked over to the edge of the bank real calm. And the bank was really steep. And it put its foot up and just in one step, just up and out and into the forest where it had been throwing the fish.
Huh.
And poof, it was gone just like that. And it just, I still get chills. My hair stands on end to this day thinking about that thing looking at me like that.
Well,
And we
I
were
mean,
all-
you think about it like some of the, like, for instance, like if there was like some kind of a being from another planet or a dimension, you
or
know,
dimension, yeah.
or yeah, or one or the other, whatever. All right. I'm sure their camouflage technology or something like that would be pretty advanced. You know what I mean?
Well,
I mean, you know,
not when it's
how-
standing in the middle of the creek, but I'll tell you, when it got up on the bank and into the forest, it disappeared.
well, that's what
Which
I'm
is-
saying. It's like, you know, it's like that you just happen if that you just happen to be at the right time at the right moment or whatever. We caught them
Yeah.
off guard, kind of thing.
Yep.
Because it makes me wonder is like, you know, if they've got this technology, if they got any way of like camouflaging themselves where they just, you know, you couldn't see them.
I heard that somebody took a shot at one up in the mountains in Montana, and a flash of light went off. It poof, it was gone. Like there was a flash of light and it was not there anymore.
Right.
There's some interesting shit on the Canam Missing Persons Project. The dude, I can't think of his name right now. It's a very popular channel. Kind of talking about the same, where you find things just sort of disappear. For example, 2 footsteps in the middle of a lake in the snow, but nothing leading up to it or going out. But it's obviously a person, or,
Right.
you know,
Yeah, the Indians used to call stuff like that a shapeshifter, like it would have turned
Yeah.
into a bird or something.
a
Well,
bird
I
is
mean-
the most likely explanation, to be
Mhm.
honest.
Well,
And-
wasn't the Anasazi, they believed or they thought that like these, that's why they put those spiral pictograms and stuff like that on walls and stuff, is because they believed people were coming out of those spiral things and then people were getting sucked in, you know, or monsters were coming out and they were getting sucked in.
Right.
Well,
Vortex.
there's so many people that go missing up in Alaska every year. It's just
Mhm.
incredible. And always the Indians always told us, you know, that they would tell their children, don't go too far, especially in the dark, because the Kushtaka will take you. And
Well, I
they
think it's a euphemism for really just going too damn far into the woods. I mean, that wilderness is out of control.
Well,
And
yeah,
I
you got
think that we assign a certain value, a reason for these people to go, but honestly, they just go too freaking far. That's the bottom line. Those places are extremely remote and dangerous. And I'm now, that's not to say that I don't think there could be
Well-
weird fucking cryptozoological things out there.
Well, see, check this out. Check this out. All right, now let's see here. Like in the distant past, you know, before the flood, there was evidently these giants, evidently all these other creatures and stuff, and they were walking
Mhm.
around the earth. They lived around for hundreds and thousands of years or whatever.
Right.
All right, who's to say? And some of them didn't survive the flood and still around.
Hmm.
And then on top of that, what are they doing and what are they capable of doing? You know what I mean?
There's a lot of people that have theories about that. There's this guy named Archaics who is a chronologist, and he says that during the vapor canopy before the sky fell, before all that water that was up above came down, before the sun, when everybody had a moon calendar, that things grew to enormous sizes. Human beings were enormous. They were the titans. And then when the vapor canopy fell, people started getting smaller and became giants. And then as we got into the sun system and the sun calendar, people were becoming the normal size that we are now. And I don't know, they even found some little people lately, some really tiny people that.
Right. Well, I was going to say is like, because there's a lot of different cultures, and it seems like all the cultures around the world are talking about the same thing. It seems
Giants.
like because
they
all
had that.
Every single one of them had some kind of a story that from that time period about giants or dragons or something like that. You know what I mean? All around the world, it was like all of them had this experience with this stuff at one time, and even was it the Australian Aborigines, and then also some of the native tribes that still pass on knowledge word of mouth instead of having a history. See, a lot of these cultures that pass on word of mouth from generation to generation, they're relying on memory instead of actually having like a written history.
They can actually repeat word for word an entire treaty, treaty.
The thing is like, okay, if these are not just stories, and these are actually basic recollections of the past, all right. And also, you see some of this archaeological stuff that does get out into the public for people to see. Because, I mean, there's a lot of stuff there. So they're hiding that stuff, shoving it away in a basement somewhere, and it doesn't even see the light of day. You know what I mean? It makes me, I'm like, because what was before the flood, I don't think everything got killed off. You know what I mean?
No.
You know what I mean? That's the thing. It's like even Abraham.
Incredible megalithic structures that we do not have the technology to make today.
Exactly.
I mean, these people are extraordinarily sophisticated in their mathematics, their architecture.
If they're still around, or like, okay, put it this way. Either they took off, went somewhere else, and they're coming back sometime, or they're still around, and some of them survived the flood, and they're still around somewhere. All right, you know what I mean? Because I was sitting there, I was like, there's supposedly a couple of different races that are on this planet, like the Greys. You got the reptilians, and you got some others that kind of look like us or whatever. Supposedly, all right. Supposedly, these are they could be remnants from before the flood. You know what I mean?
Sure.
And I don't think that they're coming from outer space. I think they're underground. I mean, I have to agree. Eloy,
Put it this way, me personally, my opinion on like how all those megalithic structures and all that stuff was built. It was actually built by humans, but they were humans from the future. That's my opinion.
Oh, okay. Well,
right,
sure.
because,
I mean, if time travel is ever invented, then it already has been invented by the nature of it. It's already there. It already exists.
I'll tell you this.
So it has been done. So I could see that. But I acknowledge that some of the primordial ooze could have come from various planets that created the amoeba that created all of us. Did some of that maybe come from other piles of ooze? And what we're calling Arcturians and Pleiadians and reptilians and all of that are the seeds of that?
Or it could be like some geneticist from another planet that mixing their DNA with the high primates of this planet and then coming up with what they got now.
Well, that's precisely what Jason Brashears says. Jason
Yeah.
Brashears, Archaics, he says they came here and we actually, oh, it's hard to explain because it's very complicated and he's really good at explaining it. But they did mix their DNA with ours as the
Well,
people that were on this planet, and every one of us now has some of the Anuna DNA. Not Anunnaki, the Anuna, the ones that were before the Anunnaki.
We all have Neanderthal
Like
too.
ancient Sumerian,
right.
right around that area, and the lower Nile where the Great Pyramid is. Every one of the mathematical calculations in that Great Pyramid comes to 138. It's all divisible by 138. And
Mhm.
the reason that we get screwed up, like Dark Ages and, or Orgagian period, remember that? And the Great Flood and stuff like that is because of this phoenix that comes around every 138 years, and we get set back into a reset.
Okay, that's an interesting theory. So you're saying
Yeah.
every 138 years there's a reset. And what does the
Sometimes
phoenix? I
it's
mean, do you mean a physical phoenix,
sometimes
or do
it's
you mean like
hemispheric,
proverbially a rebirth?
sometimes it's real local, sometimes it's hemispheric, and sometimes it's absolutely catastrophic.
Okay, so a catastrophe, so something that causes everything to kind of go to shit, and then we have a
And then we
renewal.
start all over, like
Right.
from Knuckle
We
Dragon.
start over from that. I can
Knuckle
see. I
Dragon
do
to
think
Hadrian
there's a
Collider.
cycle. Yes.
Yeah, because we're really clever, right?
Like
Mhm.
natural cycles.
Mhm.
Well, not just natural, but even to a degree, human behavior is predictable. We build up empires. They all fall out of greed and whatever. I mean, we can go back to Greece and Greco-Roman, all of that
All
government
the way back to
structure.
Caesar.
We're doing the same thing right now, absolutely corrupted by power. And I think that it's predictable what we're going to do. So,
And the interesting thing is this Phoenix
Hmm.
construct, it actually seeks out evil, powerful places. That's what it's looking for: anger, it's looking for hatred, it's looking for really low vibrations in people. It's not looking for love or people that are living in just fearlessly. It's looking for like these
Easy target.
the ELs, the Lites, if you know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
It's looking for them, and they want to get us so amped up right now that it's going to get confused. But what they do, they know about this, so they go underground. Like 1902 was the last reset, okay? And like over 100 Fortune 500 companies, once they figured out it wasn't going to be a really catastrophic reset, they came back up and brought their money with them, and they dumped their money back into the system. And there's like, you check out the companies like Coca-Cola, Ford, all these companies that started in 1902, and there's hundreds of them, and umbrella companies that are underneath that are all related back to a certain race of people, and they go underground when it comes to these resets. And the next one is in 2042. What, 1902 to 2040? Oh, I can't. Brain farting. I'll think of it in a minute.
Don't ask me to do math in my head right now. I'm gonna
Yeah. That's me too, because I mean, my brain is just like fried after today. But yeah, I can't. Yeah, there's I think it's 2040. And then there's that Nemesis object that's out there that's coming around in 2046. And that's a really big reset. That comes around every 500 and some odd years. But I mean, I've been listening to this guy, and he's spent 6 years as a guest of the Texas prison system. And all he did was study chronology. And he took all the old ancient calendars and put them all together and coalesced them until he came up with what was happening and why these resets were happening, and what made the sky over Nuremberg in the 1500s go wacko when people saw spaceships fighting and stuff like that. I mean, these weird things that happen. And he believes this is a simulation that we're living in, which is really interesting.
I've had that. I'm gonna tell you something, man. If it is, man, my dream world is much better than it is here in the real world.
Well, even your Aborigines in Australia say this is the dream time. This is the dream time. We're living in it.
All right. Because I'm gonna tell you, well, I take that back. It's not better. My dream world is not necessarily better, but there are some good. It's good times in there, but there's other times, man, where I've actually had dreams that would what I call movie footage. It's like I would dream something, and like a few days later, whatever, it's exactly what I dreamt. It pop up, whatever.
Oh, you mean like you're having
it's not a deja vu.
It's not a deja vu. No, I
see, okay.
The wrong word, but
okay, check this out. Check this out. All right, deja vu. I've got a rating system for that kind of stuff. Anyway, deja vu is I have a feeling I've kind of been here before. That's what deja vu is.
Yeah, I've had this conversation before. I've seen that car drive by. Yeah, that kind of stuff.
All right, now there's another level of that, what I call a double deja vu, where I literally remember being here and I know I've never been there.
Oh,
you know what I mean? Okay, that's a double deja vu to me. And then there's another step, what I call like movie footage. It's like for instance, like if I was to dream something and a couple of days later, it was almost exactly how I dreamt it would, happen. And that's happened a few times in my life also. And then, and I also kind of, I know to build into that telepathy is real. Telepathy is real. And that's another thing too. Well, I was trying to dance around the word of believe, because I don't believe it. I know it to be true. You know what I mean? Because I've had moments in my life that have proven it. So it's just a matter of like actually just tuning into the right frequency. You know what I mean?
Well,
it's kind of like no. Well, no.
Well, you as a mom, I can tell you, it's like you hear something in the distance and you can actually see in your mind what's happening to your kid.
Right.
And you got to run and go see if they're okay.
I tell you this. Now that you say that, there was one time I had a dream that my mom got in a car wreck, because I remember she had like went off the side of the road or whatever. I remember going up to the car and I'm holding her and all this stuff. I remember waking up crying or whatever. Well, it was like a couple of days later, I didn't, my mom, we were sitting there and we were talking on the phone, and I was like, so, I had this dream and all this stuff, and come to find out she was in a car wreck, but it was like a fender bender type of thing. It was the same day that I had that dream. And
wow.
That was weird.
So you're psychically connected with your mom like that?
Yeah, I guess so. On that level, yeah. Because because I'll tell you this. If I know a person decent enough, I can figure out what the frequency is. Because I got a buddy of mine, this guy named John, that I talk to on the radio a lot, and and I can sit here and I'd be just sitting here just like watching YouTube videos or whatever. Next thing you know, I'll have this thought of John in my head, and next thing you know, he's calling me up on the phone. You know
Right.
what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Oh
yeah.
yeah, that shit happens all the time for sure.
You know, it's like I was like, I knew you were gonna call me. You know, that kind of thing. It's like I had a feeling my ears were burning. That kind of, you know. Um,
Yep. Hundo.
and I've also known this to be true too, because I've talked to military guys that are snipers, and one of the things that they have learned, you know, with many years of experience of being a sniper, is don't ever look directly at your target,
Mm-hmm.
because every is something will connect cyclically and they will look back at
And
you.
they'll look at you
Yep,
Mm-hmm.
they'll look back at you, and you
because
could
they
be
sense.
you can be a mile away from them looking through a scope, but
Mm-hmm.
and for some reason their hair will get like stand up in the back of the head and they'll look straight at you.
Mm-hmm.
They've said that to me before. It's like, yeah, that's one of the things that you just do not do. You don't ever look directly at your target because they will know you're there.
Well, you can
Um,
feel that in a room with people too. If you're
yeah, you
being
know, it's
looked
like you
at
get
or
the
watched, you can feel any eyes.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I'll tell you this. There was this one time I was sitting there, and I actually, it's an observation that I noticed because I used to sit and watch people walk down the sidewalk and stuff like that, and I wouldn't be directly like looking at their head, but I'll be looking at their feet as they're walking,
Mm-hmm.
and some reason, something subconsciously in there would make them trip, where they
Right.
would trip or skip a beat or
So they
something
were
like that.
tripping.
And I observed it happening. It was almost like me watching it is what caused it to happen. You
Yeah,
know,
you changed it.
you
Well,
know.
Well, that's the whole paradox of time travel. When you see something or, you know, touch anything, you change the entire course of history potentially.
you
So,
guys would so love Archaics because this is exactly the kind of stuff he talks about.
right?
Right on.
Yeah. I mean, and he's got like, I don't know, 300 videos that he's put out now and has written 17 books. He's data mined like almost 2,000 books, data mine, and I mean talking huge books like old books from the 1800s and 1700s that he had in the prison system in Texas. I mean, I guess they got really great books in jail,
Yeah.
but man, the guy, I've never listened to a smarter guy, and I'm telling you, and he's just like this redneck country boy that rides a Harley, and he lives in the piney woods in Texas, you know, and just totally personable and funny and just I can't get enough. In fact, I'm going through my fourth tour through his videos, and I'm telling you, because like all of them aren't really long, some of them are really short, but I'm like on my fourth tour through them because I have learned so much. That's all I've been doing for the last couple months.
Right.
It's just I put them on and I start doing my chores, you know, or lay down to go relax. This is like the first time that I've come up for air for a while to talk to Virginia Roots because I figured I'd find you somewhere on the internet tonight, and you found me.
Well, I'll tell you this. It's been a while since I've seen you out there, Virginia. You know, I've been kind of like wandering
Yeah,
around, and I
Virginia
haven't
was
seen
laying
you.
low there for a while too.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, I'd wander around. I wouldn't do anything on like live streams. I wouldn't like go out. I'd like probably pop in and listen to other people's and stuff, but I wasn't doing anything. Like I said, I'm kind of going through my own little thing, trying to figure out what to do. Anyway,
Well,
my
how's that going? You all right?
Sounds personal. Sounds kind of personal.
well, it's all right.
Well,
Well,
me and
okay.
Virginia are nosy. You should tell us right away.
No, right?
Yeah. Well, okay. All right. Well, all right. I don't know. I've probably said it before, but all right. The property I'm sitting on is my dad's property. All right. It's like, you know, and my dad wants to sell. All right, and well, it's not wants. He's going to sell. That's what he's going to do. That's what he's set his mind to
Yeah, I
do.
saw your video about it.
Yeah, and
Mhm.
I can't get him to consider like owner finance or just deed it to me or even just rent to own. I can't convince him to do any of that stuff. But anyway, it's it's put me in a situation where I'm just in right now in this day and age right now and what's going on is I got to go find another place to live. You know
Mhm.
what I mean? And
That's
I'm looking for property, and it's just not really a good time to look for property right now. I mean, it's just not,
Depends on where you look.
I guess, but I'm trying to stay close to my mom, but I also want to stay like in the area where I'm at because this is the rural part of the area. She's down on the beach. I don't want to be anywhere near the fucking beach.
Mhm.
Um, but I want to stay close to her because she's like living by herself and stuff like that. But so I'm trying to look around here in the surrounding counties, like there's a couple of counties that are still close, with within 30 minutes or whatever from her, but or an hour or whatever. But uh, I'm just looking for like a half acre or something like that,
Mhm.
and because I've got stuff. I've got, put it this way, that's another thing that kind of bothers me about it is like, this is like the last 10 or so years in my life right here. And then, and he's just like, just pick up your stuff and find another place and no big deal. I'm just like, it's the last 10 years of my life or a little over 10 years of my life right here. You just expect me to just pack it all up and reduce it mostly down to like whatever I can carry in my fucking car. I mean,
Mhm.
that irritates me too because um, I'll put it this way. Uh, Granted, some of this stuff that I've got that I've collected over the years is junk, but that junk was like how I was making my artwork, how I was making my knives, and that's what kept me alive for 2 years.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? And so yeah, I mean yeah, I can get rid of that, but still, I got a lot of stuff. Plus, I got 3 dogs. Um,
oh, that doesn't
so
make it easy at all.
no, I mean, so I mean, I'm trying to find like, you know, half acre would be fine, or an acre or whatever. But
I
something I can
heard
afford with
that
like a
Florida was
owner
kind
finance or rent to own, you know.
isn't Florida getting kind of inundated with a bunch of Yankees moving down there?
Yeah. I mean, I mean, I've been trying to tell everybody that Florida's full. We're not accepting any more
There you
applications.
go.
You know,
Mhm.
Uh,
No more
I,
patience.
I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. I'm like, all the escapees from New York and California, um,
New Jersey?
in Jersey. Well, because I mean, yeah, it's pretty, you know, and then this is where a lot of people from wherever come here to die. They come here to retire. You know what I mean?
Well, where does
Right.
your
And
dad want to move?
my dad doesn't live here on this property. He lives in
Oh,
Ocala in the retirement community called the Villages.
mm,
Yep. And that's,
mm.
and Polar mentioned something else too when it comes to HOA. I don't want anything to do with HOA. I just want a piece of property that I won't have to worry about like a whole lot of building permits depending on what, part of the county I'm in. That's why I want the rural area because I probably won't take the camper that I'm in now. Probably won't take that. I'll just probably scavenge whatever I want out of it and on it and scrap the rest of it and then see if I can like find me like a FEMA trailer or something like that, something cheap that I can just move into, or even like put one of those sheds that I can convert into like a little like tiny home or whatever. But I got to be in a property where I wouldn't get bothered about that. That's why I don't want anything to do with HOA. I don't want any subdivisions. I don't want any of that crap. And
Yeah.
that kind of bothers me too about how in this day and age, a lot of this property and stuff is all like, subdivided and, turns into these subdivisions and all this other crap. And I'm just trying to find a little place, you know, tucked back somewhere, and that's all I care about. You know, plus I just want something that's, my home base, my home base. Um, and, I thought I could have that with this because I was trying to work, trying to get my dad to like, sell
Was
it
it
to
a
me.
lot of acreage there where you are?
I'm on 7.5 acres. That's it. It's
That's
not very.
that's swinging
It's
it
quite a
around.
lot, but it's not. My uncle, which is next door to me, which is influencing my dad to sell because he wants to sell, and he's convinced my dad it's like, okay, well, if you sell your property with mine as one big chunk, we can get more money. So he's
Oh,
all like, yeah, I'm gonna do that. You know what I mean? I'm gonna cash in before I die, kind of thing.
oh man. Nothing I
And
want more in this world than for my children to have my property.
Right.
I mean,
well,
that was been my dream. That's why I bought this. It was like just because
most
I
people are
wanted.
not thinking that level though. I'm telling you, Cindy, a lot of people are thinking like investments, where they can flip it, make money off of it. They don't
No,
care about that, like actually building a life there.
but
That's
I
what
didn't
I'm
see
looking,
that
you
money.
know, that's what I'm trying to find, a place where I can do that, where I can actually just, because I moved around a lot. I'm so sick and tired of starting over, all fresh, brand new, somewhere else. You know, I've done it so many times. I'm just tired of it. You know what I mean?
Have
Hmm.
you told your
Um,
dad that?
oh yeah. He's like, no big deal, because we used to do that when I was a kid, and I just continued the trend after I moved out of the house. But I'm next year I'll be 50 years old, so I'm just like, I just want to stay somewhere for a while. I don't really, and then I don't know.
Have you
I
tried to
like,
talk to your uncle and tell him how you feel about staying
oh
there?
yeah, he's not interested either. Like I said, they're baby boomers. They're just wanting to get out. They're just wanting to cash in with what they got and before they die. You know, me.
Wow, I don't think that way.
Well, there's a lot of them out there to do.
You'll find your spot. You know what I mean? Like maybe
Well, see, that's the thing. It's like I
it
don't know how.
seems dismal right now. You will. You
I'm
will find.
trying to put the psychic feelers out there at the same time.
Hmm.
You know what I
Right.
mean? When I
Yeah.
when I when I talk to people, and I don't talk to people a lot about what's going on in my own personal thing, because I mean, if I don't find a place before he sells, if he sells before I can find a place, I'll be homeless. I'll be living out of my car or whatever, and that's gonna suck so bad. Because
Right.
I mean, I've been there, and I'm in a small, little, tiny car right now, and I do not want to try and sleep in this thing. And I got a job. You know what I mean? It's like it just makes it a little harder. I don't know. It's just I don't know. It just kind of sucks. It
Well,
puts me back, because I was like, if I became homeless, I would have to leave majority of this behind, probably leave my dogs behind, and that breaks my heart even more. And
yeah,
I'm just like, I don't want to be in that position. So I don't know. I got to do something before they do something.
Yeah.
And
Hundo. You know what
so
to do. Save up every penny. Find a spot, even if for a little while, that you can rent out even like an RV spot. Some you can do that with your car at some
yeah,
places.
and put your
Just
feelers
something.
out there. Talk to people.
yeah,
Let
Yeah.
let the bloody universe know what you need.
Yeah.
yeah. Well, because I mean, honestly, I mean, if, you know, I like I said, if I can find like owner finance or like a rent to own thing, I'd
Hmm.
probably find that with word of mouth better than anything anyway. Because
Yeah.
Yeah,
um,
exactly.
that's I've been trying to find, and I need to look around a little bit more in the next county over also, because I was talking to some friends of mine that live out that way, and they were talking about when it comes down to a lot of the building codes, they're pretty lax on a lot of that stuff out there. And because I was thinking, you know, I'd probably start off as simple as, either a camper or making one of those like those sheds into a tiny home or something like that. I'd start that way.
Yeah, but
And
when those areas start turning into a boom town, they tighten the stranglehold on those
Dude, they do not allow, like, for instance, if I wanted to buy a piece of property, in majority of Florida, technically you have to, if you want to build a house, you have to make it a certain square footage. Tiny homes is not on that list. There's only like one
Right.
county in Florida that actually, allows that kind of thing going on, where
Right.
there's like actually subdivisions of tiny homes and stuff. There's only one county that I know of. So I kind of have to sneak around, this or whatever, because I'm also if I get a piece of property, I'm going to do my damnedest to do the to get the paperwork, all the paperwork I need, because I want to get the property off the tax roll also. That's another project too that I want
Yeah.
to do when I get piece of
You can
property.
only get an alloidal title in Nevada and Texas, but
Yeah.
otherwise you'll be bound to that. But
Well, that's
if you find something and figure out what the minimum square footage is, and then even if you have to put on like a lean-to or something that bumps it up, you'll figure it out. You'll get creative. Just save up every penny and be ready for any opportunity. Like, it'll come. You got to
yeah.
keep that in the universe that something is going to come, and
Oh
you'll
no,
find.
I have no doubt I'll survive it. I just don't know how I'm gonna do it yet.
Yeah.
I've got like no freaking clue. I'm just like, because I wasn't really interested or even wanting to move anywhere. I have no interest to go anywhere else. You know what I mean? So when he popped this on me last year, basically, he's like, I'm gonna sell the property. I'm like, well, fuck.
Have you
Well, the
done
God's
any?
honest truth is you don't have a choice right now, so it doesn't matter if you're uncomfortable or not.
You're right. You
You're
have a
gonna
point
have
there.
to
Fair enough. Fair
fucking
enough.
make some decisions.
Yeah.
And I'm
Well,
saying that from a place of love.
No.
is he put it on the market yet, though?
No.
I mean, have they
He,
taken
no. He is. It's
steps
not on
to?
the market yet. That's the
Have they
reason
had
why.
an appraiser out? Are they
You
taking
have plenty
steps in
of
that
time.
direction?
Hmm.
Okay. On my dad. Okay. See, like I said, my uncle is the one that's kind of pressuring or kind of convinced my dad. So when my uncle actually gets ready to put his on the market, that's when my dad's going to put his on the market at the same time. And as they basically sell the two pieces as one lump chunk, because they're right next to each other.
Hmm.
And neither one of them live here. They're like tourists. They only come out here like a couple of times a year or some shit. You know what I mean? I'm the
Right.
only one that lives out here full time. You know what I mean?
Oh,
You have plenty of time.
I guess. What's kind of funny too? I'll tell you this, Virginia. I should be really, really freaking out and very like it, like on edge trying to find this thing. It's like but my gut is not freaking out. So I have a weird thing going on right now. I don't know what the fuck I'm not sure what to think. My gut I should always trust my gut. All right.
well, go
But my
with your
head's like trying to
intuition.
like saying I should be like, freaking out. I should be like, working really hard and whatever, I don't know. It's really weird. Moonchild. Oh, I didn't even know you were in there. Good to see you, girl.
I'd go with your intuition, your imagination, and your empathy.
Yeah.
Maybe tell dad and uncle, well, I can understand why, you guys aren't really around. You're not out here enjoying the place like you used to. Sure wish you'd come out. Don't know why you don't. Maybe they'd change
Yeah.
their minds.
See, that's the thing. It's like I said, my this is another thing too. Like this is my dad. All right. My dad just recently just got remarried. All right. Now I didn't even know he was dating. I didn't even know. He didn't tell us he was getting married or any of this stuff. He tell us after the fact. All right. And
Oh man, why is there always a woman involved?
well, see, I don't I don't know how involved she'll get. That's another thing
Uh-huh.
too. 'Cause I'm not, I don't know how much she'll influence his thinking either. So, um, but that's another thing too, because he just moved out to the villages out there in Ocala, which is this massive retirement community, and he meets a woman, gets remarried, Now he's living his life out there in the retirement community. You know, he's having a good time. And this out here, he's just like, he doesn't want to deal with it. He doesn't want to put any more money into it. He's just assume just get rid of it. You know, and
Well, what made Uncle and Dad fall in love with this place in the first place?
dude, it wasn't. Dude, it's been in our family for a couple of generations.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that's
Well,
even worse to get rid of it.
It
well, that's
sounds
what
to
I'm.
me
Yeah.
though like you have plenty of time. Like these are just things they're talking about. Nothing's even started yet. You have plenty of time. Save up, shop the markets. When the market tanks next year, it'll be a buyer's market. There's a lot of positives to this.
That's the thing I'm sitting
There's
there
that
thinking
sense
too.
of no, you didn't want to, but you have a lot of silver linings.
Yeah.
The biggest problem is they haven't made moves to get it on the market yet. That's
Yeah.
why. That's probably why your intuition isn't going off, going, "Oh, radar."
That was another thing I was sitting there thinking. It's like, if it continues this trend, both of them are going to have to like either reduce their price
Mhm.
quite a bit just to sell
Or
it,
just keep
or
sitting on it.
they're going to have to sit on it. Yep.
Yep. So honestly, you don't know anything right now. Just get your ducks in a row as much as
I'm
you
trying.
can.
I'm working on it. It's
Squirrel.
just, um, I gotta find something. And I want to find something decent. You know what I mean? I don't want to settle for something that just,
Yeah.
it's going to be a bad time. Um, because I mean, I do know some places, but it's just the neighborhood. I don't want to have to deal with these crackheads that will come over and steal my shit.
Right.
So I don't want to go there. But I mean, I've seen some cheap property out there.
Right.
But
Well, hopefully as rural as possible.
You can live in a really nice place, and those crackheads still, boom, there they are.
Yeah. Right.
yeah, you have a point there. But I'm trying to stay far away from all that crap. If I can.
You
Yeah.
can't
just
escape them. Those.
Tuck myself somewhere in the back of a wood somewhere. You know what I mean?
That's
don't
kind
know.
of where they want to be too.
I
Unfortunately.
guess. I don't know. I just, I just don't want to be anywhere near town. It's like,
Right.
you get down there in Panama City and Panama City Beach. I just don't want to be. I've worked down there so much, and I've lived out there in like Santa Rosa Beach and all that stuff. I've lived on it. I don't want to be down there anymore. I like living out here just on the outskirts, in the rural area. I'm close enough within 40 minutes getting in there if I want to, but I don't want to live in it.
Yeah.
And
I
you
get
got
that.
water, and you can have a little garden and take care of yourself out there. And
Yeah, I can if I want to. Yeah, at the moment, yeah. I mean, I've got a little one. It's not much when it comes down to a garden, but there's much more that could be done to this property. Put it this way: if I had full control or I own this property, I would. There was a lot of things I want to do to it to make it kind of work for me. You know what I mean? Instead of constantly putting money and time into it and getting nothing in return other than it looks nice.
Well, I agree with Moonchild. You might have to settle for a reasonable priced place at first, and then build toward. And you have time to do that. Like
I don't know.
step
know if
by
I do.
step.
I
Don't
don't know.
look too
That's the
far
problem.
ahead, because that's what fucks up your head. You know what I'm saying? Don't look too
That-
far ahead. The anxiety comes from doing that.
Yeah. I'm trying to see. That's another thing too. I'm trying not to, but the future's so up in the air and all this other shit. It's like
Yeah.
I don't know what to expect next week or tomorrow. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, a lot of us are in that boat, my friend. Just row one paddle at a time, go
Just
side
make
to
sure I got-
side, keep it steady. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? But you got this.
Yeah. Just make sure I got a bag of popcorn ready for when it all.
Some popcorn and some pemmican, sure. Whatever makes you feel like you're set. It doesn't matter though. Like as far as those little things, like you will find something. Put it out there in the universe as you search, as you look. What is it that you really want? Like, don't assign blame to your dad maybe wanting to sell this, or that it's not the timing you want, or whatever.
Yeah.
I'll be totally blunt with you. Those are excuses and fears. Fuck those fears. Start looking at shit. Start figuring out some data. What is it going to take? What do I need to save up? Who's on my side? Who do I know that I can pinch a parcel off of? You know, be proactive. That lack of control, that feeling of lack of control is the immediate impetus for depression and anxiety.
You
The
know,
older
and I agree
get-
with you. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
The older I get, and I'm like, oh, I don't know, 60 something, 5 now, somewhere around in there. The older I get, I'm really getting creepier and meaner. Sometimes old people are just mean. Old people can be really mean, and sometimes you just don't listen to them.
Mhm.
Well, how old do you have to be where you're just like, you know, you can say whatever you want to say, and people are just like, don't pay attention to me, he old. How old do you have to be?
I was 4.
Right? Yeah, for sure. I was 3 or 4. I mean, shit. You know, you and I, Anarchy, are pretty much the same age. It's I don't. Wisdom comes from experience more than years. I know a lot of 80-year-olds that are naive and completely clueless, and a lot of 30-year-olds that have done a lot of boot stomping and get it, you know. So it's not really that part of it. It's that you have the fortitude to do this. Don't look too far ahead. Don't let it kick your ass. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have time. You have what it takes to do the work, to look into what your options are. You've got connections. Don't let the lack of control in the immediate moment stop you from figuring out, making that list. What are my options?
Right. Because I'm gonna tell you, man. I don't want to be in a worse situation than I'm in now. Put it that way.
Right?
Put it this way, because, like, for instance, I mean, you know, not everything that I have, I need. You know what I mean? But there
Yeah.
is a lot of stuff that I have gathered in the past, 15 years that I've actually gathered to keep me alive for a while after the shit hit the fan scenario for like the whole damn country or the whole world or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want to reduce that. I mean, I don't want to have to come to a situation where I have to get rid of a bunch of that or sell it off or something like that just so I can do with all this stuff. That bothers me, because I was like,
So you're uncomfortable with change. I mean, I'm going to call you out right
well,
now.
okay,
on your own channel. You
I
don't want to give anything up. You want exactly what you've got, where you've got it.
the reason why, I'll tell you, like I said, Virginia, it's like I've been moving around. I've fucking started over so many times. I'm just like,
Right.
please, I just don't want to do it again. I
Right.
mean, I understand, like, okay, all right, it's his property. He can do whatever he wants. If I get forced off, fine. I got no freaking choice. I got to just do whatever I got to do whatever I got to do. And then, even if it's down to like a fuck it type of mentality where I'll just leave it all behind and say, fuck it, you deal with it, Dad. I'm gone. You know what I mean? And just take whatever I can and put it in my car and just take off. You know what I mean? There is that as an option because I have that in the back of my head. I've done that many times before where I just had that fuck it attitude. I was like, fuck it. All right. Left everything behind and took whatever I can carry and then fucking just took off and dude, but I don't want to have to do that. So
you can throw your hands in the air and say fuck it, or you can use your hands and do something.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying not to get to that point. I don't want to get to that point. I don't want to have to get to that point. I'm capable of getting to that point.
Yes, you are.
And then
you're capable of both.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is like I don't want to, and that's the reason why I'm trying to hold on to what I've got because I've spent so damn long getting it together now, and then and I want to hold on to it. You know what I mean?
What?
And
the only constant in life is change. The only constant in life is that shit's gonna hit the fan in your world over and over and over again. there's no such thing as riding smooth for a hot minute. Something. It's called living.
Yeah.
So in a sense, I'm saying guss it up, figure out what you've got, look at the positives because you do have them, because not wanting to isn't going to prevent you having to accept that
Yeah.
and take control of the situation, however that looks for you. That will reduce your anxiety about it.
Yep. I definitely need to put it in the universe that, what
Yes.
I need. Because I mean, if I was to be like really picky and precise on what I want, like when it
Mhm.
comes down to a piece of property, I
Right.
want a piece of property that, it's got its own well on it, I want to have, I want to be pretty much self-sufficient to where I don't want to be on the grid. I mean, I can, but I would like to be able to find a way where I don't have to be. I'm trying to, and like I said, I'm trying to reduce my dependence on any part of the government whatsoever,
Mhm.
any part of that system, those benefits that they put out to everybody to get us enticed into the system. I want to break free of all of that stuff. That's the reason why, like, when I get property, I want to here in Florida, even in the state constitution, the national constitution, 14th Amendment of the National Constitution of the United States of America, and then also this case law and all this other stuff, we have the right to life, liberty, and property and happiness. Okay, property here, that is like your dwelling, like where you eat, sleep, shit, fuck, that's your private property. It's not in commerce. You're not using that in commerce. That's where you sleep. All right. Anything that has anything to do with commerce, they can tax. So that's the property where I eat, sleep, and fucking all that shit that does not apply to that statute. So they have no legal right to tax private
But
property.
it's still going to happen. This is one of those things that falls under acceptance. This is the system we live under. It is what it is for now. No matter what we dissect about it and
Well,
how fucked it is,
this is
it's
actually
still the
law. That's the
reality.
thing. This is actual law, though. This is the thing. It's case law, the Supreme Court law, the in the Constitution, the state constitution, all that stuff. When it comes down to it, I mean, it clearly defines it that the only thing that the state government can actually tax is properties that is like real property or real estate or anything like that, that it's commercial. All right, and that's the reason why they want to classify almost everything not private property, but like something like residential or this and that or whatever. Those
Yeah.
are commercial terms. If they
Right.
can classify it as that, then they can tax it. Well, if you all you do is eat, sleep, and fuck there, I mean, dude, that's your private property. That's whole
Yeah, it
household
doesn't.
goods.
That doesn't matter to their bylaws at all.
Well,
I
because
mean, I
they want to
agree with you
steal money
conceptually,
from you.
but
Yeah, because they
by
want
the
to
way,
continue the theft.
what's
Yeah.
up, Clarence?
Virginia and I live in the same county. I think you live in King,
Yeah.
right?
I
Well,
believe so.
We're getting taxed out of here like you can't believe private property.
Yep.
It's just, I mean, it's killing me, Virginia.
Yep.
How can they? How do? I mean, this is what I don't understand. The basic in my mind is kind of like the cognitive dissonance. Why does people believe that you got property, but yet you still got to pay rent on it every year to someone that doesn't have nothing? They don't own it. They don't have the deed. They don't have the lien. They don't have anything on it. So why did they get a piece of your property when you don't earn anything with that property? All you do is sleep there. You're not making money with it. So how can they? They have no right to any money out of it when it comes down to taxing you. I mean, like, for instance, if you had your business on your property, that's a different story. Like if you were a McDonald's, that's part of your assets and your stuff like that. That's real property. That's
Yeah,
you're making money off of it. You know what I mean?
And it's getting painful. And the harassment from this county. I mean, this county gets so much money. They have so many people to come out and bug you. That's another thing. It's just like they've got too much money because they've got paid harassers. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It'd be like someone coming along going, "Hey, we don't like you got that metal laying around.
Right.
I know you say you're going to make a knife out of it or something, or you're going
Right.
to make some artwork. Well, you can't do that, or it's like, oh, go away."
Yeah. I mean, what's your business? It's like, I wish people just mind their own business on that end. Like,
Yeah.
it's not your
That's what I
problem.
say
I'm
when
not
I
going to
don't
sit there and
think
try
that
and tell
makes
you
sense.
what to do with yours. So I expect the same in return. You know what I mean?
Why don't you tell me where you live and I'll come over and give you a hard time.
That's why I don't want anything to do with like HOA or anything like that. That is just crap. I
Yeah.
mean, I think those things need to be obliterated altogether all over the place. They just need to stop that crap. That's stupid.
Yep.
I hear you
Yeah,
out
I
there,
see
Paul.
you, Polarin, in the private chat. And how are you? I mean, you haven't said a word. Let's go.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Yeah, I was just
There
taking
you
a
go.
standby and waiting to break in there.
Wanted to hear
Right
your
on.
voice.
Right on.
hmm
Yeah, just because there's a lot of stuff when it comes down to a tax of some kind. Like even the driving thing. Technically, I'm not a driver. I'm a traveler. All right. Technically, I'm committing fraud by even claiming that I'm a driver and I have a motor vehicle, not an automobile. I'm technically committing fraud. If I want to be a law abider and follow the exact law, I need to take my fucking tag off, give it back to the damn DMV to just sling my license back at them, and then, just be traveling in my automobile, like, literally, because that's what the law is. It's even it's so crazy. I mean, there's so many case law, and then also the Constitution and all this other stuff. You know what I mean? And if I wanted to be an actual law abider, because right now I'm committing fraud doing this. So because I'm not. It doesn't. I'm breaking the law right now. I'm lying to get a driver's license.
Well, what allegedly for entertainment purposes only? That would be a funny book in Minecraft.
Yeah.
What?
You know what I'm saying? Shit.
So it's like, there's a lot of stuff out there that if everybody looked into and actually started exercise, even me, I'm kind of afraid because I just don't like going to jail. You know what I mean? And I know most likely I'd probably get pulled out of my car a couple of times, before they get the hint or whatever, or I get some kind of like do not detain type of order on me.
Okay, that's the worst case scenario, though. That's assuming that you're not going to have anywhere to go or anything set up a little bit, or even a little plot where you can sort of camp out for a while if you had to, while you get small something put
that's
together.
a problem. I used to live in my
the
van.
worst case scenario.
Well, I'm always preparing for what could happen. The worst
Sure.
case. It's like
Yeah,
prepare for the
could.
worst and hope for the best, that kind of thing. I'm just kind of I'm not even hoping for the best. I'm trying to actually create the best, or manifest the best.
All right, so you've talked about the worst. How often do you think about the best? How often do you say to yourself, okay, the best case would be I find half an acre, I'm able to set up a little bit of shop.
Yeah.
Put that out there at least to the same degree as the worst case. You know what I'm saying?
Because I mean, I know what I know what I kind of need or want out of it.
Well, you kind of want to stay where you're at, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, there it is. Demand it from the universe.
Well, I'll tell you this. I have to be honest with you. There's a small smidgen of me that actually secretly fucking wishes that the whole housing market will go to shit and they will not be able to sell the property.
It's gonna
You
go
know?
to shit. So
Yeah,
don't worry.
I know, but I'm just saying, there is a small part of me that's rooting for it. You know, I mean, that's kind of sucky to think that, you know, because that would probably affect a lot of people. But
Yeah,
I'm kind of, there's a small part.
it's going to.
I
So,
know.
but in the meantime, get your
I
ducks in
know.
a row. You know,
I know.
don't be
That's
a
what I'm working
bitch
on.
and
I'm
just
working on.
sit
I'm
back
working
and
on it.
not do anything. You know,
I'm
you
working on
think
it.
of that as an opportunity to you have more. You bought time to get your ducks in a row. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Take accountability for your future, because
Yeah.
at some point something's going to go down where your dad will no longer be with us, his property, his whatever. At some point, it's
Yeah.
just
See
going to
that?
be you,
That's
yourself,
that's
and you.
that's always another one of those worst case scenario type of things too.
Yes.
Like if he was to pass on to tomorrow, where would
Mhm.
I be there? And I'm just like, because I have no idea if he's got anything when it comes down to a will. He said he did long time ago. This is like 15 years ago. We sat here and talked about it, you know, because we were talking about this a long time ago, you know, before I moved out this way. And but anyway, I don't know if he ever did it. You know, he said he was going to do something. And because there's four of us kids, he was going to split the 7 acres into four pieces, you know, give four, you know, each of us a piece. But
Mhm.
I can't even expect that to happen because even now, today, all that's shot to shit because he wants to sell the whole thing. You know, it's like, you know, because my brother and sisters don't even care. They don't want anything to do with this property out here, you
Mhm.
know. So,
Well, perhaps angle is to start doing the research to where you can piece off, take a little crumb, maybe 5% of it that gets knocked off for you to pay off and do and whatever. That's the most immediate thing I would look at in your shoes. Is there
yeah.
anything you can do to acquire 5 or 10% of the spot somewhere off and out of the way or whatever? Um, and what would it take to do that and just kind of piece it off? That's
I mean, you know, even that would be kind of good. I mean, I'd be all right with that because, I got a pole barn that's right next to me. I mean,
mm-hmm,
I was like, you know, hell, just a piece where the pole barn is, you know, it's like a small piece right there where that pole barn is. I'd be fine, you know, because then I can turn that pole barn into my house. You know, I was sitting
right.
there thinking, I was like, I can make half of it like a my house, like apartment type on half of it, and the other half of it make that my workshop, my you know, and where I can continue making stuff, and because I want to continue making stuff, but the thing is like right now I just especially if I start working for a company or whatever, I just get so busy with that and tired. I don't really feel like going into my shop doing anything,
Mm-hmm.
you know. But that's another thing that kind of irritates me a little bit too. Now I think about it, I'm like, there's a lot of things that just get put on the fucking back burner because I'm doing other shit, and I don't know.
It'll come. Be patient.
What would
That's what
your
I'm saying. It's like,
Sure.
like I said, I know I'll survive it. I just don't know how I'm going to do it yet. I'm just trying
Play
to
some Bob Marley.
work it,
Every
work it.
little thing is gonna be all right.
Yeah, because
Don't worry about a
like I
thing.
said, my brain is telling me to freak out. I should be like all impatient. All like in a, like scurrying around like a chicken with a head cut off type of thing, trying to get shit done. But my gut is not doing that. My
Well,
gut's
good.
telling me to just tell me and to chill out. That's my gut tells me. And
Mm-hmm.
so it's kind of weird. I have that conflict of shit going on in my, in my thought process.
Yeah.
what would your
Um,
ancestors think about your dad and uncle getting rid of this place? Your
I have no idea.
I
See, from the stories, from what I understand, it was like a couple granddads back. He's the one that bought the property or got the property. The way he did it, it was slick too. How he got it. All right, and what he did is he found this property out here, and it was had all this timber on it. All right, and he went up to the local timber company at the time, and and got a cruiser with it's like the guys that come out and assess the value of the timber on the property. Well, he got a cruiser to come out and they assessed the amount of how much money it was worth. They got the timber company to cut him a check for the timber. He took that check and bought the property with it.
Oh, that's almost as good as winning it in a card game.
I know. I was like, and that's how he got a hold of it. And it's like, it was I think it was like 3 40-acre lots. And they were split up between a bunch of family members and stuff. And now what's left is basically, you know, when my granddad and his brother died, a bunch of the kids, they got them, the pieces of it and stuff like that. And that's where it's at now. And like, you know, now, like, you know, I got a bunch of other cousins and stuff like that. They don't want to sell anything. They've got another piece on the backside. And then I got my dad and his brother and his sister. They're all thinking about selling. And then also I got another uncle that's like, he's in by marriage. That's got 2 acres. He's selling, and they're all thinking about doing it all at the same time and just like selling it as one chunk. But I think my dad's brother is the one that's really doing the influencing. He's been that way all his life, or all my life anyway. You know, he's always.
Well, get your thoughts and your voice into that pie, figure out the most reasonable spot that someone has to offer, and buy one. Call it a day.
I know. I was sitting there thinking about that. Actually, I've been thinking about like how to approach. I got another uncle that has a piece of property out here that he doesn't want to sell. All right, but he's been MIA for about a year because his son just died. So nobody's really talked to him, and but he lives in Orlando, and we're up here, Panama City, but his son is buried like in a graveyard, is like not that far away from here.
Right.
And I think the main reason why he's holding on to the property is because actually it's my granddad's old house, that the property he's got. And I think the main reason why he's holding on to it is because it's just, you know, memories. And then also it's like right down the road from his son, where his son's buried and all that other stuff. But if I ever get the chance, which, like I said, it's been about a little over a year, I'm trying to figure out how I can approach him with this. You know what I mean? Because I was sitting there thinking, I was like, I don't want to intrude or anything like that, and you know, any of that kind of crap. But I was sitting there thinking, I was like, well, maybe I can, you know, I don't know, park a camper behind the barn and be like the caretaker of the place, you know, or something.
I'd see if I could form an alliance with my relatives around there and kind of have them get together and say, no, you can't sell Granddad's place.
At least make an alliance with the most likely person to do what you just said, you know, that you kind of for their little spot and whatever. And if you can find a way to pinch off someone's parcel and buy it for cheap, like a half an acre of someone's shit, that is your ticket.
Yeah, I know. I'm working on it because, I mean, honestly, my dad's sister, my aunt, see, this is the thing with her. She's got dementia now and like Alzheimer's or whatever. So I think the power of attorney is going to the kids, which is my cousin. And I haven't talked to them in a while, but I'm trying to get up with them, and I want to sit there and see. It's like, okay, it's undeveloped. There's all woods. There's nothing on it. And I was like, man, I could start from basically scratch on that property. And on the back side of the property, it's got a creek. So that's actually a plus in my mind. So I was like, man, that would be kind of cool, you know, but it's getting up with everybody and trying to get kind of get the conversation going. You know, I don't want to I don't know.
Well, your uncle that lost his son, he might be lonely and, you know.
Well, yeah, I mean, see, that's the thing. It's like, I don't know. I'm chalking it up as grieving. You know what I mean? I'm chalking it up as that. The reason why he's kind of like went MIA, basically, you know. you know, him and his wife and all that stuff, man. They got another kid too, but it was a long time coming before he died. He had I can't remember exactly what kind of disease it was, but it was like it was a while coming
Hmm.
type of thing, you know, having to deal with that for a few years. But anyway, that's the reason why I was like, I don't even know how to exactly approach him with the idea. There's also a
Just
part of me that's
ask
like,
directly.
yeah,
Don't
well,
overthink it.
okay, well, yeah, good point, fair enough. If I get the chance to talk to him face to face, what I'm gonna do is just like, you know, more like feel him out, see
Hmm.
where he's at, you know, like what he's thinking about doing, if he's still not wanting to sell his piece and all that stuff, and what's his plans with it, and blah blah blah, and then kind of like, okay, well, you know, hey, your brothers are selling their place, they're gonna probably force me out. Do you mind if I can't, you know, come over here and I can be like the caretaker for this place or whatever? Because they hardly, it's like maybe once a year they come out here,
Hmm.
you
Right.
know.
Yeah,
And
just be direct and honest. That's your best bet in the long run in every way, you know?
yeah, because I mean,
Maybe
you
it's
know,
time for you to throw a big old family reunion.
Right?
shit, no, you know, I'm gonna tell you
At
something now,
market.
that's oh man, oh man, you just don't know my family, man, oh man.
Hey, we all have that family, okay?
Let me tell you. See,
Yeah.
we used to, when I was a kid, we used to come out here every Thanksgiving. All right, and it'd be a big thing, you know, a bunch of cousins and stuff like that, and uncles and all that stuff, all this stuff, man. Back when I was a kid, and then I don't know, it was probably where I was like a teenager. That's when it kind of like went down to a skeleton crew, and now it just doesn't happen. We don't do anything. Um, it used to be a big deal.
The last couple of years have been hard on people. They've really forced people apart with these ridiculous sanctions that
Well,
they put on all of us.
yeah, well, screw all that, man. I'm gonna tell you something, man. I was like, I actually did that. I'd like, you know, in defiance, like, screw you. Yeah, I can't go visit my mom or something like that. You know, fuck you. I'm not gonna, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, just give him the Zach finger there, 1122.
I'm telling you, Fuller. I'm telling you because I mean, seriously, you know, you know, they were talking about like in New York or whatever, where you couldn't like visit your relatives in like those retirement community, like the convalescent homes or whatever.
Oh,
I was
yeah.
like, no, 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 no. Uh. You know, it's like, you know, even in around here, when like the whole thing was going off, like, you know, for the couple of years or whatever, you know, there were people didn't really, you know, especially the locals right here, people didn't put masks on. You know what I mean? I mean, yeah, there's some people that did, but you know, majority of the people that you saw that they're not from around here. You know, they're not locals around here.
I
Because this
heard
is a,
Florida was like that, but up here in Washington, people have been absolute
I know, I've heard it.
NAZIs about it. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, Independent Men United. I talk to her all the time, man. She was telling me about that.
Yep.
You know, and
Hundo. I have to go, dude.
all
But
right.
it's been real.
Well,
Sure
man,
has.
I really appreciate you coming in. I tell you, man. I haven't seen you around, so I love having you around.
Sure nice
Well,
talking to you, Virginia.
you too, Cindy. And frankly, Wingnut, you know, you're an OG to me. Like I love to talk to you. So I'm sorry I haven't been around as much. I've been just there's stuff.
Well, hey, it's
Life.
not only you, man. I mean, it's me too, man. I've been kind of, you know, doing my own thing, and
Well,
Yeah.
I like to do summer. Summer's good.
Right there, yeah, lots with summer and
Hmm.
family and just things, but my affection is not diminished. So I'll see you guys soon. Okay, thanks for having me on.
all
Love you,
right, man.
darling.
See ya.
Have a good one
Night.
there, Virginia.
I just love that woman.
Yeah, tell you, man, she's a good cookie.
Sure is.
You know, I mean, that's one of the things that I mean it drives me nuts about how communist that YouTube's getting. You know, because I use YouTube not necessarily just you know, because I don't watch TV, I watch YouTube nowadays, um, but I also use YouTube as kind of like a networking thing. You know what I mean? I met
Yeah.
Virginia here on YouTube, so um, you know, there's a lot of that stuff that's like, you know, if you can sift through all the crap that's out there on YouTube, you can find the good ones out there.
I think I
You know?
found her hanging in Dangerous Freedom.
Yep, that's how I met her too.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ron introduced Ron. I'm gonna tell you something, man. I still thank Ron for doing what he did because, quite honestly, man, there's a lot of people I met through him, and you know, just doing what he was doing. You know, I have
He was
much respect.
amazing. I had to get over a hurdle or two to get used to him a little bit, you know. But then once I figured him out, I was like, oh God, I get it. This guy's just all right. I get it. And then he up
Yeah.
and died on my birthday.
That sucks too, man. Because I mean,
I
you know,
know.
it's like, you know, because like I said, um it it was just another reminder for me because this happened to me before. I've known people to die for various reasons or whatever, but it was just like another reminder. Anybody can die at any time, you know. I
That's
mean,
right.
I'll have to admit that last couple of like live streams he did, you can almost see that there was something wrong.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? But the thing is, like, you know, nobody was expecting him to fucking kick the bucket. You know what I mean? But
I
still, you
know.
know,
I know.
it sucked. You know, I actually, man, you know, I didn't know him personally, like face to face type personally, but I knew him through YouTube. You know,
Hmm.
and
Many a good laugh was had. That's for sure.
I'm gonna tell you, you know, and that was another thing too. You know, it's like even me doing some of these live streams. You know, sometimes I want to like provide a place kind of like what Ron did. You know what I mean? You know, for people to hang out. We can sit here and shoot the shit, talk about, you know, whatever. You know what I mean? And but that's what brings me back to that frustration of how YouTube has been treating me lately. You know, because like I said, I got on my main channel, Anarchy Television. That one, I got a second strike on that sucker just today, and it's like the 14th video
Oh,
since
dang.
February. Yeah, since February, it's the 14th video deleted. You know, so that's the reason why I'm on this one right now is because I can't even post anything on the other one right now.
Wow.
And,
Are they gonna let up on the reins or give you back your channel soon or do you have
they
any
haven't get. I mean, I don't
idea?
know. I mean, I think since it's the second strike, I can't remember how many days it is. I'm on like YouTube jail
30.
basically.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Okay.
30 days.
30.
Yep.
Holy cow.
And if I get another strike within or another if I get another strike within 90 days, they'll delete my channel because that'll be my third strike. You know what I mean? And who knows? All these videos that they keep on deleting are old ones too. So it's like they're just going through them and fucking cherry picking and like, oh, there's another one. There's something else that we can violate damn community guidelines straight for some reason. You know, it's like, and it
Well,
bothers
that's
me because,
crazy. That's like
huh?
retroactive punishment. Like you should get punished right away, if you're gonna
Well, I
be-
mean, you know, it went through the whole damn process to get fucking, to get downloaded and all that other shit. You know what I mean? You know, it's like there was nothing wrong with it when I downloaded it, and there was
Not
nothing
only
wrong
that,
with
but
it for a year. You know,
you lose your video too, right?
yeah, that's another thing too, because I don't have backup. I don't have these videos backed up, and then on top of that, the I have no idea exactly like what exactly triggered the violation. You know what I'm saying? They give us such a broad like claim of what happened, but there's no it's like, and then on top of that, I can't go back to the video, view the video and see what they're talking about. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because it's already been deleted. And I'm just like, well, fuck. I don't know if it's like YouTube like as
I
the
mean, because
the
it could be
algorithm
something.
or the bots or whatever doing it, or it's actually people that are coming into my channel and fucking doing some kind of reporting thing or whatever. I don't know what's happening.
It could be something as simple as, I don't know, something you could edit out, maybe.
That's what the thing is. It's like I don't know that, you know, I don't have the video to sit there and like, okay, well, let me watch it again. Let me see what you're trying to say. What violated what? I can edit that out and then keep the video. But I don't know. It's like I don't even have the video to even do that with because they'll delete it and then it's gone. I'm like, fuck. You know, it's like crazy too because I haven't been making any videos or doing any live streams for a little while. So I'm sitting there. My video count is actually going backwards instead of getting more. It's like I can't make videos fast enough. You know what I mean?
That's crazy.
It sucks, man, because I was just like, because some of that information, like I said, I did a lot of digging, and found a lot of stuff, man. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna put this out there, and you guys, yeah, I was putting the information out. And it's like you make your own decision. You know what I mean? It's like, if you think this is okay, if you think any of the shit I was trying to warn you about or any of the stuff I was trying to tell you talk about, you find fault in it, do some research and then find out if I'm bullshitting. You know what I mean? I'm looking for the thinking part. You know what I mean? If somebody thinks I'm
Right.
full of shit, well, okay, prove me wrong. You know what I mean? Go look into it. Because if I know if they looked into it, they'd find the same thing I found. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Because most people just they're turning their brain off, or they're not thinking anymore. And I kind of blame the internet and the cell phones and all that other shit because you know it's kind of making us stupid. You know what I mean? You're relying on the information to be right there at your fingertips. You don't have to worry about spelling anymore because it's autocorrect, and I don't need to remember phone numbers anymore because it's right there in the phone. My memory is not what it used to be. I'll tell you that. You know what I mean? It's not just because of age. It's just it's also because, like, for instance, when I was younger, used to be able to remember phone numbers, and then cell phones and the internet came into play. Now I can't remember shit when it comes down to phone numbers.
Well, I don't have a cell phone, so I know the theater's number, I know the fire station's number, and
There
not
you go.
just, I
Right.
know all these numbers that I've known probably for 50 years now,
Right.
and
I,
I know my kids' numbers by heart and stuff.
yeah.
And I
Because
dial them. I actually dial them, not
that's
with
what I think helps keep the memory in, because you'd actually dial them. On my cell phone, I don't dial it. I just push their name and then boom, it dials it for me, you know. And so I can't even retain them for some reason. I can't even retain the phone numbers anymore. Um, but
Well, don't say you can't, because that's when your brain says, "Okay, remember, you can't do that." So you got to
well,
say,
no, okay,
I
you
can
have a
remember
point.
that. I
Fair
can
enough.
remember that."
Fair enough. I'm unable to do it because I haven't been able to. Put it
It's
that
just
way.
so convenient to see the name and go boom, right?
Right. Right. That's the problem. Is the convenience. You know what I mean? Making everything convenient. The convenient
But
stores,
they
fast
told
food
us that
restaurants.
lie, that computers and phone, all this stuff was going to make our lives so much easier. And I find my life more complicated now that I don't sit down and write my checks. I get on the internet and pay my bills. My life feels more complicated now than when I was doing those kinetic things to make my life work.
Well, you know what's bugging me on that level too? It's like I went into the Dollar General, all right, and I'm sitting there. I'm I'm sit- you know I just want to get through the cash register or get my stuff and get out. All right. Well, um, they've got uh, more of these self checkouts than they do actual, like, ones with the actual cashier or whatever.
Hmm.
And the cashier was all like lined up. Everybody wants to go to the cashier, and then the one machine that takes cash was busted. All the rest of them were card only. So I'm sitting there, I'm like, what good is this? And not only that, man, it's like I'm doing their job, I'm preventing somebody to get employed as a
Yeah,
cashier doing this
yeah, you feel
self-checkout
like
shit.
you're actually taking a job.
Yeah. You think about it, it's like somebody was actually sitting there, actually had employment and, as a cashier, now that's being taken because they want to do all this self-checkout shit, you know, and then, and it's like majority of it, they want to try and switch it to the cards. I'm like, I don't have a card, I do everything cash. You know what I mean?
And they want to get rid of that.
Yeah, they're trying. And I mean, because even like when all this crap happened, like a couple years ago, they were doing like this coin shortage. All right. I mean, literally, there were stores around here that were putting signs up in the damn window and saying like, there's a corn shortage. We can't get back exact change. It's like, it's fucking crazy, man. They want to get rid of it. They want to make it a cashless system. And I mean, that's the reason why I was sitting there. It's like, the computers, because I've been following the progress of like, AI systems and different computer networks and different platforms and all this other stuff. Robotics, cybernetics, and the evolution of where it's going.
Yeah. Who was saying that? If they could go in the future 50 years or something like that. Oh, I think it was right before I came to hang out with you. I was over at Aloha Steve's, and somebody said, would you go into the future 50 years and see what it looked like? And I started thinking about that, and I was like, wow, what is it going to look like?
Well, imagine what it, all right, 50 years in the past to now, the progression of what's happened to now. All right. Just think the speed of that, like almost doubled, if not, infinitely,
Yeah, pretty much.
gotten faster and faster.
Once we
You know
got
what I
that
mean?
transistor, right? Things just took off.
Well, that's another thing too. It brings me back to these. It could have been beings from another planet or dimension that were giving technology. And in return for what, I'm not sure, but
Yeah,
because
or those Morlocks coming from the underground.
yeah, it could be. Because I mean, like there was like even the Anasazi, they believed the creatures that were coming out of these spiral vortexes or whatever it was, were like the reptilians, and they were the ones that were actually that were corrupting the shamans. They were getting the shamans to do stuff like sacrificials and stuff like that because they actually ate humans and they also drank the blood and all that stuff. So they were getting them to do it to themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how the whole thing got like, wiped out in a sense. But because if you look at the archaeological stuff of it,
you're right about the spirals. Those symbols are almost on every single culture's.
Yep.
Right. Like from Ireland to South America, as far as you can go down to.
Yep.
They're everywhere.
So if they can come in and out at any time, I mean, because it depends on what species it is too, because I think there's many species that are floating around.
Probably as many as models of cars.
It could be.
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna tell you something, man. Because what was it, the like the Skinwalker Ranch thing, and then you got like the idea of like Bigfoot, and then you got the idea of like all this other stuff, man. That's like, glimpses of whatever it is, I mean, or like the Thin Man, or just any of these abduction stories, what I mean?
Shadow people.
The shadow people stuff, that's where I was going with the camouflage technology. See, if these beings are advanced as I think they are, they probably got some type of like camouflage, you know, and that could be like, you know, that thing that like the shadow people, because when I think of the shadow people, I think of like you out of the peripheral vision of your eye, you might see something out there, and then when you look, it's gone.
Yeah, but you know
That's
darn good and well you saw it.
that was a shadow. That was one of the shadow people. All right, you know damn well that was something there. But
Yeah, I've seen
when
them.
you
I
look
have
directly
seen
at
them.
it, that's when it disappears. But it was at the corner of your eye and the peripheral of your vision. You saw it. You know what I mean? That's the thing. It's like, what if their camouflage is just so when you look
Like
directly at it,
Predator
you can't see it?
versus Alien kind of that movie where the
Yeah,
Predator
predator.
had
Yeah,
the absolute mirror camouflage of what was behind him.
right. But I
Yeah.
mean, or like, um, just like something that like when you look directly at it, you can't see it, but you can see it out of the corner of your eye. You just can't when you look directly at it. I don't know, but I
But that's
mean,
your
you know, there.
intuition going off too.
Yeah, but because for all I know, they could be sitting right here next to me. You know what I mean? Uh, I just wouldn't be able to see it. You know what I
Well,
mean?
I pretty much always think they are.
Right. Well, I mean, there's a good possibility. There's energy all
I've
over the
seen
place. I know
spirit
that.
animals.
Well, I
I
mean,
have.
it's kind of like you ever heard of those things like orbs?
Oh
You know what
yeah,
I'm talking about? Like
one went
balls of
through
light.
my pasture. My son saw it, and it was
Yeah.
a big blue orb, and it went very slowly through the top of my pasture, and it turned and it went up the hill. And then one of his friends on Facebook said, I was driving down the main highway and there was this big blue ball in front of me. And
Right.
he got on and he goes, don't worry, I saw it too. So they both saw it.
Right. Well, that's even more interesting when you got more than one person seeing the same thing.
But when it went out of sight where he was watching it, that's where she picked it up.
Right.
Yeah. So
Huh.
well no. And it was big and it was blue, he said, and moving really slow. Now,
I'll tell you
those,
this.
they say to run from those. If you get around one of those big orbs, to get away from them
Yeah.
because they abduct people.
My aunt, she was down here by one of the ponds one night, and it was just right at right at dusk, right when the sun was going down, and she was taking pictures of the pond, and the pictures you could see these orbs on the other side of the fucking pond in the photos. And
Wow.
you didn't see them with your naked eye, but in the photos they were there. It's crazy. And but there's I was sitting there. I've seen a few things in my life that I can tell you what it wasn't, but I couldn't tell you what it was. You
Hmm.
know what I mean? It was really odd. I was like, okay, that's not an airplane. That's not like a falling star. That's not a satellite. You know, you
A
know what I
lot of
mean?
people don't even want to admit to that. They won't even tell people what they've seen
Yeah. Well,
because
you know,
they don't want people to think they're crazy. But I've been called crazy all my life, so I never really cared
yeah,
anyway.
yeah,
So,
yeah. I feel you on that one.
hmm.
That's the thing. It's like, I'm the most normal person I know. Everybody else is crazy. You know, but that's the thing. It's like, I have seen a few things in my life, man, where I can definitely, it was not, I could tell you what it was not, but I could not tell you exactly what it was. And it made me question things. You know what I mean? It's
Well,
kind of like that guy I met, you know?
think about the limited spectrum of light that we can see. Think about the
Right,
limited hearing that we have.
right.
Our senses are so much less than even like our dogs hear better than us. So 10,000
I
times
know.
better than we do.
I know. That's why I
So,
like mushrooms and LSD.
hey, I'll tell you what, I can't wait until the Amanita muscaria come on in my yard. I delight in those things.
Right? Yeah, I can.
I'm waiting for it to rain.
Yeah. Well,
They're beautiful.
I
And
mean, is that you can get them in this time of year, or is it mostly springtime when they come out, or is it just like when it comes like
no,
a
around
warm,
my
moist
yard,
mornings?
it's it's the fall after the rains.
Oh, okay. Yeah, right on.
under the conifers in the
Because I,
moss.
I like see that's the thing, the reason why I like for instance LSD. To me, LSD is like an amplifier, like for your stereo. All right. To me, it amplifies my vision and my hearing. All right. And mushrooms or psilocybin is an amplifier also, but it amplifies my empathy, my feeling. You know, susceptible to vibrations. I use it for those particular reasons. You know what I mean? Because when I was doing a lot of that stuff back in the day, I wasn't doing it to just get high. I was actually going into like more of a, I guess, a spiritual
A
type of
spiritual,
scenario.
a
Yeah, I
spiritual
was
journey.
using it for a certain reason.
Well,
You
I
know,
also
like
believe that they're incredible medicine, and
yeah,
I've got a spinal cord injury and quite a lot of nerve issues. So these things that are coming out of the ground, these things are medicine for us. And
mm,
anything that they tell you, oh, that's poison, run away, don't have that, don't do that, don't do that. Those things are the things that heal.
right.
Well,
Well,
maybe we're going too far in this conversation into some
Well,
kind
no,
of a
what reminded me about it when you were talking about the light. See, there's so many spectrums that our eyes on a normal basis doesn't see. But when
yeah.
my eyes got dilated, I saw all of those spectrums. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
I
That
mean,
was
I can
another thing too.
remember my girlfriend and me went the horse pasture walk, right? And on the way down, we were indulging, got in the rowboat, and she didn't know how to row, which was great because she was going around in circles. And it was a beautiful fall day, and the sun was out, and I was just laying in the boat, tripping, looking at this beautiful colors everywhere, and the spectrum was so expanded. And we just had a ball that day.
Yeah.
It's perfect, except I got a stomach ache, but no big deal. But yeah.
I
it
haven't had a bad time anyway, put it that way.
it it really does good stuff. And of course, I'm never gonna ever say people should overindulge in anything, but
No, no. See, you got to go in with a certain state of mind in my mind. That's the reason why I was saying, it's not like, there were some people that were doing this shit, man, just like, I want to get fucked up. I'm like, no, 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 no.
no, no, no,
That's the
no.
wrong state of mind. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
You got to have a
exactly.
right state of mind when you go in. Because honestly, man, some people are not ready to see the truth. You see what I'm saying? That's where those people that have those
And
so-called
that's
bad
the
trips,
exactly. Yeah,
you know,
right.
they're
And
not ready.
some people never come back, you
Yeah,
know.
that's true. I know. I mean, put it this way. I give you an example. There was this guy I used to hang out with, man. And trip buddies type of thing or whatever. Well, there was this one time, man. He was traveling back, and he had like I don't know, a couple of fucking sheets or something like that on him or something like that, and he gets pulled over. All right. Well, he swallowed all of it. All right.
Oh
Well,
dear.
I'm gonna tell you something, man. He wasn't quite the same from that moment on.
After
You
that, why would they
know what I
be?
mean? He wasn't quite the same. And because he could play it off too. Okay. This is how me personally how I am. I could be when I used to do it when I was younger, I could be the most dosed in the room in a sense. But to everybody, I look sober. You know what I mean? You could be melting in front of me, but I'd look sober. You know what I mean? Unless you knew me, like really, like knew me. You know what I mean? Like face to face type knew me. If you knew me, like you would probably see it, because I had a buddy of mine. He's sitting there, he's like coming up to me and talking, and I'm sitting there having a conversation, whatever. Next thing you know, he starts looking at me. He's like, starts staring at me, kind of like looking at me, kind of odd. I'm like, what? And he's like, are you tripping? I was like, no, man, I don't know what you're talking about. Trying to play it off. You know what I mean? But he could see it. He's like, there's something off. Are you tripping? I used to at one time, man. I used to just wander around and let the wind just kind of blow me where it wanted me to go. It's like uh, it was weird. That's the reason why, like I was saying to Virginia, I know I can survive this because I've done it before many times. I know I can. I just,
Mm-hmm.
I'm just not sure how I'm going to do it yet. You
Mm-hmm.
know what I mean? And that's the other reason why I was trying to, explain to her also in the worst case scenario things, because there are things that I have been through that are the worst case scenario. And how I got through that is like, okay, if I get into that situation, this is what I got to do, the blah, 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 this is what I got to deal with, da, 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 Cause yeah, it would suck if I had to like reduce it down to like just living out of my freaking car. Okay, then I gotta figure out, okay, where I gotta park the damn car every night, maybe get a damn shower, okay, and da 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 da. These are the things I gotta think about daily, you know. Um,
Right.
it's just whatever, you know what I mean. So
I don't think it's going to get to that. I just don't see that for you. My intuition
well,
is
yeah, thank you, and I hope so. And I'm just gonna keep that,
and
faith
the
going.
best thing to you, I would love to give you just a little piece of archaic advice. Break pattern. Do something different every day.
Yeah,
Don't stay in your same routine. Break pattern, because when you break pattern, that's when the universe starts having to use energy to to see what you're up to. It wants you in doing the same thing every single day. It wants you to, oh man, it's time to cook dinner. Oh man, time to do the chores. Oh man, you know, it wants you in
repetition,
that mundane kind of thing where it doesn't have to expend any energy on you.
right?
But when you start demanding something of it, like in taking steps, getting what you want, then it has to expend energy on you. And that becomes inconvenient. So it wants to get you comfortable again and put where you want to be. Well, let's just give them
Yeah.
what it wants. Give them what they want, and they'll quit kicking up a fuss. Trickle their rights back to them a little bit. Maybe they'll
See,
thank
that's
you.
bullshit too. That
I
kind of,
know, I know, but it's a
you know,
reality.
I know that's bullshit too. Because I mean, it's like I'm sick and tired of it, man. Because it feels like I don't like that feeling, and even Virginia mentioned it. That feeling of it's not. I don't have full control over my destiny. You know what I mean?
Well,
There's all these
control really
other.
is an illusion, because anything can happen to any of us at any
That's
time. But
true.
she says get control over it, and then she says, but anything can happen. But all
Hmm.
this is true. But control really is like a really big illusion. I mean,
Yeah, I know. I know,
Yeah.
because there's all the external forces that are always manipulating, and you know what I mean. But I want to be. Oh man, I'd like I don't want to have other people in control of my destiny.
yeah.
That's what I don't want. You know what I mean?
What's your thoughts on it, Polarin?
Yeah, I'm just gonna say that the illusion is looking to blow us all to bits. The whole Russia, China, Ukraine thing.
Oh,
Well,
I
see, that's
think
another thing too. You got freaking Taiwan and China. They're gonna get in, get it starting that stuff. Next thing you know, that war will be going on along
mm,
with that stuff in Ukraine, and
I think they just are orchestrating us all being in a state of high anxiety. And I can tell you right now, I think what
Mhm.
Mr. P did in the USSR over there, he just retreated for the Russian winter. He's going to very comfortably hang out there. And if he's going to make any moves, it'll be when it's time for men to sally off to war again next year. I really don't think that anything fantastic and any kind of Ukrainian victory or anything like that they're trying to pull that's happening. No, no, no. You
Well,
don't.
no. Actually, Russia's actually gaining ground slowly, but they're gaining ground every day. You
But
know what I
they're
mean?
they're
When it comes
actually
down to it.
the last couple of days they've actually been in a retreat. And they're saying,
Oh yeah.
"Oh, the Ukraine, oh, yeah, we're firing
Yeah,
all."
it's not really a treat. It's
But
one
no,
of their tactical pullbacks or
I'll tell
whatever.
you right now, it's a brilliant move because he's appearing as if he's weak, and he's not. We know it.
No, dude, that guy,
That guy's
I will not
brilliant.
underestimate him. I
He
mean,
is
honestly,
brilliant.
that's the
And
problem. It's like, we got a fucking idiot up there right now calling itself the highest, of the fucking land. You know,
Yep.
I'm serious, man, because I mean, honestly, man, when it comes down to a situation, if he was to meet up with somebody in a dark alley, he wouldn't survive us. How can he be the leader of the so-called free world? You know what I mean?
wow.
Yeah.
And then I think Her Royal Majesty has been gone for quite some time. They just decided that they're going to pull that rabbit out of the hat.
Well, that
Just
could be very well possible. Look for the
yeah,
right moment, the right time, the right
yeah.
astrological sign,
And
and
exactly. And here's another thing. And we have political prisoners.
yep.
Guess what day they're going to coronate His Royal Majesty? The 6th of January. So anytime you go to look that up on the internet, what are you going to see?
King Charles.
Mm-hmm. So that's going to completely put the people that are
Dude, I
suffering.
mean, I'm gonna tell you, Cindy, I was sitting there talking to some people over there in the UK, man. I'm not sure what's going to happen, because there's a lot of different conflicting type ideas when it comes down to what exactly when that torch was passed to, so now King George or King Charles or whatever.
The third.
Um,
The third, right?
Yep.
Yeah. I'm sorry, are you there? Wingnut, are you there? Did we lose him?
I think we might have.
Hey, bro, I think we lost you.
11:22 Wingnet Radio PK6 WVJ. Yep, he gone.
Okay, does that mean he ended? Can he get back on here? I wonder if his phone
Yeah,
battery
he should
died.
be able to.
Uh-oh. I wonder if his phone battery died or something.
Yeah, probably did. He was.
Because he says he uses his phone.
Yeah, probably died because his audio was fine, which means his connection was good, and he just dropped off in this instant.
He did. It was like, oh, I hope I didn't make him mad because I interrupted, I think. Hang on a sec. I'm going to see if he's...
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, I don't see him in the YouTube chat or anything. Well, I guess, I don't know, give him a minute. Polarin, what do you think?
Yeah, let's give him a few minutes. Hopefully he'll be back soon.
Okay.
Oh, man.
Oh. I'm actually getting kind of tired. You know how you sit in one place for a while, your bones start going, hey, you need to move.
Yeah. There he is.
All right, I'm back, y'all.
Oh, there you are.
Welcome back there, 1122.
The subject probably got right on the freaking money because it only happens when we get down to the root of the problem. All right.
Is that what we did? We hit a nerve?
Hit a nerve, evidently. Because that, I mean, seriously, it is too coincidental to be coincidence. You can ask, do you know Independent Mini United? Do you know who she is?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, anyway, she has been a witness to this.
Yeah.
I can be on, I could either be on my live stream that I'm hosting, or I can be on somebody else's panel. And if the conversation gets to the point where we hit a nerve, my internet, my cell phone signal, boom, drops to nothing. And I have to reset the phone to get everything to come back.
Wow.
So I can be sitting here talking about gibberish and it would not happen.
Yeah. Well,
Seriously.
I've seen it happen to other people too.
Yep. We're hitting a nerve. So
well, I hope
the powers that should not be, you know what I mean? That kind of thing.
Well, I wonder.
Anyway.
Yeah, it's hard to tell what it was exactly that you said that might have been the catalyst.
I don't know.
You know what I mean?
I don't know, but we were getting into something, man. Evidently, something was like, okay, we got to shut them up.
Yep.
You know, I mean, something. It happens a lot, actually. I mean, I noticed it started really happening, like I say about 4 or 5 months ago is when it really started happening for me. You know, like when it comes down to like all the people I'm subscribed to, if they do live streams, I don't get any notifications for any of that shit. I only get notifications when the live stream is over, and I just get like the replay type of thing. I'll get a notification for that. And then it started like, you know, my phone would just like blink out like that. And I was like, you know, the cell signal would go drop to nothing. The internet, the data, everything dropped to nothing. I sit there and push reset, get everything to reboot, and it will come back and I can do it. And it literally, it would happen during those certain moments in the conversation. Too coincidental to be coincidence. It's weird.
Yeah, that is weird.
We were wading through some deep muck there, I think.
Yeah, because I mean, seriously, what's going on over there? You know, like even their energy problem. Because I mean, I talk to these guys when it comes down to the energy problem. You know, there's the gas, like the petrol, the natural gas, and the coal or whatever, or just the fuel or whatever. All that kind of stuff is just getting really, or the electricity period is just getting really expensive and all this other shit. And if I was to take that as like, okay, this is like what could what happened over here, that's just happened to be, you know, what's going on over there right now. And that they're very closely related to this country when it comes down to a lot of stuff. And, you know, it very well could trickle this direction when it comes down to a lot of that. I don't know.
It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell.
That's the reason why I was sitting there. I was like, you know, golly, I don't even know what's going to happen tomorrow. It's hard to prepare, you know?
Well, neither do your folks. Your parents don't know what's going to happen tomorrow either.
That's true.
And I'm fairly certain they probably wouldn't want you in a place where they would have to worry about you, you know? I mean, at least that's the way I feel about my kids. I don't want, because I worry. I'm a worrywart.
Yeah, I get it.
Project a lot of that out there, but parents.
I don't have kids, but I've got dogs. I get it.
So
I mean, you know, if that actually means that.
It's the same. It's like you said, what am I going to do with my dog?
I'm serious, because I saw all 6 of them being born. They were born right here in my hands, basically, you know. So, I mean, all those pups, man, they're like my kids, you know. And then, you know, Jazz, she's the mother. And, you know, I got her when she was like a little less than a year old. And that was right at the beginning of all this stuff, when all this stuff happened with the stuff in the arm crap. All right. I was like, well, I got laid off. It's because I was working at a place and everything started shutting down. All right. And so I got laid off. And then the company that I was working with, man, they got from the governor a letter saying that they were essential. All right. So they came back online, and but yet the customers they weren't ordering as much as they were before. So I got laid off again.
Hmm.
So I was like, well, screw it, man. It's like, well, hell, if I'm going to be spending all my time at home, I might as well get a dog. So
There
that'd
you
be
go.
perfect time to bond with a dog when I got
Yeah,
all the time in the world. You
train
know what
a
I mean?
puppy.
You know what I mean? So
Well,
I
yeah,
was like, because now, I mean, they're a little grown up now. I mean, all the pups and everybody, all that stuff. But I now I've got like actual a job that I got to get up to every morning and that kind of stuff. Whatever, they can deal with staying here. But when they were, you know, young, it's like they want to follow me out and that's just trying to keep. I don't know. It's better when you have actually time to spend with your with your dog to kind of like uh, teach them. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Because I'm gonna tell you, Jazz, the mother, she's not a good teacher. um, she can teach him certain things, but bad habits also. And I don't know.
I got a old drug dog, German Shepherd, from a shelter here. I think she was down on the Tijuana Escondido border, and she had a few health problems, and I think they just didn't want to deal with it. She ended up getting shipped up to Tacoma, Washington, and I went over and picked her up. But she'd been returned to the shelter 7 times. But
Damn.
she's highly militarized, so she got along with me just fine. Because I mean, I was raised in a fishing boat with a combat veteran. I totally, yes, sir, I get it. So this dog and me get along great. But she taught the pup I went down and got from Hawk. She taught her pretty near everything, and it was a really easy train. Like, this is our boundary. You don't go past here. You get in the doghouse. And this, it's like, you don't go out of the yard. You don't go up past there, and you don't go down there. And you don't put your head in the garbage can.
Right.
She taught,
That's the things like trying to teach you, like, okay, you can chew on this, but not that.
but not that. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because I mean, it's I don't think they ever outgrow that chewing stage.
Oh, they the squeak balls can be really annoying, and they like their little. They got a rope that they play with. It's a tug of war kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then she'll chew on sticks and stuff, but that she knows I don't. I just don't like her bringing the sticks in the house and chewing them up in little pieces. It's like, keep your sticks outside.
Yeah.
But yeah, dogs are fun. I love it. And yeah, it's like having kids for sure. It's like having 3-year-olds around, actually.
Yeah, I mean, and I get worried about them, especially like if I'm walking around out here in the property and stuff. You never know, the no-legged vermin, the four-legged vermin. You never know what you might come across out there. And some of that stuff that I don't know if they've actually had any experience with. It's like, I don't know what they're going to do if they see a snake. You know what I mean? I know what Jazz will do, but I don't know what the pups will do. You know what I mean? I don't know what they're going to do if they come, are they going to start chasing damn raccoons and stuff out there? And I don't know.
I gotta laugh because when I got my dog from the shelter, she goes through the horse fence and goes right up to my horse and sniffs his belly, right? And he had never had a dog do that to him. He turned around and kicked her right in the guts.
Damn.
She never went in the horse pasture again.
Yeah. It's like you learn that once,
He didn't hurt her. I mean, he just really nailed her pretty good, though.
Yeah. That was enough to say, not again.
But I don't think she'd ever seen a horse before.
Right.
So she got a horse lesson.
Yeah. I mean, actually, I know they wander around out here too because I don't tie them up. And, but I'd love to get like a GoPro or something like that, strap it to them, and just like see where they go.
Find
Yeah.
out what they're up to.
I do. I'm serious. I want to know if they're like going over and getting into trouble or whatever. Because I mean, I haven't had any neighbors complain, but but I worry about that too. Because I was like, I don't want them out there getting in and messing with neighbors' animals or whatever, and getting in trouble and all that
Night
stuff. Because
vision, GoPro on the dog. See
I'm
what they're
serious, something like that, something. Because I mean, that'd be kind of neat just to find out where they go to.
Mhm.
Then it's like when they do go there, I'm at least I know where they're at. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I have an idea. I just don't know for sure. Because I mean, I know there's a couple of places around here that's got like pond or creeks and stuff around here. I know generally where those are at, and a lot of times, man, they would be gone for like a couple hours and they come back soaking wet, like they just went swimming. I'm like, all right,
Oh
I
yeah, my
know,
puppy goes
I
down
know
the
about where you
creek,
were.
especially on the hot days. She goes down there and she just charges through the creek and gets all wet.
Hmm.
Comes up.
Jazz, she will just run full speed toward a pond and jump in that sucker.
Oh, she's a
You
water
know.
dog.
Oh, dude, I mean, yeah, she loves it. I get scared because it's like you never know. I mean, there's a chance there's a fucking alligator that wandered up into these
Yeah,
ponds. I
I'd
mean,
be
I
a little
worry about
worried
that.
down there. We don't have
You
stuff
know,
like that around here. We don't even have I better not say it. Uh, venomous snakes. I could say it, I
yeah,
guess, but we don't have them here. We
dude,
do have
yeah, we got water
venomous snakes.
moccasins and cottonmouths and all that shit.
Yeah, yeah, you got some
Diamondbacks.
serious stuff down there.
Well, I mean, I kind of worry. I mean, I know like the pond that's like here on the backside of my uncle's property. We don't. I mean, if there's an alligator in there, we get it out. It ends
Yeah,
up being food. But there's a chance one can wander up because when that's what ends up happening. A lot of these gators around this area, like when they are at a pond, if once they eat up all the food there, they'll move on to the next pond, and that's what ended up happening. Sometimes one will wander into this one, and but I don't that can happen at any time, and next thing you know, man, she'll run in that sucker, man. I think about that too, man, because I carry my gun when we go walking around out here in the damn property. I think about it. I was like, man, if a damn gator gets a hold of you, I'm gonna shoot that sucker. You know.
yeah. Well, we have a cougar on the island now, so I don't know. I don't want to go out without my rifle.
See, cougars are see that's a different story, man. I love cats, but man, I mean,
Big up here.
I know that's the thing. It's like that's a big cat, and then there's panthers around here. Now, well, I mean, they're more South Florida. I haven't seen any panthers around here. Well, I mean, like around the beach, we've got bears. I mean, up here where I'm at, I haven't really seen bears.
Yeah, we
But
get bears here on the island sometimes.
yeah, we got black bear down there on the beach.
Mm-hmm. Black bear.
But there's panthers down like South Florida, down like a little bit. I know people that live like south of Orlando, and they've seen panthers out there.
I saw a video bug out Bushido put one on the other
Yep.
day. He actually got one on camera.
Yeah, that's who I was talking about actually.
Florida
Yeah.
panther.
Yep. And that's the thing too, man, because he's like just south of Orlando, down in that area, getting closer and closer to the Everglades. That's where they're all hanging out. All them
Where
cats like that.
is Delray Beach from you?
Delray Beach. See, I'm in the northwest corner of Florida, up in the Panhandle. Delray Beach is like down toward like Miami, down that direction.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a brother-in-law that lives out there. He's married to this horrible woman.
Yeah, that's like South Florida, South Florida.
Did you get that one, Polarian?
Yep.
Yeah.
As long as she's not moist. Wink, wink.
I have no idea. I don't want to know, and I don't want to get a visual or anything.
Oh man.
Those are the days, huh?
Yep.
That talk about censorship. Jesus.
Yeah.
You know, and that's another thing too. I would, I still want to be able to, like, when I do have information, I got to figure out how to maneuver around all that shit without censoring myself. I don't
Yeah,
want to censor myself.
I think it's gonna have to come down to like a list of code words that everybody gets a sheet or something. You know, like,
I don't know,
Yeah,
man.
that's
Something.
kind of a form of self censorship, though.
one Morse coded or something.
Or TTY.
Yeah. Get me a code talker. You know,
There
one of
you
those Native
go.
American code talkers, man.
Ah, yeah, that'd be great.
I'm telling you, man. I'm serious. Seriously, man.
What
And
we
that's another thing
need.
too.
That's what we
But
need.
even then, it's like, because I don't really want. That's not, okay. Now this is. I can hear Virginia's voice in my head right now, because I don't want to leave YouTube. All right, because I like YouTube. I don't want to have to go to some other damn platform. I don't want to fucking all that shit. You know what I mean? I just assume, just like, play this out until the wheels fall off when it comes down to this.
Learn how
I
to
can
do
hear it's
all
like,
the other
just
stuff.
try
Yeah.
this other stuff. But but that's what bothers me. It's like, I wish I could do something about it. You know what I mean? Because it irritates me. The censorship, man. And this is like, it's the modern day book burning. This is what's happening.
It is.
Yep.
Did you guys catch any of the AJ stuff today? And
No.
what's that? Yeah. Well, it doesn't. It's he's got a really good attorney, and the judge is absolutely a nightmare. She needs Midol, industrial strength tampon launchers, chocolate. She's horrible.
Right on.
I mean, this judge is just but yeah, his attorney is standing up to her, and it was pretty impressive. Actually, I saw the Viva Frey. I don't know if you ever catch that guy. He's a Canadian dude out of Ottawa
Okay.
with Barnes. And I think he's an American attorney. They're both lawyers, but they do great commentary on any kind of cases that are going on. Pretty cool. I entertained myself with that for lunch.
All right. I don't know. It's just I'm trying to figure out how I can. I wish I could do something or combat that censorship somehow without playing their game.
Well,
You know
here's
I'm
what
saying?
Archaic says: what you resist persists. So it's almost like there's so much power in surrender and finding another avenue, finding another way.
Well, yeah, because I mean,
Don't
I
get stuck
think
in traffic.
I think of kung fu when you said that, because then it's like bend like a reed in the wind. You know what I mean? Just it's like a adapt in a sense somehow,
Mhm.
and maneuver around it. You know, I just got to figure out the maneuver around it. I mean, there are things like I said, like when I talk about the thing in the arm, that's what I do. I talk about the thing in the arm. You know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about when I say that.
Well,
You know what I
absolutely.
mean?
But
So,
why do we have to say that when everybody knows what it means anyway?
right.
Yeah.
I mean, because I'd like to say it by what I'm saying. You know what I mean? I just rather just say what I'm saying instead of
I
like,
know. I find myself going out talking to people and literally saying those dumb things when I can actually say
out in the open.
the word.
Right. That's why I don't want to play their game, because it'll get the average person to, if they'll get complied to it, it'll get normalized in their everyday personal life. You know what I mean? And the powers that should not be didn't have to lift a fucking finger. They got us to do it to ourselves. You know what I mean?
I think a lot of this psychology started with kids when they would say, well, don't spank your kid. I mean, because a kid would get in trouble when I was coming up.
Right.
And they'd get laid over someone's knee and they'd get a few whacks on the backside and they straightened up right now. Well,
I
here's
want.
the thing. They started saying, no, don't hit your kid, take away something. So now they're taking away stuff. They're taking away our ability to communicate intelligently with one another.
Well, yeah.
See
I
what I
mean, they're
mean?
screwing up our language, man. They're changing definitions of words and this and
Yep,
that.
right.
I mean, how can we communicate when they're,
At their capricious whim,
right?
they change the definition of words.
It's so, it's so crazy, man. It's like, I'm serious. We're living in an upside down world. I mean, for real. I mean, seriously, it was nothing like this when I was a kid. And I mean, I was awake even then. But the thing is, I knew something was wrong. I just didn't know how to put my finger on it, that kind of thing. And
Well,
the
you
older I
sound like
got, the more I
the person
realized
was
what that
never
is.
asleep. You just were never asleep.
Yeah, I hear you. I'll tell you this, man. Like I said, it's like, the older I got, the more I can somewhat articulate what that is, because it's like I keep on going back to that quote in the Matrix. It's like, I feel something wrong in the world, you just can't place what that is, you know what I mean? And I totally can see that. It's like, I knew there was something wrong in the world, you know what I mean? Something was infecting the world. And the more I did the research, even when it comes down to our country and stuff, it started back when Lincoln, it really went, it started
Absolutely, it
spiraling
did.
downhill since then. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because
And
there's what is calls that oh, I can't think of it right now. Forget it.
no worries. But I'm just saying, it's like, there was something in the background. Like, even have you ever heard of that? Have you ever read that book, The Creature from Jekyll Island? Have you ever read that?
You know what? I haven't, but I know.
I think they got an audio book. So
I know the gist of it. They all got together and they come up with this conspiracy of how they were going to financially take care of things.
Yep. All right. Now, that was all done in the background against our will and and with no consent whatsoever. And yet we're supposed to abide by this, or, comply with this. You know what I mean? By force. This is the thing, dude. It's like, I knew something. Even when I was a kid, I knew something. I could even see it in the school system. I knew something was wrong. I just didn't know what it was. But now, the older I get, the more I realize, and the more I dig, the more truth I find out. And the more I find out, the more I'm like, God damn, we are living upside down crazy world. And it makes me wonder if it's actually something else influencing it. That's why I started looking into before the flood, and if any of those beings are still around, are they influencing what's happening now? You know what I mean?
What's interesting is Archaic said that they were supposed to be abyssed for 70 generations, right?
Mm-hmm.
That ended in 1962.
Okay, so I'm trying to think. Let me think about.
On that. He worked the math out on it.
So what was going on in 62?
In 62, they were
NASA
able to come out of their abyss, and maybe, like you said, started trading
technology.
Technologies for.
Because I was sitting there thinking about what was happening in 62. What was that, NASA?
Quite a lot of things were happening in 62. Kennedy was
assassinated
in 63.
Yeah.
The plans for that were probably in the works in 62. Cuban Missile Crisis.
No, that's true. That's right. I remember that.
Let's see what else. The music was changing. sexual revolution. Women got the birth control
Yeah,
pill, and the
that was before.
promiscuity exploded. But in the 60s, it was like the sexual revolution. It wasn't just birth control, and women were
Well, it was before Vietnam and all that stuff, wasn't it? That was like after the Korean War.
Vietnam was over in 1975, pretty much. The Saigon fell,
Right.
and
So 62. I'm just trying to think of all the like for instance, you think about technology, what was coming out. You know, that's the reason why I started thinking about NASA. What was going on in NASA at the time?
there was an incredible amount of nuclear testing, I think, in 62.
Right.
And a lot of upper atmosphere stuff. I think you'd really like.
Does he have a YouTube channel?
Yes, Archaics.
Oh, I probably I don't know if I'm subscribed or not, but I don't know. Put it if you can find a link or whatever. Put it in the chat or whatever. Or
I don't even know how to send a link. I'm a grandma, honest to God.
Right on. That's okay.
Oh, maybe Polarian could do it. His name is Jason Breshears. Bresh.
Is that what his YouTube channel is?
No, it's Archaics. ARCH. With the artificial intelligence X. IX. ARCHAIX.
Okay, I can find it. I wrote it down.
Did you find it, Polarian?
Not yet. I'm loading up the second tab to look for him.
I'm sorry, hon. I didn't hear you.
Oh, I was just saying I'm loading up a second tab to find him.
Oh, okay. So
I have to switch over to YouTube and get off StreamYard to do that. But I wrote it down, so I'll find it. And but yeah, I mean,
stuff that we've been talking about tonight. He absolutely has pinned down these things in chronological order since 5,000 years BC.
The thing is like, okay, this also comes down to that. I don't really have full control over my destiny because there's other things that are influencing and controlling it, you know, and it's influencing on a massive scale. All right, like the end game.
Mm-hmm.
Where's it going?
The end game is that we, as immortals, are in these simulations like the Matrix, plugged in here, learning how to earn our immortality and be worthy of it, and be the kind of people that can create, like, almost on a godlike level of our creativity expanding to that extent.
Kind of like enlightenment or something like that.
We are incredibly creative creatures. And I think that's one of the things that they say about these other creatures is that they can't create.
You know, I've heard that same thing from somebody else before, and I can almost see that because, you know, all right, you know how, now I can't prove it, but you know how some people think that some of these politicians might be one of these other creatures just disguised looking like us. The reason why is because they cannot create anything. That's why they need us to do it for them.
And they're basically parasitic.
Right. Yeah. And I mean,
they'll profit from our creations.
Right. Well, and then there was also, it brought me back to today and back in the day when the Anasazi were still around. They thought that these beings were actually eating and drinking the blood of the humans. All right. So I started thinking about even today. All right. Where would these beings get this supply of humans and blood? All right. Where's the first place that a lot of people get killed all the time?
Well, wars.
Well, wars is one. Planned Parenthood is another, you know. There's a
Abortion.
lot of, yeah, exactly. There's a lot of stuff like that where there's a fresh supply of blood and body parts.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and it's basically a human sacrifice for convenience.
right. See,
98%.
that was the thing. Is like, they believed that even the Anasazi back in those days, they believed the reason that a lot of their people were ended up disappearing. And I start thinking about all these kidnappings and stuff like that, all these disappearances of people and still not found. And they got damn government that can read a fucking letter off of a dime from space, and they can't find a kid. You know what I mean? Oh, I'm gonna tell you, if it was like some politician, they'd find him like that. But
Yeah.
no, I mean, it's just crazy, and it happens all over the world. You know what I mean? It's like, uh,
Whole tribes have disappeared. Whole tribes of
right.
the Inuit.
That's what I was going with it too, because I mean,
Yeah.
I start thinking about all these past cultures that actually have put some kind of a permanent record somewhere, like either in pictographs or some kind of a language or whatever, and they described these situations where their people were getting or disappearing, and like their shamans were getting like turning psychopathic, where they were like trying to get everybody to do child sacrifices and shit like that. All right, they were corrupted by these beings. Now I start thinking about the same thing of today. Of the like, you think about it. Who's got the most control in the world is the ones you can't talk about.
Well,
You know,
exactly, and it's the ones that are in control of everything.
that's the reason why you can't talk about them. That's the reason why I can't talk about certain things, because the powers that should not be is because I'm getting close to them. They want to stay anonymous. They want to stay in the background.
Yeah. And
They
there's
don't
a
want to be
certain
found.
neutral country who seems to have quite the banking system installed.
Yeah, I know. Right. I think I know who you're talking about.
Hmm.
Well, see, even then, I mean, you see photos of him today. The man looks like he's being held up by formaldehyde. You know what I mean? But the thing is like, okay, even if he was to go, if he was to pass on for some reason or whatever, what is the torchbearer from that? And I'm not even sure, you know what I mean? Because if you start looking into that business and into that organization and all that stuff, that it's kind of hard to get into the what he's got his hangings in. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, I've even heard of situations where some of that monies has ended up in some politicians here in America just to make his, policies go through. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's not good. You know what I mean? Because that's what drives me nuts about these cops that end up like busting people with a bunch of cocaine and then turning around and taking the cocaine and making money off of it. I'm like, they're playing both sides of the fence. You know what I mean? You can't do that. You know what I mean? You got to be one or the other. You can't play both sides. That's what these politicians that are getting money from these that's what they're doing. They're playing both sides of the fence. They're making everybody, their constituents, believe one thing, but in the background, they're doing all this shady shit and getting money off of it. These people are turning into millionaires.
Some of them are billionaires.
I know, man. And they're not supposed to. Okay, being a politician or a government employee is not supposed to be a career change into to be a billionaire.
No, I was under the impression it was supposed to be some kind of sacrifice that you did
service
for a few years and
right.
Moved on with your life.
Right.
You didn't have a lifelong in with the in crowd that's padding your pocket.
Well, you think about it. If you made all the policies and rules and regulations and statutes and quote unquote laws, well, insider trading is no big deal, right?
It's a piece of cake.
It's messed up. It's messed up, and it's worldwide. That's why I'm like, it's bigger than me.
Take a look at the private chat. Look what Polarin just did.
Okay, is that
Yeah.
Is that is you? Okay, here I'm gonna check it out real quick. My audio might go out. Hold on a second.
All right. Yeah, you'll be really impressed. I know you will because you think that way anyway. And I think once you get someone that kind of can give you the chronological, because, I never really was really a good mathematician, but I'll tell you what, math to me is like music. And when it goes together perfectly, it it flows like a symphony and I love it. And when I see things just perfectly come together and backwards and forwards, it's astonishing to me, and it is like it is beautiful music to me.
You know what, Cindy? I mean, I was sitting there thinking about when you mentioned it, it's like, when it comes down to numbers and all that, it's like the universal language. Um, you know, that I was listening to this one guy. I can't remember who it was right offhand, but he was sitting there talking about how words and numbers and all that stuff, he can sit there and do a math problem, and he can basically tell you what that paragraph basically means, just by looking at this math problem out of it, how the words add up. And that was another thing too. There's a certain mathematical system that the government uses, like in legalese, to word things. All right, and it's a certain
Yeah.
mathematical formula, basically how to word like statutes and stuff like that. It's crazy. And I was like,
Parsing
if you
syntax grammar is
is
the
that what
proper
is
way to do it.
yeah.
But were you like listening to David Windmiller or Russell Gould
I don't know. I mean,
when
I don't know.
you
Maybe.
it is a mathematical, it is an absolute mathematical system that they use to use the perfect grammar to put together a contract. And
Right.
all the contracts in America right now, the reason that Clinton could have his case dismissed was when he said it depends on what the meaning of
Is
the word
is
is, right? The
yeah.
judge had to throw it out because if the judge would have allowed that definition in the courtroom, it would have established a precedent and blown up every single contract in the world because they're all misworded
Right.
incorrectly.
Well, see, that's the thing. It's like I wish I could do that. You know what I mean? Because if I could word things right, that's the reason why I was like, if I can get, when I talk about like the property tax and the
Right.
driver's license, all that shit. Now, if I had the wording
Hmm.
right
Hmm.
on the, you know what I mean, they would have no choice.
The lovely thing about it is there's people that are really good at that now, and I think there's even people that you can hire to do that for
Yeah,
you, um,
I need to
because
find somebody like that
they've
because
studied
honestly,
they've studied it, and it is a study. And I
because I
actually
mean,
used to talk to David Windmiller before he passed away, and he was Russell Gould's partner. I don't know how I've had all these weird contacts with people throughout my life. Do you know that I met Nixon's little dirty lackeys in Lompoc Federal Penitentiary when I went with my girlfriend to visit her boyfriend in Lompoc? I mean,
huh?
I've just had the weirdest things happen to me in my life where I've had these just, oh, that's Halderman and Ehrlichman is shaking their hands. It's like, whoa, this is crazy. But yeah, I know
Right.
what you're talking about, and you're right. And there's also every Greek and Hebrew letter was also a number. So
Right.
a lot of this stuff, and what do they call it now? Um, some kind of gram. Oh,
A grimoire?
well,
No.
they'll take phrases and they'll say it adds up to this certain number or whatever. Um,
Okay.
oh shoot, I just can't remember the name right now. Like I said, my brain's shutting down. But
It's not that late over there. Hell, it's freaking
I
almost
know.
1:30 over here.
I know, but I think I got up at like 4 o'clock this morning.
Oh, right on.
Yeah, so and I've been up all day running around. And I didn't
No,
take
I
a
hear
nap.
you.
I didn't
What's
take a
going
nap.
on, Jason?
Waving there, Jason.
Yeah, what's up going on, Jason? Morning to you. He's one of the across the pond,
Oh,
I think, if I
somebody in
remember
the
correctly.
YouTube chat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jason V. Hi, Jason V.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just like
Oh, I know what it's called. It's called gematria.
oh
Where they
yeah.
take-
Yeah.
yeah. I'm sorry, I
I
couldn't
know
remember.
exactly what you're talking about now. I know what you're talking about.
Okay, and you know
I've
who's
heard.
really good at that? He lives in Yakima. Hubbard, Zachary Hubbard, really good at it. He's like blowing him out of the water with his predictions on football games and basketball games and stuff like that. And he can even tell you how much the score is going to be and stuff like that. I mean, people are making money hand over fist because they figured out the codes now.
Yeah.
Guess what? Once you got the codes going on, you're doing pretty good.
Yeah, that's what I need is the secret codes, man. You know, kind of like when you were playing, Nintendo or whatever, or the secret
Yep.
codes to open it all up. I need because
right.
honestly,
That's all I ever
like I
wanted.
said, it's like there's so many statutes. There's so many like here in Florida, for instance, there's so many statutes. There's even the Florida Constitution, the national Constitution, and there's state Supreme Court law or precedents that actually uphold their opinion that, for instance, property, when it comes down to property and when it comes down to traveling, when it comes down to driver's license and all that shit, they've upheld this stuff. All right. And they've tried so long now for a couple of generations now to convince everybody that we are all this commercial type of shit. They've tried to convince all of us that we are the birth certificate, which is a commercial entity, which is, and all that stuff. They want to convert everything to commercial so they can tax it. Huh?
It's a corpse. It's a corpse. It's all capital letters.
I know. It's a legal fiction, but they've created that trust.
Capital crime is something you can be put to death for.
Right. And on technically, in a trust law, I had no knowledge of the contract, this so-called birth certificate. Okay, I have no knowledge of this when it happened, so therefore the whole contract is null and void because all parties was not fully informed. All right, and because I was an infant, I had so why should I cannot be liable or obligated to any kind of contract. This thing's got it hidden in it. You know what I mean? And that's the thing too. It's like, everything, they try to turn everything commercial. That's why even like on property, they've converted everything into commercial terms. Because if you look at like even residential, if you look at that up in a Black's Law Dictionary, that's a commercial term. You know what I mean? It's not private property. If you go to a tax assessor right now,
the deed says that you're a tenant. And we know what it
right, that's a commercial term also.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's another thing too. If you go to your tax assessor or your tax property appraiser or whatever they call it in your state or whatever, and you go there and you ask them, is there anybody in this county that's classified or as private property? And I'll bet you they'll say no, there is none. Everything's classified as something like residential or real property or real estate or some kind of something like that. You know what I mean? And those are commercial terms, and they've made it. They've given themselves the right to tax anything commercial. And
also, it's like if you register your car or your boat, when you register it, you're signing it over.
You're right. Yeah, because you're classifying it as a commercial vessel or a vehicle, all right? Because it's all under that Admiralty Maritime Law, also. But the thing is, it's like when you do the vehicle, See, the term driver, driving, traffic, motor
That's all
vehicle, those are
for
commercial
hire.
terms. And
But
yeah,
that's
these are
for
for,
hire.
right. But traveler, traveling, automobile, conveyance, these are non-taxable. These are our rights that are supposed to be protected and insured. You know what I mean? And that's what bothers me, because I want to live as a free man. And honestly, man, that would, to me, would be more free, when I have to, rely less or be compelled or to be a part of the system. You know
But
what
you
I
know
mean?
what they do? They provide consequences for you if you don't toe the line.
Yeah,
If
I get
you,
that, because that's
yeah,
theft, and they don't want
it's
to
like
get
a
above
guy
that.
can go
That
in and say, "Well, show me the law that says I have to pay income taxes," and they can't
right?
show him the law, but they
There
can
is
show him
none.
the consequences that they have
Mhm.
if he doesn't.
I was sitting there listening to this one lady that used to be a IRS agent. All right, and somebody had bet her $1 million if she could find anything in the tax law, and when it comes down to income tax, it says it is mandatory.
Right.
And she literally, she went down. I mean, and did a freak load of research. I mean, she went deep into it. Nothing in the tax law says it's required. It says voluntary, but
Voluntary.
it does not say anything about being required to pay an income tax. All right. The thing is, it's like when the Fed went bankrupt. All right, they put all of us, all the people here on this land, as collateral and a surety for that debt, with against our will and against our consent. All right, and the thing is, it's like, I don't have to pay that shit. That's not my debt. You guys did that, and I'm not paying it. You know what I mean? I don't want to pay it. You know what I mean?
Well,
All of this.
when you go to get a job, you go to the human resources department of your company, and because you're considered a human resource, you're basically considered, and they're not even joking around about it, you're cattle.
Yeah, yeah. Obedient workers, cogs in the wheel.
Yep.
Cogs in the machine. I mean, that's the reason why I want to
And
stay. The difference between private and public, I want to stay away from the public side. See, the private is what actually funds the whole public side of it. And the government doesn't create jobs. It creates government or public sector jobs. It doesn't create private sector jobs. And then if there's no more private sector, no more people, what are they, what? We're just sucking off of whatever they give us. You know what I mean? And I'm not into that. You know what I mean? Because it drives me nuts that we're heading toward that, and there's some people that are wanting that.
I know,
You know,
I know.
I mean, they're like, they're wanting to suck off the government tit in a sense. You know what I mean? Because that's just, I don't know, whatever. The thing is that comes with a heavy price. Then they own you. You know, they own you. I don't want to be owned. I don't want to be cattle. I don't want to be property.
Well, you might not, you might not have been aware, but when you were born, before your foot hit the land, the hospitalers, which are Templars, baptized you, gave you your first bath, and took your footprint and put it on your birth certificate
Right.
before your foot ever hit the earth that God gave you.
I know, because
They
honestly,
they
you,
usurped you right there.
well, yeah, I mean, because I was basically, all right, all right, when I was birthed in the canal, come out the canal, out
Mm-hmm.
in the fluid, the,
Mm-hmm.
all right, I was,
Waters.
this is maritime law shit,
And
you know
you're
what I mean?
lost at sea in the dock. You
Exactly,
were
lost to the
dock.
sea,
Yeah,
exactly, abandoned property, basically, and
salvageable.
salvageable. That's the thing, dude. It bothers me too, because every one of us has got a birth certificate now. Because when it was like the 20s or whatever when that came into play. But
And
anyway, I can't remember when it was.
we were
But
never informed of these things. Did they teach it
no,
to you in school? They didn't even teach
no,
you how to balance a checkbook in school.
No, no. I'll tell you this too. I mean, the some of the stuff that I learned in school is not even relevant to today. You know what I mean? I
Most of it
mean,
wasn't even true.
well, I mean that's the thing. It's like even like when I was going through school and they were teaching us how to get a job or something. You know, that's not relevant today. That's not how you get a job today. You got to go on the internet and go on the damn fucking get a
You do a
website or something.
resume. I wouldn't
It's
even
just
know how to get a job today.
well, it's like it's hard to get a job like I used to when I was younger. You know what I mean? And but I've been relying with word of mouth mostly for the past decade or so.
Yeah.
Um, because honestly, man, just pounding on doors and making phone calls. Really, I'm gonna tell you, man, I get either no contact back or no as an answer so much. I
Hmm.
look like crap on paper, but because I'm much more of a my bubbly personality is what sells me.
Mine too.
You know what I mean? It's not. I look like crap on paper, though. You know what I mean? Um, but anyway, this is the thing. It's like even when I I did construction. I built houses for like 20 years. Even when I was to go out and find another job at a construction site, that's how I do it. I just walk up on a job site. It's like, hey, you need somebody? Hey, all right,
You need
yeah,
some help?
right. Now it's like it's hard to even do that. I'm telling you, I went and I did a bunch of stuff like put a bunch of like applications over the internet. Not a single reply. So I just decided not to do that anymore.
I don't know. It's the job market, the way things are done now, and plus everything has changed so much in the last 2 years. It's not even the same at all as it was 2 years ago, let alone 10 years ago.
Well, it's hard because I've always worked in the trade industry, in a service industry or whatever.
Hmm. Hmm.
And but I don't know a lot of kids that grow up. It's like I want to be a waitress when I grow up. You know what I mean? But that's probably what they're going to end up doing. You know what I mean, or something like, because honestly, like even down here in Panama City, for instance, this is a tourist town, man. It's a tourist area, so it caters to tourism. And there's not a lot of people in the trade industry, but yet there is. But I mean, it's like most kids do not grow up to be like, oh, I want to be a lineman, or a lot of kids don't grow up unless their folks were into that kind of thing or something, or
Yeah, they don't
you know
they don't grow up and go, I want to be a logger, or
right,
I want to
or
be a commercial fisherman, or I
even I
want to
want
be
to
a
build houses for
plumber.
a living or something like that, unless their parents or they were exposed to that kind of thing when they were a kid. Most kids don't do that kind of thing. It's like because they're manipulating even the younger generation on what kind of a worker they want out of them. You know what I mean? If they're willing to
I
just
want them to
pay
sit,
them to stay at home and not do anything, you know,
and they
that's
want them to sit in a little tiny cubicle
right,
and bang away on a computer under
right.
fluorescent lights, and you know,
It's like we can sit there and give you stimulus checks. Yeah, where in the
and
hell?
it'll
Who
be
in the
more
hell is
than
gonna
what you
pay
get
for
in the
that?
cubicle. Yeah, I feel bad for the kids. My granddaughter, she's doing great though. She's the head cook at a country club. She's 18.
Right on, right on.
And I taught her to cook in my restaurant when she was little, and I taught her how to run the cash register and take orders. She was like 5.
Right. Well,
Nice.
I mean, it's honest work, but I mean, still, the thing is, it's like um, uh, it's just I don't know. I don't know.
It
I
is
think
it is
there's
good honest work, and her goal is actually to own the country club. So we'll see what
yeah.
happens.
Well, see, that's
But
even
she
better.
she
That's
graduated with honors.
it's
She
a
did two
drive to
years.
something better.
She did 2 years of college and graduated with honors from her high school at the same year, same time, and then went straight to working full time. So she's just taken a little time after high school, little
What she learned in college?
oh, I don't know. It was just your basic stuff before you go on to she's thinking about doing dental hygienist stuff, So
Right.
she did the prerequisite courses for that, and I think she got an associate's degree.
Right on.
Yeah, so she's ambitious and she's going for it.
It's good to have dreams, I'm gonna tell you, start somewhere. It
Yeah.
really is. You know what I mean? Because some people, man, it clicks for some people, man. Some people, man, it's just like, they're always at the right moment at the right time, and blah blah blah, and for some people it clicks,
Mhm.
Um,
Yeah, and
um,
sometimes if you hesitate, you know, you lose that opportunity.
yeah, that reminds me of like a story. It was like a joke type story, but it was like about that guy on the island. He was sitting there asking God, it's like, will you save me, all that stuff. Didn't hear anything, and there's like this little tugboat that was like, passing by the island, and he was going to give him a ride. He's like, no, no, I'll stay here. God's going to save me. And the
Yeah.
tugboat keeps on rolling by, and this little fisherman kind of comes by, and he's like, no, I don't need a ride. God's going to save me. And then this whole like cruise ship with like partying with naked girls and all this stuff on it, man. It's like they were going to give him a ride, and he's like, no, God's going to save me. And no more came by, and he's sitting there cussing God out. I was like, why didn't you do that? He's like, man, I sent 2 boats and a cruise ship. What the hell more do you need?
Yeah.
It kind of that's what it reminded me of when you said that, because me personally, I learned my gut never lies to me. My head, my heart, and my nether regions will. All right, but my gut never does. So you know what I mean. It's like I have had to learn over the years not to ignore it and not to that kind of thing, because I'm serious. All the other stuff will lie to me, and that's why I was like, I had that conflict of create conflict in my inside of me. My gut telling me one thing, and my brain telling me something else. It's weird. It's a weird time we're living in, man. Seriously, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I wonder if I'm going to survive, or going to see when all this shit's supposed to go down, because I can feel it in my gut.
Sure
It
you
is
are.
going to happen.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
gonna see it. You're gonna see it. You're gonna see some really weird stuff.
And that's another thing too. Remember I was telling about those dreams and stuff. I've had a couple of dreams, and I've had other dreams that repeated, and also some of them that continued like a couple of nights down the line too. It made me wonder if these are stuff that's supposed to happen or whatever, because it's possible these are not like future telling. They could be like I could be on another realm or something like that, kind of like that astral planes type thing, where your soul or whatever, your spirit kind of like ventures off
Or
into
running
another
on 2
dimension.
different timelines or 3 different
Yeah,
timelines.
there's no telling, because I'll tell you this. There's a lot of scenarios in some of my dreams where there are people and faces and locations that I've never seen before. Okay.
Mm.
And like I said, I've watched a lot of TV, a lot of this and that and this and that. It's a possibility. It's just subconscious picture of a person, whatever. But these are not familiar faces. These are not familiar places. And I don't know. That's why I was like, well, maybe it's not necessarily a future tense type of thing. Maybe it's just something else on another timeline or dimension or whatever. Because, I still, try to understand the dream world altogether. Dream, or the, when you're on, in sleeping in your dream and all that stuff. Because try to control it or be aware of it. Because there has been times where I knew I was dreaming. You know what I mean? I was in the dream and I know I was dreaming, or I remembered to tell myself to remember what I was dreaming. Because there was information that I've dreamt about that I should remember. You know what I mean?
To
Like,
maybe apply in your next daily life or whatever, like your
yeah,
subconscious was trying to work something out.
yeah. Well, I'll tell you that there was this is some strange. I have some weird shit in my head, man. I'll tell you, but I remember there was this one dream, and I met Zeus and Hera. Okay, all
Wow.
right, and Hera told me something and told me not to forget it. All right, and I remember telling the people I was with. Okay, this is how I remember. This is what happened in the dream. I was with these people. All right, and see, Zeus and Hera are like giants. They're like 30 foot tall people. All
Yeah.
right, and we're walking into this cave and stuff. Me and I was a group of people I was with. We're walking into this cave to see them. All right, and the people I was with, they were talking to Zeus, and Hera pulls me off to the side to tell me something. All right, and
You're
and she said, "Don't forget this," or
Batman.
whatever. Yeah, yeah, I am Batman. No, no, but I remember telling myself in the dream, "Don't forget this. Remember to remember it." That kind of thing.
Hmm.
And but I still today I can't remember exactly what she told me, but I remember the dream like it was like it happened yesterday, that type of thing. And it was so vivid too, like I was actually there, you know, and which is weird, you know what I mean? It's like, where did that come from? They talk about all these like your dreams are symbolic and blah 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 and all that stuff. It's like, okay, where in the hell is that? What is that supposed to you know what I mean?
That's
um it's weird, you know what I mean? And then, so it makes me wonder of like that whole scenario. It's like, our brain puts off all this electricity, the electrical synapses firing and all this stuff. It's a frequency, a vibration, a harmonic, and it travels through space and time. Okay. In that state, it's a different, you're not in the wake state. You're in, the wakened state. You're in that dream state. It's different. Um, so
what is it?
um,
Theta, or there's alpha, beta, theta.
I think so. The theta waves and all that. I can't
Yeah,
remember
when
it
you're
offhand.
dreaming, when
Right.
you're dreaming, and it's like deep REM, and you're in a theta state.
Yeah. The
I'm not
REM
certain.
sleep.
Yeah, I'm not certain.
I can't remember the names of it, but that's the thing, because there's all this like this like the sleep this what do you call it, those studies and stuff on sleep and shit like that, where they,
Yeah,
they put they put the cap on your head, and they, to measure your brain waves and all that stuff while you're
right.
sleeping.
Yeah,
Because that energy, it's like kind of like that soul thing too, because there's actually been scientists that have documented that your body actually gets a little lighter at the time of death, like something left. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
that's
All
true.
right. It actually has a weight to it. All right. And that's another thing too that it makes me, that energy, and it brings me back to the telepathy and stuff like that, because that has an unlimited distance to it. You know what I mean? You can be, in telepathy with somebody with like across the freaking planet, probably across the galaxy, if you knew where they were and how to talk to them on that frequency. You know what I mean? Because it has no limit, and at the speed of thought. I mean, that's so fast. That's faster than light. That's, it's the speed of thought is so fast.
I think the
And
only thing that limits us is, well, okay, here's a for instance on limitations and what we say to little kids and even say to ourselves. Okay, when I was a real little kid up in Alaska, there was new baby chicks that hatched out when we went into this place called Port Protection. And I remember this great big log cabin store, and so I wandered down the trail with this other kid to see the new baby chicks. Well, so I saw them, and there was a pink one, and an orange one, and a green one, and a blue one, and a yellow one. So I went back up. I didn't think any, thing. And they said, "Well, what did they look like?" And I went, and I described them. And that the lady they were her chickens. She goes, "You go back down there. Those chickens aren't that color. You didn't see those baby chickens. You go back down there, and those chickens are yellow. And don't you come back unless you say they're yellow." So I went back down there, and by God, they were all yellow. But I think what I was seeing was their auras.
Huh.
And I was told not to see that.
Well, see,
Not
you
only that, I
know,
was scolded.
when we're young like that and like innocent, I mean, we're so susceptible to the truth, you know what I mean? And that's the thing, is like, I think over time we're conditioned to not see that, you know what I mean?
Well, that's what I'm saying is we're told our limitations, and then we start imposing them upon ourselves. So when you want to
Yeah.
think of being transmitting your thoughts across a continent or to the other side of the earth or whatever, what is limiting you from doing that? Your own limitations.
Right.
I mean, that's the way I'm feeling about things. That I got really angry when I realized that woman had destroyed something in me that was intuitive by saying, "You go back down there and tell me they're all yellow."
You know,
Does it make any
no,
sense?
yes, it does, because it reminds me of, what is it? I think the word is called despotism. You know, it's kind of like, all right, you're in school, and you're reading this like thing in your textbook, and you know this is not right, this is wrong, and you start questioning it, and the teacher says, "No, it's in the book. That's the truth, and this is it, nothing else." You
Yeah,
know what
we
I
only
mean?
do spew back around here. Don't
Right.
don't don't
Right.
ask me questions.
Exactly. And then that conditioning gets to the point where, like, for instance, if somebody was to actually start questioning these things to you, be like, "No, it's right here in this book. See?" You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Um, I see
Well,
that all the
that's
time.
what
I
people
see that
get
all the time.
inculcated because they're given the cult's literature and they're told, "No, we don't really want you reading any literature outside of our cult."
Right.
And when we ask you a question, we expect you to answer right out of the cult document here.
Right.
And, it's inculcation from the time you hit kindergarten or even preschool.
Well, see, even after school, I mean, I'm bringing it, this kind of like bringing it back a circle, comes back to this damn censorship on YouTube, for instance, and all platforms like Facebook and all this other shit, all these damn censorship. It's basically where, like, there is no alternate viewpoint. It's only that.
Yeah.
So and then when, if like somebody was like, have any question about it, be like, "No, look, it's right here. Wikipedia says it's this, or
No
Snoop
thank or
says
no
it's
thank.
this." You
I'm
know,
calling it the Google
Google
God
says it's this.
says. The Google God says. The Wikipedia says. It's
Hmm.
sorcery. We are inculcated.
Yeah, I know. That's what bothers me, and the lack of actually even just like even like questioning it. That's what bothers me too. I always, through my life, see, my dad, he's an ex-military, ex-cop. You know what I mean? I've always questioned authority, or the so-called presumed authority. I've always questioned all my life. And the thing is, it's like, anything like this stuff, it's like, just do as you say, do as I tell you to do. It's like, trust the science. I am the science. That this shit, just, because we say so, and that's it. That's crap.
Yeah.
And people are turning their minds off and not thinking about it. Because honestly, I get it on a lot of levels. People just got to fucking try and put a roof over their head, put food in their belly. That's more important than all this other crap. But all that other crap is affecting all of us anyway,
I got to get a drink of water. I'll be right back, okay?
Yeah, no worries. Yeah. Oh man. I don't know
Yeah,
how
lots
we
of
as I don't know how we as a people are going to get through all of this yet. There, Polarin. I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure how we're going to get through this. You know,
yeah.
I'm not sure about like your situation, for instance. If it was to all to go to crap right now, you know, and like, are you got something set up where you can? I mean, at least maybe if the conditions are right, we can at least talk to each other on the radio. You know what I mean? Because I'm set
Yeah.
up to where like even if the power goes out, I can still be on the air. You know.
Oh yeah, same here. I got one of those little computer emergency backup power supplies, and I just use it with my CB radio. It'll
Right on.
last like a few hours.
One of these days, man, the conditions are going to be right. We're going to make contact on the radio. I'm looking forward to that because I mean, I like that. You know, that'd be awesome if I can catch it on a live stream.
Oh yeah, we almost did it once. I could hear you, but the conditions weren't quite there.
No, well, I don't know, man. We're getting kind of like into the peak of the cycle, man. So some of those skip conditions might be good enough. Where I got the radio back on, man, because I had the batteries reconditioned. I was reconditioning the batteries, trying to get them working again, and I had to balance them all out again. Finally got that working where they'll charge up balanced. And
Do you both have ham radios?
well, yeah, well, I mean it's CB, but yeah.
My kids
Also-
said that that's
Also,
all
yeah,
they would
Polarin's a
need
ham operator, I think.
in the SHTF situation. They would just grab their old CBs.
Nice.
Yeah, both of us still talk on them. Actually, I mean, here's mine right now. That's mine.
All right on. That's pretty fancy.
Well, yeah,
Really?
it's a newer one, but yeah, it's a CB radio basically. It's marketed as a ham radio, but I got it modified just so I can talk to CB radio right now, and because I don't have a license per se to talk ham. I
I don't
listen.
think it's necessary if we really need to talk to each other in emergencies.
Yeah,
I would
exactly.
They can stick their license where they're.
Well, see, that's the thing, dude. I do not register my guns. I'm not going to register my speech. You know what I mean? And that's basically what you're doing. You're basically registering yourself with the government to talk on a damn airwaves they don't own. You know?
I grew up with radios on the boats up there in Alaska. It was great.
Well,
Nice.
yeah. It's, you know, well, hell, on a boat, you got that major, you know, you're all that water is a ground plane. You got good conditions because of that, for one.
Yeah, for the most part.
But I'm gonna tell you, man. I mean, you know, it's possible if all the cell phones do go down, that might be one of the ways that we can communicate is through the radio.
Yeah.
I've got ideas on using old analog television signal
Nice,
frequencies.
Nice.
Thanks.
Oh, look, is that a Cobra? Is that a Cobra?
Yep.
Yeah.
Look at
They're
that
both
microphone.
Cobras.
Yeah, that's what I got is a D104 like that. He's got that banner on it though. I don't have that.
Birdie.
I got a old D104 right there.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
They're good microphones, actually. You know.
Oh, you got like a dead cat on yours, so it doesn't.
Yeah. It's actually it's an old sock.
People get really upset. I call them dead cats.
Yeah, that's basically what it is, but I made it out of an old sock. You know, but that's what it is.
Hey, if it works, it works.
Yeah.
Yep.
But it's you know, I've been talking on radio since I was 14, you know what I mean? And it's still a good technology and a lot of people still use it all over the world.
Oh, it's
And
awesome.
the thing is, it's like, you know, that's the reason why I was kind of experimenting with the old television, the old analog television stuff. I made a rudimentary television transceiver. The only thing is, it's like I need more people that have the same fucking setup. You know what I mean? And then we can use it kind of like a CB radio, but with video. You know.
You see how clever people are?
Well, I started thinking about alternate ways of communications. And since all the television is turned digital, all the analog frequencies are not being really used at all. So I was like, well, shit, you know, why don't I try that? And it's old technology. And
Yeah.
I mean, the only thing is, a lot of the stuff, man, has just been phased out because everything went to digital. So it's kind of hard. You got to go to thrift stores and shit like that to find some of that stuff, but or garage sales. But it's still, it works. You know, I got to kind of modify and tweak some parts of it, you know, get a little bit more range out of what I've got going on, and try and get a, like, you know, one of my neighbors or something like that to kind of like have the same setup so we can sit there and try it, you know, talk back and forth to each other, but using the video. It'd be audio and video.
Amazing.
And that would be cool because, I mean,
Yeah,
honestly,
sure.
man, a picture can say 1,000 words. You know?
Yeah.
I was like, if we can do the same thing that we do on the CB, but also have video, I mean, that just make it even better. You know what I mean? Because, you know, we're not relying on any network, any like established network, you know, like the cell towers and all that stuff. We're not relying on any of that. Each individual as a radio station, basically as a CB station, becomes the network. Each one of us as an individual becomes the network.
Mhm.
All right, we're not relying on us on another one. You know, that's the reason why the cell phone and the internet is all crap, because we're made to rely on their network, and they can make the rules.
But
Yeah.
even with your radios, you need a power source.
Well, that's true, you know, but like, for instance, my radio, I got everything
Can't be
running
true.
on I got everything running on batteries. Even if the power goes out, I can still be on the radio or still on the air.
That's
You know what I
good.
mean? And but that's the thing too. It's like, you know, it depends on what happens. You know, I do have a spare sitting aside where an EMP won't mess with it, but you know, it depends on what happens. You know, if I got to bug out, I don't know, man, carrying a goddamn CB and antenna and all that other shit in my backpack, if I, you know, if that's all I got, I don't know, man. It's just, I've got other things, but, you know, but it really comes down into the knowledge, you know what I mean? You know, even if you don't have the equipment, at least knowing the, you know, how to do it. If you come in across it, if you're in a situation, you could use it.
Yeah. In World War II, my dad was half of a radio. They were so big and heavy, you know.
I know.
And
Well, I
he
mean,
was a forward observer, so he'd go into these haywire situations, and then him and his buddy would have to radio back where to shell and whatnot, you know. And yeah, they had to be together to make that thing work, though.
well, I'll tell you, back
that's like
then,
tube radio era.
What'd
yeah,
you say,
back then they
Glenn?
had tube radios, you know, vacuum tubes. That was
Oh, yeah.
what those
Yeah,
radios
yeah,
were.
yeah.
Yep.
Used to have them in the old TV sets.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. And actually, man, you know what, Polarin? I'm gonna tell you something, man. The old tube stuff will actually survive in EMP. Most I have this solid state stuff that we're using now will not survive in
Yeah.
EMP, but the old tube stuff will. And I start kicking myself sometimes to, like, because I got rid of all my tube stuff a while back ago, and I should have kept at
bad
least something,
move. Yeah.
you know, just in case, you know, just have something on the shelf just in case. I don't know, but
Isn't that amazing? Some of the older technology is actually
yeah,
Superior.
yeah, it
better
was.
audio.
Because I mean, yeah, the stuff that we got nowadays is more susceptible to, because it's so delicate, man. It really is. Like, even like the circuit board that's in this radio that I've got, it's that new surface mount. It's that really tiny shit. You know what I mean? You basically need like steady hands and a freaking magnifying glass, and really sharp soldering iron if you want to do any work in there. It's like otherwise you'll just ruin the whole damn thing.
Yeah,
It's
at
pain
least
in it.
with the 70s area.
You guys are giving me the
CB
jellies.
through whole tech and
The jellies.
I wish I knew more about this stuff. I mean, my dad taught me a lot how to operate them and stuff like that. But
Yeah.
I mean, I'm getting the jellies just looking at your outfits. They're pretty cool. I'm serious.
Well, I mean, I suggest, I mean, because honestly, when it comes down to the so-called prepping, because I mean, I grew up, I call myself a survivalist, but I mean, this prepping thing is more of a modern thing, I guess, this label. But anyway, it's like there's much more than just like stacking food to the ceiling. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It really
I've
is.
seen these beautiful pantries with these beautiful glass jars with no thought of an earthquake at all.
Well,
It's
yeah,
kinda-
but I mean, but even then, it's like, it's much more than that. Because honestly, man, you got to protect that stuff. Because I mean, shit, if people get desperate, they're gonna want to take your stuff. You know what I mean?
No,
That's
and especially if you've gotten on the YouTubies and showed everybody all your goody gumdrops.
exactly.
And then you go ahead and show them your little stacks of silver and gold and all that other shit.
Exactly.
Oh,
I've
look at
thought
that,
the
love this and love that. Oh, Lord
I have thought the exact same thing because actually I know this person that's that never made it out of Venezuela. All right, they're still there, and he was giving me these tips and stuff that he's learned, And one of the things when everything went to crap down there in Venezuela is don't tell anybody of what you got.
Anything, even your
Yeah.
best friend.
No,
Don't tell
I
anybody
mean,
anything.
don't tell anybody nothing.
No,
And that's
like
one of
up
the
in
that's one of the first
Alaska,
things.
we never called ourselves preppers. We were just putting stuff up for the winter,
Right. Yeah.
And I look at all these people getting into it, and I'm like, well, right on. They're doing stuff I've been doing all my life. Never thought a thing about it. And but I don't go around. I certainly don't go around telling people, oh, look what I got here, and look what I got here, and look what I got
Right.
here. No, not happening.
Right. No, because I mean, I'll put it this way: I've got guns, but I'm not going to tell you what I got and how many I got or whatever.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? I like edged weapons. I've got a lot of edged weapons all over this place. I've got all kinds of stuff. You know what I mean? But that's the thing. It's like I'm not going to tell you my supplies. Because honestly, man, I don't really know if the situation got bad enough, if my neighbor got desperate enough, what he's willing to do to take my stuff.
Well, here's my attitude. There's a lot of these people that are prepping like crazy, and they say they're Christians, and they don't have any regard for this give us our daily bread at all, right?
Okay.
And I'll tell you what else they don't have any regard for is if that neighbor of yours is hungry, you better feed him a half a loaf of bread if you got one, because both of you get to sleep that night.
That's true. But it makes me wonder though, it's like if it gets to that point where it gets desperate scenarios, what are they willing to do? Like, for instance, it's like if they got kids like, daddy, I'm hungry, and they ain't got no food. And, what are they willing to do? Are they just willing to just take what I got? Not even talk about it?
Nobody wants to hear their child crying for food.
That's true.
What?
It makes me wonder, because I mean, they talk about this fucking food thing too, man. This bothers me too because I've been watching this thing. They were going after these, the FBI or whatever raided these, was an Amish farmer or whatever, and stuff like that because he was selling natural beef and stuff like that. He had like 3,000 some odd people that are actually paid him, and have like an interest in his farm or whatever, so all these cows, they have an interest in it. And then when they get butchered, they get a piece of it and all that stuff and all that. Well, the FDA and all the FBI and all that stuff, they want to go in there and shut them down, and I started thinking about,
they want to regulate and tax everything.
Right, and I was starting to look. I saw this other article and stuff like that. Just where they're trying to like register like small gardens and stuff like that. Have a registry of small
Private
gardens.
water systems.
Yeah. Well,
That's what they're talking about. They've been trying to push that through around where I live. I got a private water system, and I would gladly give people a drink of water, but I mean, I'm not going to be forced.
Right.
Or
But that's
taxed
the thing.
or
Yeah. But that's the thing too. It's like, even when it comes down to the production of food, there's been over in the past couple of like year and a half, I think over 100 food processing plants that's caught on fire. I think that's kind of unusual, don't you think?
Closed down. Yeah, exactly.
And then Bill Gates being the largest farmland owner in the whole goddamn country. It's a little unusual, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And he's also the one that's trying to produce and get this thing where we're all eating bugs and stuff.
And the Chinese are right behind him in so far as owning property in the United States.
Right. See, that bothers me because whoever controls the food and the water controls the public or controls the people, and I don't like that idea.
Well, I'm just gonna. I don't know. Like I said, like you said, I mind my own business. I want people to mind their own business.
Right.
And
yeah, my business is my own business. It's business is good.
Going on.
That's what I like. I mean, I just, that's the thing. It's like, how do we reach these people? You know what I mean? Like the ones that just want to be told what to do, the ones that just,
the ones that want to come on your property and do whatever they want.
Do what they're told. You know what I mean? How do we get to those people? Because I was sitting there talking to my dad one day, just not too long ago, because I hadn't seen him in a while. He came by or whatever. I was sitting there talking to him. I was sitting there talking to him about certain things, and he's like, "You got to remember, they've got all the guns, and whoever's got all the guns has all, tells you what to do and all this other stuff." And I'm like, sitting there thinking about it. I'm like, okay, this is America, and it's like, even this is around the time when Biden happened to mention, it's like, you don't want to go up against the government. We got to have F-16s and shit. That was basically a threat. I took that as a threat.
Well, one flew over my house yesterday, right over my house, because it was football, Seahawks football, they said. But it's a show of force.
Yeah, well, I started thinking about it. It's like, well, shoot, there was a bunch of goat herders over in Afghanistan that didn't have F-16s and kept our military busy for 20 years.
They kept the friggin' Russians busy, too.
Well, that's another thing, too.
What
do you think the people of this country are going to do fighting on their own homeland turf?
In my backyard, you don't want to mess with me.
That's what I'm saying. But and then on top of that, I was also making the point, it's like, okay, all right, these are American military. Now, granted, there are going to be some, probably a lot, that are going to do exactly what they're told. But there are not going to be a majority of them that are going to want to sit there and fire upon their own people, basically, basically being ordered to fire upon their own family and friends if they,
I can't even imagine it, but nowadays the way the young people are.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, hell, history has taught us brother against brother. You remember? All right. It has happened and it can happen.
Sure,
so,
and it seems to be people are kind of feeding for it nowadays. They're kind of like saying it a lot. I hear it a lot, and I'm like, do you have any idea what that would be like?
Yeah.
It's the conceivability of that in my mind is just, and it sure would happen fast. I'll tell you, and some bad things could happen real fast.
Well, yeah, just kind of like whatever sparks it off. You know what I mean? Is it going to be sparked off like intentionally, or is it going to be an organic scenario? That remains to be seen. Because like even like some of these protests, they were organically probably okay, and they started off organic, but then there was infiltrated and manipulated into a riot. You know what I mean? But that's exactly what they want. they want to instigate it to where there's some kind of violence, so they can sit there and it's like, look, see, we need more gun control. We need more this and that because look what just happened.
Told you they were unstable.
Right.
They told you they weren't trustable, or
Right. I mean,
Yeah.
they're already laying the foundation right now when it comes down to how Biden was sitting there trying to like demonize the whole half of the damn population of the country by, you know, some of his speeches just recently. You know what I mean?
yeah.
It's like, come on now. They're already just kind of laying the foundation. They're like, okay, you know, it's like that projectionist type of thing, that projection where they're like, everything that's good, that's
Isometric projection. Yeah.
right, where everything that's wrong with themselves, they project it on others.
Oh,
And that's what they're
yeah.
doing now. They're trying to project it on
That's
other
not
people.
isometric projection, but that's projecting what their own thoughts are. That's
Yeah,
narcissism to its maximum.
What was what you were talking about?
I was talking about isometric
What is that?
projection, like Edward Casey and Nostradamus going off 1998 back to 1974, and what 1974, what happened then is happening now in 2022, going off that midpoint year as if a pendulum were swinging. The 74, okay? So
That was the year I was born.
Nixon got the boot, okay, in 74. Trudeau got the boot. So here we have another situation where it looks like someone needs the boot in this country and another Trudeau in Canada. See how that lines up? Could happen very soon if that isometric projection is correct.
I wonder how it's going to happen. Because I mean, you know,
Yeah. That would spark things in two countries. That would spark things in two countries.
Right.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, I can. That's the problem.
Uh-huh.
But the only problem is like, see, that's another thing too. I have learned this from people because I talked to some people that are got high up fucking clearance and this top secret shit on military or whatever. And I'm gonna tell you something. Whatever you think is the most like craziest like sci-fi and diabolical shit that you can imagine that the government is able to create or do, you're not even scratching the freaking surface.
They've already
You know what
done
I'm
it.
saying?
Yeah.
I'm saying, but you know, your imagination just does not reach that, you know, or it's like, it's so crazy. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, you ever heard that old saying? It's like, what is it? Truth is stranger than fiction.
Oh yeah.
Dude, I mean, oh my gosh, I can't prove some of the stuff that I've come across, but I'm pretty sure some of the stuff that I've come across is not like fake news type of shit. This is real stuff, and this is like far out. You know what they're capable of doing and what they have done.
Well,
that's what bothers me, man. It's like
I had a stepdad that was an expert hypnotist and an anesthesiologist, right? And I have been subject to some of the military testing as a child.
Oh, you do know how to talk to goats?
No.
No, I'm just playing.
No, but I can milk a goat pretty good. I used to raise them. And I could get them to do what I want, and it's pretty tough. They're actually a pretty stubborn animal. But
Yeah.
But I was taken to military bases by my stepdad as a little child, and I experimented on. I know, sounds crazy, doesn't it? That's why people call me a lunatic.
You're just freaking loony bin, man.
Huh?
I wonder. See, you know, I knew a guy. I knew this one guy, and we used to hang out and all that stuff, man. And, you know, we used to go out and to these couple of these cow pastures and pick shrooms every so often and stuff like that. But I was over at his house one night, and we were just sitting there talking about this and that, and I was reading this. It's a Wired magazine. I don't know if you ever heard of it, but
Yeah.
this magazine called Wired. I was sitting there reading this. I was sitting there looking at all this stuff when it comes down to some of the. This is probably late '90s or whatever, but some of the stuff that they were talking about in there, and he starts going off on this stuff. He's like, "Tell me about this story about." There was this one time he was out picking out in this field, and he got abducted, but it wasn't by aliens. It was by the government, and he was sitting there telling me this whole freaking story and all this other stuff, man. I'm telling you, at that time, I thought he was cuckoo. I thought he was totally loony bin. All right.
I totally believe him.
But this is the thing, dude. Later on that night, it's probably about an hour or so after the conversation or whatever, we're probably about 3 or 4 blocks away from this convenience store. All right. So we decided we were going to walk down to the convenience store. We got about halfway there, and there's this fucking unmarked black helicopter hovering over his fucking house. So he gets out in the middle of the street. He's like, "What the hell do you want from me? Why are you here?" And I'm just like, I started thinking about it. I was like, okay, maybe he wasn't talking shit. And I was like, okay. Needless to say, I didn't really hang out with him very much after that. But I'm going to tell you something, man. It made me wonder, if, because I was like, that was too weird at that time. Right after that conversation, it was too freaking weird. Too coincidental to be coincidence type of thing.
I have a girlfriend in Special Forces, and I complained to her about the black helicopters over my house, and she goes, "Oh, that was us." She goes, "I was up there," and I went, "It was you," and she goes, "Yeah, but it happens all the time. It happened yesterday, right over the top of my house, and an F-15."
So, how close do you live to a base or something?
McCord, Fort Lewis McCord is just south of me. Yeah.
Okay.
South of me.
Yeah, I've got 2 Air Force bases nearby, so I get that kind of shit all the time.
And we did have the Whidbey Island Naval Air Station that was north of me too. So, but that was a while back. It's not there anymore. They moved everything down to McCord, Fort Lewis.
Right. Well, I mean, how close do you live out there toward that Chaz or Chop or whatever that crap was going on?
Oh, that's over in Seattle. Yeah, very close.
Okay.
I could have gotten there in a. Oh, I could have. Well, I got to jump a ferry boat, but yeah, after I get.
How's all that? Because I mean, honestly, I don't really, like in the mainstream, you don't really hear anything about Washington State all that much.
I have a friend that still lives over there, and that city is basically still under siege. I mean,
right?
Everything's boarded up. Nobody comes out. The business is closed down. Seattle is dead. There's homeless everywhere. Needles. It's just, she lost her job. 26-year career in dental surgery, right? Because she wouldn't take the jabberwoony.
Right.
She's on Odyssey. Snicker Pie. She used to mod for Salty Cracker.
Okay.
Yeah. So. Yeah.
I like Salty Cracker. I mean, he's got his own thing going on. I appreciate what he's doing out there.
And she has a YouTube channel too. I think she's Red Pilling the Masses. And what she would do is film these early riots in Seattle and a lot of the Chaz stuff, and also live stream the live streamers.
Right.
And so she got in pretty deep with them, and they're pretty mad at her. So she's low profile, big time. She's one of the people I might have to go pick up someday.
Damn.
Seriously, she's got enemies.
Yeah. When that whole mess was going on, they had my SD running.
I think it was worse than the mainstream media. Forget about it. They didn't report anything.
No.
I pretty much watched every night their protest marches and whatnot on her Red Pilling the Masses channel.
Yeah, yeah. I
And
know a couple of people who live out that direction. And I was getting information from them. That was how I was getting it.
yeah,
Yeah.
they're still. I would say that city is still under siege, and we don't even have a sheriff in this county. It's an appointed sheriff, not elected, appointed. Okay, I mean the corruption in this county in this state
Well, a
is,
sheriff's not supposed to be appointed.
well, believe me, I know, and he is.
Yeah, that's bullshit. You know, and that was another thing too, man. It's like, man, it's like they're doing some crazy stuff in that state too, man. I've been hearing some
Oh,
shit that
Inslee,
was
oh, he is not. He is not the man that was victorious. It was Culp, and they shut everything down in this state at 8 o'clock at night, as far as the erection went.
right. Well, I mean, I'm just trying to figure out how we're gonna get past all that because I mean, I know people like I said, you know, like Indy. I know she lives out that way,
Yeah, she
and
lives in the same county as me.
yeah, so I know you know, I've been hearing, you know, keeping tabs. I try to keep tabs of people all over the world, you know, just because I'd rather not, you know, rely on mainstream or whatever news. I'd rather talk to people that are there, seeing it with their own eyes. You know what I'm saying? You know, that's why I like the people all over the freaking world because there's, you know, that's I'd rather get my information that way. And then on top of that, it's like I wonder. It's like, for instance, okay, it's been how long now? How many years now since all that crap went happening, the Chaz thing, and then it's continuing, and it's
Too.
like,
Yeah.
well, the thing is, it's like, okay, me personally, I was sitting there thinking, it's like all the people that lived in that area and worked in that area or lived it, especially lived there. It's like, damn, you know, take your freaking place back. You know,
Well,
I don't know.
they're terrified.
I hear you. I get it. I get it.
They stay behind their locked doors. They play their video games. They watch their Netflix. They chill. They get up and go. They go out the door. They keep their head down. They don't look. You know. They walk
right.
to the car stop, probably bus stop, because you can't have a car. They get vandalized unless you have a locked garage up there on Capitol. Well, you know that Capitol Hill area. I went to school up there in the 60s, okay? In a little school called TT Minor. It was all black up there, complete and total. And me and my brother were the only white kids in the school. And we're not even that white. We're like Comanche and Irish, you know? So, yeah. Little red bow-tied kids would chase us home, and they'd get a quarter from the grandpa if they came home with some red bodily fluids from us. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It was quite interesting. That's when Martin Luther King got, you know, and several other. I remember the cover of Time, Medgar Evers and Malcolm X. Whole cover of Time magazine was all these people that had been offed.
Yep. And
Well,
wasn't it? Wasn't it was? I think what was it? Was it Martin Luther King or Malcolm X? I can't remember which one it was, but they were murdered by other black men. And
well, no, not Martin Luther King. He wasn't.
I think it might have been Malcolm X then.
Malcolm, yes. Medgar Evers, I am not sure. I think, you know, it was like squads on some of them, actually.
Well, because I mean, I think if I remember correct, I think it was Malcolm X, but if I remember correctly, the guy that shot him or shot at him or whatever, who's another black guy, and he didn't like the idea of you know, being friends with white people. You know.
Yeah, well, he came back from Mecca and he realized that Muslims were all colors.
Right.
And he had that revelation when he went there, and he completely changed because before he went there, he was all on board with the Nation of Islam here in the
Right.
United States. So once he went to Mecca and he saw the variety of colors of people, he came back with a different attitude. And it wasn't pleasing.
No. I wasn't alive when all that shit was going on at that time, but
Yeah, because you're the same age as my eldest son.
yeah. Well,
He was born.
I remember Rodney King. I remember when that happened.
Yeah. Well, in 1972, they had race riots in Watts as well.
Yeah.
And
Dude, I mean, it's exactly the same
remember-
thing. I was sitting there watching video of the whites riots and stuff, and it's exactly the same formula on how all these riots that happened just past couple of years.
well,
All right, it's exactly the same thing.
yeah. See, this is something too that we might look forward to in 2 years with the isometric projections. Okay. Watts, those kids, they wanted to integrate into white schools and white kids integrate into black schools. So they started busing the children in LA. So they bused the children out of Watts into places like San Fernando Valley. And I can remember after having experienced what we experienced in Seattle, my mom said to one of her friends at the post office, she worked in Seattle post office, she said to her black friend, she said, how come my kids can't go to school with your kids, but your kids can go to school with my kids? Because she couldn't understand why we were being beaten every day. My brother was even kidnapped and beaten mercilessly up there on Capitol Hill.
Dang.
So then we get down to LA and San Fernando Valley, and that's when the race riots were going on, and then they started busing the kids because they wanted integration. Well, now they apparently don't want integration. I don't know what anybody wants anymore. I can't figure it out, honestly. Because they used to think that the kids would get a better education if they went to these schools that were moneyed up and in the good neighborhoods and blah, blah, blah. Well, it was never that way, I don't think. I mean...
Well, I'll have to say this, man. It's like, I think even Malcolm X said something like this one time, but or even like, what was it? You don't see squirrels getting it on with birds. You don't see bears getting it on with dogs.
No.
You don't see fish getting it on with a squirrel.
And even if you do integrate a school, the kids will still separate at lunchtime.
See, that's the thing.
Yeah.
It's like, but it's a natural thing anyway. You know what I mean?
It
Because we all got our own culture in a sense. all
Yes,
right? And
because,
honestly, to preserve that culture is really to kind of stick with your own. And I'm not saying that as a racist thing either. You know what I mean? It's
No.
more like, like I said, you don't see squirrels getting it on with fish. You know what I mean?
The
I mean, because
Oriental
they're different.
kids would have their chopsticks and their bento boxes and, their cultural food. And they'd all sit together because everybody knew what was going on.
Right.
You know?
I mean, I see the benefit. Okay, this is one of the benefits I see out of public school, which there's very, 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 very few. But the one benefit I see out of it is just getting that social interaction.
Yeah.
Because honestly, man, homeschooled, if you're sitting at home and all you see is your mom or whatever, you're not getting really that social interaction with other kids.
No,
And
you
that's
have to
important.
take your kids out. I actually homeschooled my kids at a couple different times, a couple different stages, different kids.
Right.
And I had to take them out to make sure that they had their soccer, they had their, library time with other kids. They got to
Right.
go on field trips and stuff. And
See, that's the
and
thing.
hang
It's
out
like,
with other kids.
trying to find that balance because I mean, I thought about this. It's like, I'm older. There's, you know,
It's
who knows?
challenging.
I might have a kid one day. There's no telling. But there's things that I want to do for that child that wasn't done for me. You know what I mean? And protect them from certain things, if I can. But that's the thing. It's like, I know that to be when it comes down to parents, they're always trying to, like, at least provide something better for your child that you had more than what you had, or protect them from certain things. But you can't really protect. You gotta let them go every once. They gotta learn for themselves. You know what I mean? And that's where I think a lot of kids are a problem. They're relying on others to tell them what to do instead of going out and actually experiencing life. And you know what I mean? And I mean, when I was a kid, it was almost like a rite of passage to go out and set the local woods on fire. You know what I mean? But I learned a lesson from that.
Yeah. Smokey the Bear doesn't like you.
You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
but that's a lesson that I learned. But I didn't have to have somebody tell me, and I just believe it. You know what I mean? Because there's some people out there, the only experience they have is, by reading it on a computer screen or a book or something like that.
Yeah, and a lot of parents are so overprotective of their kids because they think they're going to get snatched, or some Mr. Creepy's going to come along.
Well, that is a reality,
It's a
unfortunately.
reality, and I'll tell you, it's worse nowadays, I think, than it's ever been. And I can understand why parents just want to give them a bag of Cheetos and a beanbag chair and a friggin' video
Well, I'll
game.
tell you this, dude. I'm gonna tell you, man. There are parents out there that are just being real about it. Hell, I know kids. Hell, I've shot my first gun when I was 12. All right. The thing is, it's like there's a lot of parents out there. They're not falling for that. They're teaching their kids to be, aware and alert and
I think my boys were breaking them down and putting them back together when they were 12, and they learned how to shoot as soon as they could keep both ends off the
right,
ground.
right. But that's something that I think is missing in some of the younger generation. I think, but because there's unless they've been around it, their parents, that it all depends on the parents too when it comes down to
Yeah,
teaching these things. It's kind of
yeah,
like I was talking about my mother dog, Jazz. Jazz is a good girl, but the thing is some of the stuff that she's teaching the pups is a bad habit. You know what I mean? And it's something I don't want her to do, and I don't want the pups to do. But she's teaching them, so I'm just like, okay, it's up to the parents to teach these kids the right way to go or whatever. And if they're not teaching them the right way, they're not going to know that. They're going to believe that is the right way. Um, and that's what bothers me about some of these parents that are thinking it's okay to take their children to a goddamn fucking drag queen story hour.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Or think it's okay to get their sex change at the age of 2. These are not parents that really should be procreating and teaching kids. That's just my
No,
opinion.
I know, but what do you do?
That's my opinion. But and then I see some of these teachers out there, you know what I mean, that are in the public school system that are, teaching these kids different stuff like this, like what is it that race theory or whatever it is, or whatever.
Oh
Critical
yeah,
race theory.
CRT.
Yeah, that crap and all that other shit. You know what I mean? It's like, come on, man. Whatever happened to math, science, reading, writing? You know what I'm saying? That's really, in my mind, is important. Not all this other crap. And it's not their responsibility to teach. That's the parents' responsibility to teach the kids that kind of shit if they want to teach them that. You know?
I was talking to my granddaughter. Like I said, she graduated with like honors and with a 2-year college degree. And I was talking to her about what I considered some pretty simple geometry. And she said that she didn't have a good geometry teacher and that she didn't know what I was talking about. And I was just devastated that she could have gone all the way through that school And believe me, my property taxes pay for it. So I take it personally. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not happy.
So she didn't learn any of that stuff in that
Didn't
class.
understand the concepts I was trying to talk to her about.
Because I mean, honestly, I didn't go that far into school, but I mean, you know, simple things like the Constitution. I'll give you an example. The Constitution. They taught us it existed. That's about as far as it went.
Well,
You know what I mean?
my humanities class was pretty in depth, and my teacher, she at least I learned now, but I was pretty studious in high school, and I learned that Constitution from Miss Irish. I did. I also took care of her dad in the nursing home after I got off school, because I worked for full time and went to school too.
Did you stay at the same school like all growing up, or did you?
No,
Have you-
we moved around a lot, so I understand what you're talking about when you say
Right.
you have to start over. That whole
I
starting
had
over
quite a few schools
was very
growing up.
difficult for me, because I think that's what made me kind of studious, was because my books were my friends, and I hated making new friends. Just hated it. Having to, just when you make friends, you just pull up stakes and off you go to another place. Horrible.
Well, it is difficult. It sucks, man. I mean, you know, I don't know, man. I was always the black sheep. I was always the loner. I was always that. I've always been that way. But
Yeah, I was always a loner too.
But you know, I was uncool
prefer it
before it
that way,
became cool.
I'm
Yeah.
really cool. I'm so damn
Well,
cool.
I was
People wish-
uncool before it became cool to be uncool. Yeah.
People wish they were me. I'm so cool.
Oh my gosh.
I'm just joking. I have a horrible sense of humor.
No, I was sitting there thinking about it. I was like, Polar and probably understand what I'm saying, but I was like, I've said this on the radio. I was like, I got modulation so big, I got to hold it with two hands. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, but you know, that's the thing. It's like, I was like, you know, I kind of, like I said, I was like, I think everybody else is crazy. I'm the most normal person I know. You know, as far as I know, Polarin's probably the ringleader of all the crazy. Yeah.
You know what my teachers would say to me in high school? You think different than anybody in this whole entire school.
I've heard that before.
My humanities teacher, my English teacher, he would give me books that were so far beyond what the other kids got. I mean, I got like special treatment.
Nice.
Yeah. And he was an amazing man. There was a few of my teachers I really loved. I really did.
I'll tell you this, I wasn't all that great in academics because, I mean, honestly, like the way I was taught in school from, you know, like, I mean, like I said, I've been to many schools, but the way they taught it basically when I was growing up here in Florida is, here's the book. Here's the book. Read the chapter, do the questions at the end, and I'll grade it. That's basically how they taught. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I was like, I knew, you know, it's like, unless I was really interested in a certain thing, you know, I wasn't learning what they wanted me to learn. You know what I mean? I mean, I've always been this kind of like when it comes down to like I was in Job Corps for a little while, and for about a couple of years, and learning a skill and trying to get a GED and all that shit. But they used to call me Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, my teachers and stuff, because in my academic classes I wasn't doing shit, but in my skill classes I was like an exemplary, you know, student, you know what I mean, that kind of thing. I was like, in my dorm I was like a dorm official, you know, but I didn't do shit in my academic classes. These teachers were stupid. You know what I mean? I felt like I was learning more by sleeping. You know what I mean? But most of the stuff that I've had to learn over the years, I had to do on my own. You know what I mean? Because, um, you know, uh, they were really just. It's like I was saying before. It's like, what a lot of the stuff that I was learning back in school. It's like some of that stuff doesn't apply even today. You know
No.
what I mean?
And like I said, a lot of it was lies anyway. So
Right. Well, I mean, that's another thing too. A lot of it, all been lied to all our lives on certain aspects and on a lot of aspects and stuff. And it's like, just trying to lift that veil of that lie and look past it and stuff like that, and try to live your life in that truth, in that light. That's the problem, because there's so many damn aspects that are trying to slap you down, and you know what I mean. Um, you know, it seems like every time for me in my life, it seems like when everything starts to start getting good, and things look like they're heading up, that's when everything starts slapping me, you know, and it comes in threes.
really,
Yeah. I mean, it's like once it happens, it's like, okay, three more, it's like two more things are going to happen. It comes in threes.
sometimes it's just like they're unloading a magazine on me. No
Well,
threes.
I'll tell you this, man. It's like even if it is just a three, it's like it's one back and behind another. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, you think you got it covered, and then boom, hits you again. Boom, hits you again.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm like, it's like, to me, that's one of the things that frustrates me about the moving thing too. It's like, because it feels like every time I get my head above water or you get a gulf of air, that's when I get shoved back down underwater again. It's like so hard to keep fucking treading water, and I'm sick of sitting there just trying to tread water. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the external forces that are actually, I'm not in this boat alone.
Not good
You know what I
enough.
mean?
Yeah.
It's happening to a lot of people.
It
I mean, they're
is.
just everybody's experiencing it at a different level. You know what I mean? So it's like I'm not, I know that I'm not alone in the situation. You know,
It's almost like somebody is literally sitting there going, "What is it going to take to bring these people to their knees?"
right? What's going to take to break them? What's it going to take?
Yeah,
What's it going to
we
take?
gotta break them.
Yeah.
So I kind of stopped paying attention to a lot of the nonsense. I just realized, okay, I'm taking a different tack. I'm plotting a new course. I'm gonna get out of this bubble of snivelers because I never could stand sniveling, and I've been listening to an awful lot of it in the last couple of years. And I just said to myself, I'm doing something different. I'm gonna do, and as soon as I said that, it's just like it started to all make more sense. It's like the sense came really early in the morning instead of late at night. When you're trying to make sense of something, it's nice when you can get it worked out before your second cup of coffee. Right? Yeah, but I think it's weird because, like I said, I was never really good at math, but once I really got into this mathematic, beautiful way that this earth and world and everything is really put together, everything started just making so much more sense. And I don't have any fear of anything, death, nothing. Forget about it. Not afraid, not at all. Bring it. I'm ready.
Yeah.
I'm ready to go on that journey because I see it as an adventure.
Yeah, graduation to the next level. But yeah, me personally, I'm like, a lot of these people are talking about the big W happening in this country or whatever, or civil this, war
Yep.
this, that, whatever.
Yep.
All right, I'm like, okay, fine, whatever,
Bring it on.
bring it on.
Bring it on.
You know what I mean? You guys keep talking about it and all that stuff, fine. All right, you're gonna bring it all on yourselves.
You got the
All
talking
bets
part
will
out
be
of the way.
off. You know what I mean? You guys want this? Okay, fine. You
Yeah,
might not
run
like
your
what's gonna happen. Because I mean, seriously, I know a lot of people, man. That will be all bets are off, and I have this gut feeling that the powers that should not be that want to unleash the chaos onto the world, the chaos that they unleash will turn on them and envelop them. I have a gut feeling that all that stuff is going to backfire on them.
And the weird thing about it is while they're putting us through anxiety like this, right? And I mean, the basic people in the world, the just everyday people, they're putting them through this incredible anxiety, and they're trying to milk them for their last friggin' nickel.
Right.
While they're doing it.
Yep.
Because enough is never enough. It's like banging away at a barren womb. These people will never get enough.
No, we're the golden, the golden goose. We're the fucking goose laying the golden eggs for them because we pay for their living. You know what I mean? These people live a lavish living off of our dime, and that's another thing too. I barely got condiments in my refrigerator right now, and these motherfuckers living better than me, and they don't do anything. And I work my ass off,
They're driving perfectly normal people into a state of hoarding. And do you know what hoarding causes? Shortages. Then they complain about the shortages. Then they run out and buy more friggin' Spam. Come on, man. Who wants to eat that? I'm sorry. No. I don't want to eat Spam.
Well, no, I'll tell you that's the last resort. I got MREs, but they are an absolute last resort. And
you know what? My dog can tear into an MRE faster than me. She can have it open, and I can have a knife in my hand. I swear. She's got the damn thing open, and she's going for the cookie.
Because I'm gonna tell you something, man. I can definitely think of better things to eat than an MRE, but they are sitting on the side just in case. You know what I mean? But that's the thing. It's like if this thing goes on for a long period of time, what I've got set aside is not going to last long. So that's the problem. If it happens to be years or something like that of something, where you're not able to go to the store and get what you need or whatever,
Well, I got a nice seed bank, and I know how to harvest seeds, and I can grow a garden, and I can also, if I can't go for a walk in the country I live in, I mean, this country I live in is like France. If I can't go for a walk and find something to eat, there's something wrong with me. And I don't care what time of year it is. Well, there's obviously a few things wrong with me, but I can still go for a walk and find myself enough to eat for a day.
Right.
I can eat nettle greens. No problem. I can eat dandelion greens. I can eat.
What I wonder about those people that can't or don't know how to find those things. I wonder about those.
Too bad for them, because I've got books. If my computer went out, I've got a huge library of harvesting wild edibles.
Polar, are you wanting to say something?
Oh my goodness!
I gotta shut down for the night.
Oh, okay, Polar. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Valerian, thank you for putting that website up there for me. Thank you, because literally, I still don't know how to send a link. I'm a complete tard when it comes to the computer. I absolutely don't know what I'm doing. Oh, but I still could pay my bills. But good night, Polarian. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
You have a good one, man.
Yeah. Have a good one there, 1122 and Cindy.
Say hi to Alley Cat for me.
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
Yeah, on the George Floyd thing, I left you one of my SDR video gator for you to check out.
All right.
Okay.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome.
He's a good guy.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Oh, you're welcome.
Still here. KK6WVJ QRT.
10-4. Yeah.
I guess he's an over and out now.
Yeah. I
Oh
don't know.
my lord. Yeah, I'm starting to stiffen up myself. I
Man,
gotta get
Cindy, I
horizontal.
appreciate you coming over and checking this out, man, and hanging out, man. I really do appreciate it.
Well,
Yeah.
it was fun. Great fun.
Because I mean, honestly, like I said, since my main channel's, I'm in YouTube jail over there. I don't know. I might put some more stuff on this one. I haven't really done a whole lot on this one, and if I can get people to come over and have some chats, man, I might do some. I'm gonna try. I want to do some more panel talks where we can just sit here and just shoot the crap and talk about whatever.
Hey, I'd
And
come hang out with you for sure.
because that's probably what I'll end up doing if I come back on live or whatever. It's like maybe start off with like whatever's on the radio and until people come in and stuff, just put the link out and see what happens. But yeah, I'm just curious on how much of eggshells I need to walk on over there just to keep the channel going over there on that one, on the other one.
I think we might have gotten a little hot water tonight here and there. I don't know.
No, I ain't worried about tonight at all.
No.
Screw it, man. Because I mean, seriously, man, I'm like, I don't want to like even. It's like it drives me nuts. I'm like, I'm not gonna, it frustrates me, and yes, it would suck because honestly, like my main channel, it's like if it gets deleted, that's like 9 years of shit gone with a blink of an eye, which fucking,
Is there any way you could get somebody to upload your stuff for you or anything? Or
Oh, I don't know, man.
Like,
Like I said,
put it-
Indy was telling
put it
me I should get on
is there
that. What
what's
is that?
cloud thing? What is that? Like you put your
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. But what was that? There's another like app out there, kind of like I can't remember the name of it right offhand. Not Rumble or something. No, what was it?
Odyssey?
Odyssey, where it will download your videos off of YouTube onto Odyssey, and I think it's Odyssey that'll save them for you. I don't know if it's Odyssey.
Yeah,
It might be Odyssey.
I think so. Because you know what? Remember I was telling you about Red Pill and the Masses over there in Seattle?
Yeah.
She had like 17 channels shut down, right?
Yeah.
And she ended up going to Odyssey, but she still has her YouTube channel, one of them. And I don't know if it's like Red Pilling 17 or something like that. I don't know. She just kept making new channel.
Right.
She just kept going for it. She just said, "No, man, I ain't backing down. This is war."
No, I was. See, that's another thing too. I was doing the same thing, making backup and then the backup of the backup and the backup of the backup. You know what I mean? And the only thing is now I think YouTube's starting to get keen to that. So I think, like for instance, if probably soon, if you get one channel taken down, if you're connected through like Google accounts or whatever to another channel, they'll probably shut that one down too. And I don't know. I think that's the reason why I was sitting there. They're probably getting savvy to that whole thing.
Over to Odyssey, I know the language is really not an issue as so far as cussing and whatnot.
Right.
And I think people can say quite a bit more stuff, but I think they do have some kind of limits when it comes to people being extraordinarily racist or, just, I don't know. I think it would depend on the channel because some people can get away with it, but then other people can't because there's a double standard in this society. So,
right. Well, the thing is, I just don't see what bothers me is like, okay, I see it as a bait and switch. It was kind of like the fucking Facebook and YouTube and all that stuff. They baited us all in with this like this idea of this and that and all that stuff when it all started, and then they
Yeah.
switched it up on us. All right. And I see that as that
Yeah.
is a very real possibility for any of these other platforms. It's like, you know, they censor all of a bunch of people off of YouTube and Facebook, so they all move to another platform, and next thing you know, they bait you in with this, and next thing you know, they switch it all up and they got you again.
Or yeah, they
You know?
change it. Yeah. And
Yeah.
I mean, I know people that have lost like a lifetime of pictures on Facebook.
Right.
And crap like that. It's just ridiculous. But
Yeah.
then I think that these tyrannical tyranny tech, I guess you could call it. I
Okay.
don't know. I think their days are coming.
Well, yeah. Well, okay. Um. When the first thing popped in my mind when you said that is the AI or the AGI and the ASI. All right,
Mhm.
all right. We're getting to the AGI scenario of technology. If they get to the ASI scenario of it, that artificial super intelligence, that becomes a sentient in a sense, alive, and then it starts thinking for itself, modifying itself, you know, and all this other shit. It'd be smarter than every human on the planet. All right.
But they don't have a sense of humor. And
They
I don't
also
think
don't have a fucking off switch either, you know.
they don't, yeah, I know, right? And they don't have a sense of sarcasm. They don't understand
Right.
sarcasm. You know,
Well,
they don't. There's so many nuances of the human mind that is.
right.
It, it's it would no. It's a friggin' machine.
It's
And
a toaster.
machine. Yeah, yeah.
Freaking toaster.
It
But the
that's
thing
it.
is like if it becomes to that point, if it actually has the thought of self-preservation
Or
and sees us as a threat,
or
what
become
would it
self-aware, right?
right when it becomes self-aware?
Didn't
And
Hal Hal,
it's a very
um,
go ahead.
did Hal become self-aware, or was he just protecting himself? 2001: A Space
Well, that
Odyssey.
was a form of self-preservation because he was protecting himself from getting shut down.
Yeah, but I don't know
Yeah.
if he ever became self-aware. Like, I don't know. It would be debatable.
Well, yeah, but the thing is like this is also real when it comes down to the technology of that stuff now. I mean, I've been watching and observing the guys that are like the software engineers and all that stuff that are writing the code and all this other crap. You know, I started researching into these people, researching into their backgrounds, their whole, you know, they're like their mother, their father. You know, I started looking into their background.
Yeah,
Blah
but
blah
you
blah
know what
blah.
they're also like? They're like a damn machine.
Yeah.
It's like they
Well,
don't have any feelings.
I'll
Anyway,
tell you this: there's some really smart people out there that are fucking stupid. You know, they got this arrogance. They got this arrogance, like everything's going to work out, everything's going to be beautiful. We're going to all live in harmony with robots and all this other shit. But no, I mean, but they're just stupid. You know, they got this arrogance, like it's nothing's going to happen. You know, like, all right, you make a self-aware computer that has access to all our fucking nukes out here. Oh, what could happen? You know, I don't know.
the old what's the worst case scenario?
Right. Well, I mean, yeah, exactly. Well, see, I mean, but that's see, I see dominoes, and I can see them all stacking up. If they all it needs is that little edge to fucking knock one over, and then it all falls over.
Which
All right.
direction is it going to go? Which
That
set's going to go first? You know.
that's why I always go back to like, okay, what's going to spark it off?
Hmm.
You see what I'm saying? If
And
I
it
can
could be
figure, if I can kind
something
of get a
so
pinpoint on
little.
how it's going to spark
I
off.
mean, wars have been started over somebody's hog getting in somebody's garden. Seriously. I mean, I have the Dictionary of Wars. I read it. It's crazy stuff.
Right.
You know, just crazy stuff.
Well, I mean, me personally, all these damn world leaders and all that shit and all that stuff, they got to beef with each other. They need to fight it off in the damn Thunderdome. 2 men enter, 1 man leave type of shit and fucking be done with it and leave us out of it.
I'd be
But
happy to see that.
I'd play pay-per-view to do that shit, man. I'm
Oh
telling you.
man, in a heartbeat.
But that's the thing. It's like, these people want to get us all involved. And then on top of that, we're the ones that are funding this thing. We're the ones that are supplying them with all the stuff that they need to do this. And then on top of that, they're killing a lot of us in the whole process.
I sometimes wonder what would happen if we all just sat down at the same time.
It can happen, but that's the thing. It's like, what? Okay, that's why I was saying, like, for instance, all right, like all the government employees that are just like, cogs of the whole machine, even if they're answering phones, doesn't matter. It's like they might not realize they're part of the machine. They're just doing a job, but they're still exactly they're welfare recipients that got suckered into working for it. Okay, that's the thing, because that's exactly what they are.
Grave job, a cradle to grave.
Right, but the thing is like, I mean, shit, I lost where in the hell I was going to go with that for some reason.
Sorry.
Damn it, I lost it. It'll come back to me. Hold on. I don't know. But no, I was like, I don't know. Shit. I was going somewhere with that. I saw something. Anyway. But yeah, it is like cradle to the grave shit. But, because I mean, honestly, man, that, they talk about that death and taxes. It's like the only thing, and that's bullshit too. They want to keep that shit alive, that taxes and stuff. I was sitting there, I was like, like even back when Caesar and Jesus was alive, there's that passage in the Bible or whatever. It talks about just to render Caesar what is Caesar's, and render to God what is God's. And he was talking about this gold coin that this guy gave Jesus, and he had the picture of Caesar,
the image of Caesar on it. Yeah,
right. Well,
he also said, "Does the son of the tax man pay this tax?"
Right. Well, some people want to say that those passages says it's okay to tax or get taxed, but that's not what they were trying to say. This is immortal and man-made, not of God. It's not God or the creator's. It's man-made. It's kind of like laws. Laws are only made by the creator. Statutes, codes, policies, rules, regulations, edicts, all that other stuff is all man-made. All right. Laws are actual.
Even the 683 laws in Deuteronomy were borrowed from the ancient Sumerians and Babylonians. So,
but these are objective. See, that's the thing. It's like, these laws are objective. There's there's a constant. It's like it's always it's almost unwritten. You know what I mean? But all this other stuff that's in the in the realm that we're living in this world, statutes, codes, policies, rules, regulations, all that other shit. That's man-made stuff. All right. It's subjective. It also depends on how you read it, who's reading it, and what they interpret it as, and you know what I mean. That's subjective.
Who are you applying it to?
Right. It's all subjective. It's not objective. See, objective means it's like for instance, okay, I throw something up in the air, it's coming back down. That's objective. I can see that happening, and it's always going to happen almost every single time I do it, unless something crazy happens. You know what I mean? But
subjective is something you can't get into. It's something somebody else feels, or
right.
It's like pain is subjective.
Right.
A judge can't look at you and say you're not in pain. A judge can't do that. They have no clue.
Right.
Because it is subjective.
That's what bothers me also when you mentioned that. It made me think about, like, they're trying, the government sitting there trying to make the decision and the determination of people's mental health,
Right.
and them being the arbiters of people's mental health.
Yeah, they
Well,
have no
then they can
idea.
just make up whatever the fuck they want, and anybody and everybody can be fucking loony bin and crazy and classified and deemed as so. You know.
Yeah.
Um,
I can't even
no.
imagine being called crazy.
Well, no, that's the thing. That's the thing. It's like, what if? Because I
That
mean,
was a
honestly,
joke.
well, that's the thing. It's like they're talking about even like for instance, like if you got PTSD or whatever, or whatever like that, or your mental health and all this other shit, or you've been through like some kind of domestic abuse or whatever, something like that.
Or if
That's
you were
mental health.
subject to torture.
Yeah, I mean, it's just they're going to classify it as mental health, and then guess what happens? Some of those inalienable rights
They
be forced
label
away from
you
you.
and they take your rights away. They say you
Yeah,
got PTSD, you can't have a 2A
right, right.
because
That's where I
you're
was
cray
going with
cray.
that.
Yeah,
That's where I was going with that. That was the
I can
thing. It's like
feel it. I can feel it coming, bro.
that's the thing. It's like it's all connected. To me, I kind of imagine it like a big spider web. It's all connected somehow. All right. It might be sounding like sometimes some people might be listening to me and they think it's all scatterbrained. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's talking crazy shit. But if you actually follow the threads, it's all connected one way or the other. And if you notice, all the shit that's happening to us is coming at us at different directions all at the same time. It's because it's all connected one way or another. And it's kind of like follow the money scenario. You follow the truth, follow the money.
Mm.
You know, because there's a lot of lies out there. You can follow these rabbit holes. There's some rabbit holes out there that would definitely take you some places. I've been down a couple of them. You know what I mean? Searching, trying to find the right way. That's the thing. It's
Yeah.
like I was saying about the YouTube thing about the networking. It's like there's so much crap out there, and I try to look for deep into YouTube. I try to anyway, and because there's so much stuff on it, and but trying to like what they say, to like see the forest through the trees type of thing.
Well, you
Being
said
able to
yeah, in an upside down world.
yeah, and trying to find those good ones, like Virginia. Trying to find those good ones and bring them into my life. You know what I
Well,
mean?
Virginia's solid. I mean,
I
I could
know,
tell that it's the first time she opened her mouth. I was like, there she is. That
right?
chick's cool.
The thing is, it's like I had to sift through some stuff just to find her. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
I had to find Ron first. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, um, but that's the thing too. Is like there's so many things out there. It's just you got to sift through all that crap out there and trying to find the good ones. Because
Hey,
there are
just
some good people out
keep
there.
on that journey because I'll tell you what, there's some really good, solid people out here in this
Yeah,
world. And
I agree. I mean, we might be very divided geographically, but we're pretty
mhm.
much there's a lot of us that are united. I know it. You know what I mean? And that's what keeps me, I guess, that hopeful and that faithful thing going. That you know um, that hope in humanity, that kind of thing will actually prevail. You know, because
You
there's so
know,
many things in that makes me think that it's not that they're winning. You know what I mean? That makes me think that. I don't want to think that. I don't want to believe that. You know.
I start looking around at kind of like my immediate world, and I'm like, do I really believe that there's 7 billion people on this planet, plane, whatever, it is? I mean,
Right.
is it round? Is it flat? Is it a globe? Is it a complete and total holodeck on the Star Trek Enterprise? You know what I mean?
Right.
Just
How are you supposed to know? How would you know? I sat there. Okay. Do you know that that robot that became a citizen? You know that one is called Sophia. Have you ever heard of that robot?
oh yeah.
Okay. I remember a conversation that somebody had with Sophia one time, and they were asking us like, "Well, how do you know you're a robot?" And and it it was asked back, it's like, "How do you know you're human?" And it made me it sat in my noodle for a minute. I'm like, okay, how would I answer that? You
I'd have
know?
punched her in the mouth.
But it made me think about it. It's like,
How do you
that
like
that
me
type of
now?
logic that was coming out of that, thing.
Um,
Because, like, I mean, literally, I mean, Sophia is like a head, like a, um,
yeah,
a showcase, a speaker
yeah. It's
box
like a
for the.
TED Talks and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, but I mean, but yeah, it's like a show bot, because the some of the other technology and some of the other robots that Hanson Robotics is coming out with, and then you got Ben Gertzel that does a lot of the programming and software engineering and all that shit, and all this other stuff that he's involved with. And
Hmm.
man, I'm gonna tell you something, man. When it comes down to this becoming to the point, because there's people that are actively working to try and make an alive AI, like a sentient AI. You know, they
And they
want
wanted
that
to
to
have
happen.
a body that looks like skin and
Well, dude,
flesh.
dude, they've
You
got
know,
some. There's some stuff out there right now
my
that's just like
husband works in a
so crazy.
laboratory that makes things that look totally human.
Dude, have you seen some of the sex bots that are out there?
Well, I could tell you what my husband tells me about what he works on.
I'm telling you, man,
Uh-huh.
they've already started a brothel, a sex bot brothel in Japan.
I totally believe it.
And I'm gonna tell you something. I would not want to be the guy to clean up after every one of those things.
Could you imagine?
I'll
But
get out there with a damn pressure washer.
my husband says it's a pretty easy process.
Oh my God. I'd be out there
Uh,
with like a pressure washer just spraying it down. Okay, next. You know,
yeah, no kid. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know.
dude. But I mean, seriously, the industry already is there. So I mean, it's already, and there was already somebody that's already married to one of those sex spots. He's already legally married to the damn thing. It's crazy, dude. It's
Well,
crazy.
uh, I guess if you don't want them to, I guess they don't talk back and don't spend your money and
That's right.
don't
You can get the base model and it won't talk back.
don't
But you get,
don't
if
kill
you
you
pay a
on
little bit
child
more money, it
support.
will talk back.
I
Yeah.
even had a friend of mine. He's from Switzerland, right? He told me that he was thinking about getting one of those things. I said, "You are so disgusting. I'm never talking to you again." I
But the
said,
thing
"No
is,
way, man. No, I've really been thinking about it." And I'm like, "Oh, you sick, sick, sick fiend."
dude, I mean, teach their own, whatever, but still, I mean, it goes back to that, like, what is it, that transhumanism and what's the other one? Eugenics and stuff like that. It goes back to that too. It's like going toward that plan to get us more normalized to, be like, basically connected to robots and other computers, you know. I mean, because I mean, if they live amongst us, and next thing you know, people are marrying these suckers and having, families of robots, I mean, godly. And some people want this stuff too, man. Some people want this stuff.
Absolutely.
And some people actually got enough money to fund this stuff to actually come to life. You know what I mean? That's what bothers me too. Is like to me, like the AI stuff. I think that's the new arms race. Like how they did the nuke stuff. Well, it's the same thing with the AI today. Whoever will get it first will be the one in control. You know what I mean? Um, and that's where this AI is heading.
You
And
know,
so whoever gets to
I
it
heard a
first.
theory once that the reason that the Rothschilds could financially take over pretty much during the French Revolution and when not the French Revolution, but when Napoleon went into Russia and they wanted to know who was going to win that Waterloo and all that. Somebody said that the reason that he knew so quickly was because they had telephones.
Right.
Telephones, which was technology that was like 100 years ahead of its time. But these things that we're seeing now, okay, like back in the 60s when they were doing Star Trek and they had the communicators, little flip phone deal. Beam me up, Scotty, doodad.
All right.
That technology, I think, already existed back then. And they just turned it loose within the last few years.
Well, all right. I'll tell you this. That's a very real possibility. That because honestly, I'll give you one example. All right. You remember when the stealth bomber came out?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, that was active and in use for 20 years in the military before they made it public.
Oh, yeah, because they were taking pictures of it and even had model airplanes that they were selling to children before they ever announced it and rolled it
Right.
out.
That's just one example.
Uh-huh.
Okay. All right. Think about it. All right. Like I'll give you another example. Every bit of the technology that created and is still being used in this cell phone right now, everything from the internet to all the circuitry, all that was actually created by the military. It was created for the military for communications between bases and stuff. That was the whole purpose for it in the first place. All right. They had this first, and then they got it to the point where they put it in the consumer end of it. You know, it was a way of tracking and monitoring the populace. You
Can
know,
I tell you my thoughts on technology and its advancements? Is the reason for it and the catalyst is either pornography or military.
right?
Hands down. Photography, it went crazy because people could see everybody's titties.
Right.
You know? And then the military.
Yeah.
I mean, the leaps in technology were from those two things right there.
Well, Cindy, have you seen those like was it I think it was at Boston Dynamics that was making those dog-looking robots, you know,
Oh, yeah.
the
I saw
spot.
those
Okay.
20
All right.
years
Well,
ago.
okay, check this out. Well, like for instance, was it I got two Air Force bases out here, Airglen and Tyndall Air Force. So Tyndall Air Force Base just not too long ago, I think it was about a year ago, announced that they got a version of that robot that they're now using to roam the base as security and stuff like that. They're not replacing live dogs, but they're part of the new security now. But the thing is like Boston Dynamics and like DARPA and all that stuff. These are government contract type businesses and stuff that's basically they focus on. Nothing that the military makes will not be I mean, nothing the military makes will never be armed or militarized. You know, I mean, it won't be. Everything that they do develop will be armed some way. You know what I mean?
Oh,
It will be
absolutely. Oh,
weaponized.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
They're trying to make this thing like it's like this is eventually and see, this is the thing. It's like I've said this before to people. It's like a lot of people and most people probably will not realize how bad it is until the robots are going down the street killing people and the drones are over our head. And the thing is, it's like we're so close to that. You know what I mean? Because they're trying to normalize it as it is, and the technology is getting better and better and better, faster and faster.
And those little armed Boston Dynamic dogs that are running up and down hills after people,
right?
Firing
well,
on them.
Yeah, it got like a machine gun strapped to the back of it. You know what I mean? I mean, for real, they've already tested some of these things.
They're going to be ran by some kid in this 47th floor of a basement with a video game controller.
Right.
Like
or it's autonomous.
A what?
Yeah. Or it's autonomous where it does it all on its own. It doesn't have an operator. You know what I mean? Because they've already done a lot of stuff when it comes down to that. Even the Predator drones, they've got those semi-autonomous where they do most of the mission on their own with no operator. You know what I mean? When they become fully autonomous, they do the whole operation on their own, making decisions, problem solving, everything. Yeah, and that's the thing too. Is like, dude, they've already. All right, there was. Now, there's a story I heard. I cannot confirm or deny if it's the truth or not. But
it's just random thoughts.
Okay, But there was a laboratory in, I think it was Japan, that were making bipedal, like humanoid, like robots for military applications and stuff. All right. Well, the AI system or whatever they used for it or whatever ended up, I don't know, went rogue, and there was 4 robots, and they ended up killing 24 scientists. And when the rest of the scientists that was there or whatever, they ended up dismantling 3 of them, and before they can get to the 4th one, they realized or they found out that the 4th one was actually connecting itself up to the cloud to try and figure out how to kill the what's left. You know what I mean? And then, so, and then also there's another story out there that, as far as I know, this is true. I mean, but they're not, I mean, it's like it came out when it happened. It's like the Predator drone thing. There is a such thing as called Skynet. It's a military application also. It's a for real thing called Skynet. And they use it with these Predator drones for like autonomous and semi-autonomous operations. Well, I think it was it Iraq? I think it was Iraq. I can't remember if it was Iraq or not. But these things went on their own and ended up killing like a whole bunch of fucking civilians in like some school or something like that. But these things did it on their own doing it. You know what I mean? They had no control over what happened. And so I was sitting there thinking about it. It's like, dude, if this thing ever did and like wake up and it decides, well, these humans are going to try and turn me off. You know what I mean? How do I preserve my life or stay on? What do you think it could do? I mean, if it had access to all that stuff, kind of like the Skynet, you know what I mean? Quote unquote. I was doing air quotes at the same time when I said that. You can't see my air quotes. I didn't see. You didn't see it. But
yeah, I telepathically picked that up.
You know what I'm saying? But I'm just like, okay.
Did you ever see the speech? Speaking of Skynet, where John's mother is talking to the guy that got her pregnant, and he was explaining to her how it doesn't feel, it doesn't have any, empathy. Did you ever see that speech? It's like a 2-minute speech. I know it's on YouTube, and you could probably look it up. But
yeah, I think so. I think I've seen the movies.
So, this thing is so damn cold, right? And he was trying to explain to her about how bad the Terminator was,
right?
Because she couldn't really conceptualize how bad these things really were.
Dude, have you
that's what you're talking about.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you this. They reminded me of something that just happened just recently. There's I think it was in China. I can't remember, but there was all these kids that were playing chess. All right, and one of the kids were playing this like robotic arm at chess. Well, this fucking robotic arm pinned the kid's hand to the chessboard. And they couldn't fucking get it off and shit, man. It was fucking crazy.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it was weird, man. It was like just recently. It was like, I don't know, like past few months or something like that. It was some deal or something. I think it was in China. I can't remember. I don't know if it was in China, but it looked like an Asian kid. So that's the only reason I was there. I don't know. But yeah, I remember they were playing chess in a room with other people that were doing the same thing. But he was playing against this robotic arm. It was so crazy. The kid was going to try and make a move, and the arm went down and pinched his hand against the damn thing, and it wouldn't let him up.
Oh, man.
They had all these grown-ups over there like trying to figure out how to get the damn thing off. It was crazy. But it made me think about things like that. For instance, if it decided to, you know what I mean? It wouldn't have any empathy. It wouldn't have any care,
Imagine,
brute force.
We were talking about entities that could enter and leave and come through the spirals or through the doors or the gates or
right,
whatever you want to call it. What if one of those things decided to inhabit one of these machines.
You know what? I'm gonna tell you something. All right, now this is a theory that I had thought about a while back ago, and also I because some of the stuff that I've observed on some of the stuff. One of the end game goals of the so-called elite, or whatever you want to call them, is to rule forever. All right, and one way to do that is to be able to transfer your consciousness from your body to a robot body.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and all right, made me think about it on that level of what you're saying, but you know, they're just sitting in the background and they've got us to make this machine for it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They've got us to fucking make it for them. You know, got us to get all the materials, get all the stuff, put it all together, boom, and then live forever. I mean, some of these, if they're the ones that were before the flood, they don't need to live forever. But all these other politicians and all this other rulers and all this other shit, they want to live forever. They want to rule forever, you know. And this is one of their games and stuff, you know. But it makes me wonder. It's like, okay, if the background is the ones before the flood, what are they using us for other than maybe just food? You know what I mean? Or to get what kind of resources would it need? You know, why would he be, you know, controlling the masses in a certain direction? Unless it was like a biblical thing, then it makes kind of sense too, because then everything that's been turned upside down is because it is going against the creator. Everything that is going against the creator is what's normal and what's being accepted. You know what I mean? I don't know. My brain goes off into so many different avenues. I'm sorry.
Well, no, I think it's great because, like I said, all these questions are those are the kinds of questions that I had all my life, and I'm not kidding you. I probably read the Bible over 100 times, and probably Revelation and Genesis, probably thousands of times. So I'm very familiar with the work, and all these questions deserve an answer. And the answers are there. It's just there's certain people that have edited and
Hidden it.
Hidden and absconded with works and buried and destroyed information that's extremely hard to find and glean. And they release it from time to time. There'll be a little tidbit like, oh, we found some Dead Sea Scrolls. Really? You did, huh? Is that a fact? Well, probably because you've been sitting on them for 2,000 years, right? So just some little shepherd on a hill in Qumran wandered into a cave. Right. Okay, sure.
Cindy,
No.
let me ask you, what's your opinion about that Georgia Guidestones thing? Like the one...
I think those Rosicrucians have a certain... The RC Christians.
Right.
They have a certain time period where they disappear for quite a long time and then they reappear for quite a long time. And I think it's their reappearance time. So that would be a catalyst for that. Because they've been gone for a long time. They've been... Have you heard of anything of them for a long time?
Yes, a little bit. I also have I got a theory on RC standing for Rothschild. I have a theory, but I don't know if I'm right or not.
Interesting. I'll have to ruminate on that one.
Well, it's just a theory that I had because I mean, you know, I knew about the stones for a while. Not quite as long as they've been there, but I've known them for a while. And then when they got blown up, it made me think about it. It's like, okay, if it was just an average Joe that went out there and blew them up, this motherfucker would be plastered on the damn news the next day.
Oh yeah,
Nothing.
and not only that,
Nothing.
but apparently there was some incredible gematria involved in the timing of the incident.
Right.
Like there was.
Right. This is the other thing I was trying. I was sitting and thinking. Also, I was going along those. I was having that in the back of my head,
Uh-huh.
because all right, these things were built to last through the apocalypse. That's what they said, right? So it
Apparently.
makes me wonder what's happening. I mean, because like I said, if it was just an average Joe, which, I'm surprised they haven't been. Well, I mean, they have been trashed before, but I'm surprised it hasn't been done before by just people that like know this is not right and it fucking needs to be destroyed. But because I was like, what took them so long? And then I started thinking about it. I was like, well, shit, man. If this was like just an average Joe, this motherfucker would have his face plastered on the news the next day. They would have had his ass fucking up in chains and blah 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 blah. But nothing, nothing. And some grainy
Well,
videos from these security cameras, and that's it.
there's got to be 50 security cameras between the Guidestones and his house that
That's
would
the
have took
that's the
picture of him at 3 o'clock in the morning. You know what I mean?
that's what I'm
I
saying.
mean,
All right,
there's no
so
excuse. This is all orchestrated. You know it,
right,
and I know.
okay,
It,
so
it's orchestrated so every morning we can get up before we have our coffee, turn on our little news feed,
right,
and get our
right,
dress blown up over our head for
right.
the thing that we're supposed to get all wound up about today.
Well, it made me wonder. I was like, okay, what exactly was why? Okay, what made that had to happen? All right, you know what I mean? Because it made me wonder. I was like, okay, what were they were trying to achieve? If that was manufacturing, that was done on purpose. Um, what was the message? Was it meant for
Well,
us as average people, or is it meant for certain people?
it
You
was.
know what I'm saying?
I think it was supposed to be some kind of pseudo victory,
Okay.
some kind of. Oh well, one down, 50 million things to do. There's a win for the day, kind of thing.
Okay. Right.
To
I.
get.
I. Yeah.
Does that make any sense at all?
Yeah. It's interesting. I'm just like. I'm just trying. I'm letting it sink in my noodle for a minute because I'm like. I try to like. I'm just really observing what's going on. I'm not trying to read into it. I'm just trying to
Mhm.
understand. It's like okay, the motivations behind it. You know what I mean? Now, like I said, if it was just an average Joe, I can understand the motivation behind it, and I can also understand what the powers that should not be that put it up there in the first place would want. They would want that motherfucker plastered so they can make a message to everybody. Don't touch our shit. That kind of stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Um,
Well, they if it was going to be a "don't touch our shit" thing, they would have salvaged. They wouldn't have gone in there and demolished the rest of it.
demolished it.
They-
Right.
yeah, they would have gone in there and they said, "Oh well, we only have one stone. We have to repair. We're going to put it back. Blah blah blah. Blah. Put it
Yeah.
back
This
together.
is important. This is
Put
like
it
a
all.
historical thing. Blah
Yeah,
blah
this is
blah.
a great monument, tourist
Yeah.
attraction. You got to have it." No,
That
they go
that was the only reason why
over.
most locals in that area actually wanted that thing in there because it brought tourists. That was a lot of reason why a lot of
It
locals were
was
good
it was a
for it.
public privy.
Yeah,
It really was. It really was a privy.
I hear you. Because I'm gonna tell you, man. I'm the powers that should not be that I'm thinking about is like they don't do anything for no reason. There's a reason behind every action that they make, and they're looking for a certain type of a reaction or, out of it or whatever.
And it's wizardry.
I know. That's what I'm trying to
It's a
figure out. Is
spell.
like, okay,
It's a friggin'
the
spell. That whole damn thing was a spell.
yes,
And have you ever read Morals and Dogma by Albert Pike?
no, I don't think so.
Okay. Well, he was a Mason and he talked about the First, Second, and Third World Wars. Okay.
Is this like?
And
Are you talking about putting spells in stone?
he described Freemasonry, and when he got to the 33rd degree of the Freemasonry, it's only one page, and it's a phoenix on the page. because nobody's supposed to know what that is, but they all know what it is. These people that put those stones up know what it is. And you talk about the apocalypse. It's the sixth seal of Revelation.
Right.
And
Let me
when
ask you, can you remember? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but can you
no.
remember what the four horsemen were? There was four horsemen, and each one of
Yeah,
them stood for something. What was it?
but
It was like one was like pestilence or something. I can't
okay.
remember.
There was the first one. He come out with a crown on a white horse with a bow and a arrow, right? Bow and arrow. And this was not Jesus, because Jesus came out with a sword in his mouth. That's the next set of horses, okay? Then the red horse came. That's the war horse. Then behind him came famine, a quart of wheat for a day's wage, or uh, what uh, what was the measurement for a quart of wheat? For a denarius. Okay, that's a day's wage. And then behind him came death and hell, okay, on a black horse. So there were four horsemen. These are the ones that are marching right now. Basically, we had the corona, the one with the crown, okay.
Right. Right.
We had Stabber, the bow. You following me?
Yeah.
This is not Jesus coming, okay.
Well, I mean, they're talking about, like I was saying, the food crisis or whatever, or that some shit. That's famine.
That's a day's wage for a quart of wheat. That's
Yeah.
the
I
third
mean,
horse. That's
you know,
the third horse.
and also, like I was sitting there talking about, also like that the so-called mark of the beast, where you talk about you will not be able to buy or sell without the mark, and it's like the cashless society, turning it into that, where have like a barcode on
Well,
your
you
hand or
might
your
not be
forehead.
able to buy or sell, but I think people are clever enough to barter for
Well,
whatever
that's
they.
the thing. It's like using Caesar's property.
Mm-hmm.
Render Caesar
Yep.
what is Caesar's. Give up this fiat currency shit, because technically the only true money is gold and silver.
And if you really remember, when Jesus and his disciples needed to pay the head tax, he
Yeah.
sent his fishermen, which he hung out with fishermen, which are a really rough lot of people. These are not people who don't cuss and drag their knuckles around. I mean, they're really rough people, and they
Right.
fight and they're mean, and you know, he sent them down, and inside the fish's mouth was the coins for his disciples to pay the head tax to Caesar. Remember that?
Yeah, I think I've read the Bible before. I remember the
Mhm.
passages and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't remember it for word by for word. I've got an old one. I've got a really old Bible. I don't remember how old it is. Just pretty damn old. But and then I've got a King James version also.
Hmm.
But I don't really look to the King James version too much. It gets changed, reinterpreted, and all this other
Well,
shit over
yeah,
the.
and like, where's the rest of Ruth, and where's
Well, there's a lot of stuff left out. I mean, like for
the
instance, like I
the
mean, I
book
didn't
of
know nothing
Enoch?
about the Book of Enoch until I got older. You know what I mean? So
And the third book of Enoch is a spurious text. It's totally a forgery. But Enoch 1 and 2, read those, yes. Because, I mean, Enoch built the Great Pyramid.
all right, check this out. Check this out. All right, you know the story of Gilgamesh, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Um, when the war in Afghanistan or Iraq or whatever was happening, U.S. forces actually found, or they claim they found, Gilgamesh's body.
Yeah,
They
I heard
found the
they said
tomb.
they found his tomb. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now, if it's not a story, let's just say for shits and giggles, it's not a story. It was actually Gilgamesh was real. Gilgamesh was actually basically a Nephilim, like a half god, half human. All right. and now the U.S. forces or the government has got access to his DNA.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Well, and
I
this
don't know
goes.
what can go wrong.
Well, and was it you who said life finds a way?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Going to the what was that movie you were quoting from?
Jurassic Park.
The dinosaur movie, yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
Jurassic Park.
these things lived with us humans on Earth before the flood. We
Right.
coexisted with them. That's why these megalithic structures have these incredibly tall walls, and people scurried down inside their buildings to avoid these huge animals that were predatory in the predatory winged birds. And this was all in that vapor canopy world that was essentially a huge greenhouse with this humidity above, and the things that what watered the earth was the dew in the in the evening. That's what it says in Genesis. So I don't know if you're the kind of person like I am. I read Genesis and I skipped straight to Revelation, and that's exactly the way it should be read. Exactly. And I absolutely totally spaced out what your question. What where was I going? I
No,
had a
I was
point.
just,
I was gonna make
I was just sitting there talking about, like, for instance, like, okay, what can go wrong if they got
no because
Gilgamesh's
DNA.
DNA?
Well,
Yeah.
okay, I'm basically agreeing with you.
Yeah.
Life finds a way, and
Right.
also going back to what my point with the 70 generations that the Nephilim would be abyssed, okay, and coming out in 1962. So here we are.
That's the thing. It's like when you said that, I was trying to. I mean, because I wasn't alive then, but I mean, I was trying to think about all the different the events that were happening around that time in '62 of what could be like a telltale sign of that happening. You know what I
Well,
mean?
um,
You get what I'm trying to say? It's like, okay, that's evidently something important that happened or it was supposed to happen in history. There's
there's
got to be some kind of a sign that that actually happened. You know what I mean? That people just
um,
missed. You know what I
well,
mean?
would they want to make it obvious?
No, probably not. I mean, I have no idea what goes through all these people's heads, these Nephilim's heads. I have no clue. You know what I mean?
You
You
actually
know,
think that they could clone a sheep, and they've tried to clone humans, and
I know,
they're making chimeras because they're doing it with fish.
I
They're
know that,
they're
dude.
making chimeras every day.
That's the
And
thing. That's what
this,
bothers me. It's like, okay,
this is why God destroyed the bloody earth with the great flood in the first place, was
right. And the
because of
next
the
one is supposed to be
chimeras.
fire, right?
Hmm.
Okay. See,
This
that's the thing.
this is stored up for fire. This
Right.
this 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 destruction is stored up for fire. Absolutely correct. Because the last one was stored up for water. This one's stored up for fire.
That's the thing. It's
And
like, I'm not sure, it's like,
things don't get destroyed in the Bible until it has reached the fullness of its time.
oh, yeah.
Did you notice that when you were reading the
Yeah.
Bible? When
Yeah.
it's reached no, we can't destroy it yet. It hasn't reached the fullness of its time. And here's even Lot's wife, Sodom and Gomorrah, and 5 other cities are being destroyed. But there was another city, Zephrah, in that valley that didn't get touched. Why? I don't know. Maybe the people were good there. Maybe they were vibrating on a higher frequency. Maybe they
Right.
weren't living in, you know, uh, wanting to rape the strangers that came to their town. Because when they said, don't look back, the angel said, flee, don't look back. Lot's wife looked back. So she actually was turning around and vibrating, maybe wanting to go back to her home, wanting to go back to her friends. Who knows? But she looked back. The rest of the family did it. They survived. She didn't. So there's this definite thing that comes around and it does resets. In fact, the reset was so bad in the valley of Sodom and Gomorrah with all five, and it wasn't just Sodom and Gomorrah that got destroyed, it was 5 cities that got destroyed. The girls thought that there was no one left on earth to have children with, so they had sex with their father and created the Amorites and the Edomites. Those 2 nations were born of those 2 girls having sex with their father. But then arguably, there wasn't any law against incest, correct, until Moses came along generations later. Did you fall asleep?
No, I was sitting there. I was sitting there thinking of when Also, I was remembering somebody was sitting there talking about, because we were talking about Moses, for instance. He was here before the flood, all right. And then and I have this thing. I was like, I was,
No,
yeah, no.
no.
So okay, no, that was
Moses
Noah.
was
I was
the
thinking about. I
lawgiver.
was thinking about Noah, not. I was thinking about Noah. That's what I was thinking
Enoch was
about.
before
Enoch, right?
and immediately after the flood, Noah. Okay, well, you know Noah. There was Methuselah,
Right.
Enoch, Methuselah, Noah. Then Noah
But they,
sons
but they
Ham,
were.
Ham and
Was
Japheth.
Noah a Nephilim also?
Noah was probably enormous, and his sons were probably enormous, and the freaking ark was built with enormous trees.
Well, the thing is like, okay, there's some places that looks like petrified tree stumps, but they're the size of a freaking mountain. All
Yeah,
right, it's a good possibility that's what it is. It really
that's
is.
exactly
It's
right.
not a mountain. It's actually a tree stump. And then
Like
on top of
Devil's
that,
Tower, like
I
Devil's
st-
Tower.
right. Well, that's very possible right there. I thought about that. There's other ones that I was thinking about in particular, but yes, you are yeah. Um, and I haven't seen it myself personally, so I couldn't tell you. But the thing is like I started thinking about it. It's like, okay, I had this thing. I was like, oh yeah, this thing with Noah. Yeah, I mean, you talk about you got 2 of everything. I was like, dude, he can't just go around the whole damn world and get 2 of everything. He went only in his general geographic location. And then people were like, well,
No,
not necessarily. Not
these people
necessarily.
weren't just giants. These people were titans. They were
Right,
enormous.
right.
Okay. And if you think back to, like, who were you talking about earlier? Oh, Zeus.
Yeah,
Kronos was a titan. And he was Zeus's father, if I'm not mistaken, in Greek mythology. And he wanted to eat his children. Remember when his children were born, he would eat them
right.
because there was going to be a child that came along that usurped his power. Okay, so anyway, where was I going? Oh, okay. Well, on and beyond. Getting back to Titans, these
Right.
enormous people. Then once the flood hit, people started getting smaller and they became gigantic. And then the next generation after that, successfully, they smaller and smaller and smaller because they're living under the sun. They're not living under the moon. They're living under sun calendars. They're not living under moon calendars. The whole calendar's changed.
Yeah.
So
I actually thought about that one time when when it come down to like the Mayan calendar.
yeah,
Who's to say, because everybody was thinking it was like 2012 and all this other shit,
total
so
lie.
like they were
Completely
going by
total
the
lie.
solar calendar. They were not going by the lunar calendar, you know. So there, that date was changed. It's not this. It's not
No,
2012. I don't
no,
think.
it's not. It's 2040.
Hmm. Well,
And Jason Brashears published a book way before 2012 that said that This is on a 138-year cycle, and totally calculated out the Mayan back train. Is that what they're called? Back to the Mayan count, right? And it
Okay.
didn't end in 2012. That was a complete and total miscalculation. And Jason straightened it out, and he published a book. Of course, they don't really, in retrospect, people don't go, "Oh, well, that was wrong. Who was right?" They don't do that. But Jason was right. It was wrong.
Well, I
Obviously,
knew something wasn't right because oh my gosh, even
well, the
after
world didn't come to
2012.
an end in 2012, did it? And it didn't come to an
Yeah.
end in 1999 on, when it
Yeah.
calendar flipped at 2000, and
Yeah, I know.
everybody's every,
Y2K, man, Y2K.
yeah, Y2K. But it's always something to keep people on the edge of their seat, to keep them in a constant state of anxiety, to always have them in a fear factor mode.
Right.
Just absurdity.
Well, you know what? I actually, man, all right, on that level right there, all right, I started thinking about it. It's like, what was it? It's like, was it peacetime create come from man or some shit? I can't remember the thing. But anyway, it also reminded me of the biblical sense also. I um they the archangels and all that stuff whatever you want to call them, Satan or whatever, and all the other angels, whatever. When they were tossed down here, they were put down here on purpose by the Creator. All right.
Well, the archangels weren't tossed. There was a third of the stars of heaven, which is what God refers. The stars of heaven being a third of the angels were cast down to earth. They're the ones that were abyss for the
Right.
70 generations. Okay. Doesn't mean they haven't been up to any mischief, because they have.
Right. Well, that's the thing I was trying to say is like basically cast them down to earth or whatever, and let them do their thing. All right.
Well,
And the
even
Creator,
even
I
Jesus
mean,
said,
they're not, he's not up down there slapping them every so often when they act up, you know what I mean? Because millions of people die over through the generations and the history and stuff like that. And you don't see the old Creator coming stepping in. It's like, you know what?
now
That
that
doesn't
we're
look right.
developing our personalities for our immortal stone that we're going to be given.
Right.
Our new garment, our new name. We don't even know our name yet. We're living in these little holographic avatars that are will progress on to another I guess another incarnation, I guess you could
Yeah.
call it.
I kind of look at it as like graduating like from high school to college or something, kind of like
Well,
that.
you know what? We're
You know, it's
getting
graduation.
really good. Now we're approaching the end of this. This is going to collapse. It is going to collapse. There is a day it's going to collapse. And people are really getting upset. I've noticed on the internet, don't be giving out any dates about anything, that's just bullshit. Well, guess what? There are certain astrological things that are going on, like Revelation 12, the great sign in heaven. Now, why would that be in Revelation 12? Well, there's a woman. Okay, well, who's the woman in the sky? Virgo, right? And what's passing through her for 9 months? Jupiter, the king star. That's Regulus, but Jupiter basically is passing through her. She's got the moon at her feet, 12 stars at her head, the sun at her head, and this is an astrological anomaly that happens like once in hardly ever. Okay, but it's sitting there. It's a date. It's the 1st of September 2017. Okay.
Okay.
Absolutely that day, no doubt about it, to the right or to the left. And people are screaming, don't be killing people dates. People are curious about the dates. What does this mean in Revelation? It's a friggin' astral. You got to look up. If you want to know even what's going on, even in the book of Mark, you have to look up. It's all astrological. Let me ask you something. If you were looking for a man that was carrying a water jar in the sky, what would it be called?
Was it Pisces
Nope.
or the what
That's
was it?
the fish.
That's the fish.
Aquarius.
That's it's, oh crap.
Aquarius.
I keep on. I Aquarius. Okay, I was thinking that was the one with the fish. There's Aquarius.
And what are we in? The dawn of the age of Aquarius. So what did Jesus say when he went to send his disciples to find the place for the Last Supper? He said, go look for the man that's carrying a water jar, and he'll show you where we're going to eat our evening meal, right? Guess what? Men didn't carry water. He was referring to the heavens. When you see a man in the marketplace carrying a jar of water, you see
No, not at that time. No, I see it. I see what you're saying.
In the age of Pisces,
You got to put yourself back in that time.
Pisces were the fish that spit out the coins into the disciples' hands. It was 153 fish. They counted them when Jesus said, cast your net on that side of the boat. You've been fishing all night. Cast your net over there. What'd they haul in? 153 fish. Figure out the gematria on that one. There are so many hidden messages, and people, they don't look up. They never look up. First thing I taught my grandchildren, on my hips, take them outside at night and the morning, every day. The first thing we did was look up.
Yeah, the moon's been bright for the past couple of nights. I can tell you that.
Well, yeah.
I've seen some crazy stuff on the fucking. I mean, I got a like a digital camera or whatever that I'll get out there with the tripod and I'll look at the moon. I get to zoom that sucker in real good.
Oh,
and I'm gonna tell you something. There's some stuff up there. I'm not sure what to think of.
My
it's like
favorite guy for moon photographs, Berserker Survival. He's in New South Wales in Australia. Okay. I'm telling you what.
I do know who you're talking about.
Huh?
I know who you're talking about.
Oh my God, that guy, Jason is his name. Oh my God, his photos are awesome. And
I got another one that you should check out if you haven't checked it out already.
Who?
It goes by a YouTube channel called Bruce Sees All.
Oh, I've heard of him.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Well, anyway,
he does a lot of videos and camera work because he's got his camera set up to a damn telescope, and he'll take videos. I'm gonna tell you something, man. There's stuff moving around up there. I can tell you what it's not. It's not a freaking helicopter. It's not a plane. It's not a satellite. There's some stuff up there.
Imagine what we're not seeing in our frame of reference with our limited.
Well, that's another thing too. I was sitting there and I was like, even NASA at this time is trying to figure out how they can do this. They were thinking they can go out to the asteroid belt and lasso one of them asteroids and bring it back and tow it over here. There's actually some people that actually say that this is a theory that's how the moon got here. The moon was actually towed to its spot that it's in now.
The moon doesn't belong here. Absolutely. And you know what? The Earth does not belong where it is either here. We are in a binary system. And we have a dark collapsed sun. And that is what's coming in 2046.
Well, that's going to suck. Because I'm going to tell you something, man. I'm a radio operator, and I'm going to tell you, I kind of like it when it's like, because sun goes through like these 11-year cycles, all right? and every 11 years it puts off a lot of these solar flares. And when
And
they
we're
does
having
when it
quite a
does
few right now.
right, right, we're in the peak of the cycle right now. But that's the
Hmm.
thing, is like for a radio operator like I am, or a radio guy that likes to talk on the radio, all those solar flares pushing on the ionosphere actually pushes all our radio signals further across the planet. And so I like that, you know what I mean. And I
Yeah.
but you're always on the edge, because even though it's pushing out all these nice solar flares for good conditions on the radio, just a little bit bigger of a solar flare can knock everything out,
Right.
you
You
know what I
got a
mean.
Carrington event, right?
Yeah. You know,
And
you're all right
here's
on
the
the
thing
edge, man.
too. Here's the thing too. Remember what the devil was called? The Lord of the Air.
All right, okay.
Ah.
Well, when I think of air, I think of speech, I think of communications,
Yeah.
talking.
The airwaves, the internet,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
whole the Spider
all that stuff.
Woman in the sky with her
Yeah.
web, and oh my God, there's just so many things. And the
Devil's
blue
in the
and the
details.
blue and red kachinas, and oh God, don't get me started. It's 2 o'clock in the morning and I've been
I know,
scratching
I know, I know.
through.
I actually got to get up in the morning, man. I got to get up and go to work. But
I have
dude,
so
Cindy,
many
I
lessons
really
on.
appreciate, man. I really thought this was awesome. I can go on and talk about this kind of stuff for a while too.
Was
And
anybody
as long as I
listening?
don't get too damn deep and then right to the root, I won't get shut down. You see what happened? See, we were sitting there talking about, all this stuff. We didn't get to the heart of it
I
because they didn't
think
shut me down.
we kept it moving
We kept it
so
moving. We
fast
kept it. Yep,
and
yep.
so confusing that there's no way AI could figure that out.
I'm telling you,
But
man. I'm telling you, because I was like,
is anybody even listening to us?
I says I got 3 people watching.
Well, you, me,
All
and
right.
somebody that fell asleep.
Nomics and Huckleberry stopped in. I don't know if he's still in there, but
Oh,
um,
I'll be damned.
but
Okay.
yeah, I don't know, man. It's cool if people do show up, all that stuff, and that's another thing too. It's if I get in these moods where I want to do some more live streams, man, hopefully you'll see I'm on or whatever, and
Well, yeah,
get up
but
on panel and we'll
you
sit there
know,
and talk and stuff. Because
hey,
I
I had
could
a
go all
hell of a
kinds of
good time
different
talking
places.
to you because this is right up my alley. Just fun, because I
Yeah.
love speculating about strange things.
Well, there are. Put it this way, man. There's so many things out there that still creates questions, and
We deserve answers.
well, that's what bothers me. It's like it brings me back, circle back to the censorship shit. A lot of stuff is being hidden from us on purpose. All
Oh,
right,
yeah.
and it's to keep us stupid in a sense. I actually kind of blame the internet and cell phones and all that shit to help along with that, but still, it's just like it also can help with the education too. But it's being censored, and then it's only like one viewpoint. I don't like the idea. I mean, I want to be able to make up my own mind. I don't need somebody to make up my mind for me. You know what I mean?
Well,
And
I was a very fortunate child on a boat in Alaska with a very attentive grandmother. Taught me how to read very, very early. We had the postman would come from harbor to harbor, and he would always bring a bunch of books from the last harbor he was in, and we rotated books out. And I was fortunate. I got to listen to people actually read in Alaska. you know and when I was little, that's what we do at night. We sit around and read to one another, play music, sing songs.
well, what else you got to do? It's freaking cold and snow.
Well, not so much snow. It gets stormy and rainy, and sometimes we'd have some pretty bad blows. But for the most part, just sitting around a warm oil fire in the, yes, I said oil,
Yeah.
in the boat, and we had kerosene lanterns, and people would read to each other. We'd read poetry, we'd read the Bible, we'd read strange books that, about everything, all kinds of things.
That's another thing too. I don't read as much as I used to. I mean, I read, this and that, but I mean, not like books and novels and stuff like I used to. But that's one thing I think is actually creating the stupidity, that creativity you were talking about earlier.
Uh-huh.
It's like that imagination. All right, when you read, you're using your imagination to create the pictures.
Uh-huh.
Well, if you watch it on a video, somebody's already created your imagination for you.
Yeah, I
You
don't
know what I
need that.
mean? You know what I'm
Yes,
saying?
that's what I like. See, this last week I read Charles Fort. Oh shoot, what's the name of that book? Oh shucks. Shoot, I was so into the book I forgot the title. And then the book before that was I did the Time Machine again because of the Eloy and the Morlocks. I was thinking about that so much, about the people that lived underground and how the guy was going through time. And
Yeah.
that one was Charles Fort. Oh, it's such a great title, and it's right on the tip of my tongue. Like I
There's a
said,
couple of books that I read. I mean, I remember one of the titles, and the other one I can't remember what it was, but I remember the story. But though there was this one, I think it was a series, but it was called God Inc. God, like anagram, like God, like G dot O dot D dot God Inc. Like
uh-huh,
Incorporated.
uh-huh.
All right, and this is another thing that kind of made me get kind of sort of like toward that theory of like all the megalithics were built by people in the past by the people from the future. All right. The God Inc. book was like it was there was no space on the planet in the future to grow food anymore. So what they did is they created a time machine so they can go back into the past where all this vacant real estate is and created gardens to feed the future people. You know what I mean?
That's
And that's
cool.
where the so-called Garden of Eden came into play. You know what I'm
Uh-huh.
saying?
Okay.
And I'm using air quotes again, and you can't see it, but the Garden of Eden. But that was the story. It was
But
like,
what
oh,
you
that's
just did is you enclosed it. See, and the Garden of Eden was enclosed. It was enclosed space.
right.
Book
Well,
of the Damned. Book of the Damned, Charles Fort. Sorry.
okay. I know I have that. I do that sometimes too. I do that sometimes. Cool. Yeah, I think I haven't read that book. No, I haven't. But
Well, he is the most sarcastic, most I gotta use this word. It's a 70s word for the coolest shit. The bitchinest book I've read in a long time. The Book of the Damned. Oh, really good stuff.
right on. And there's another one I was thinking about. Oh, if I can remember it now, there was God Inc. and there was um,
Who was the author of that?
oh man, I can't remember, but they did a
Oh,
series,
you'll
I
think of
think.
it in a minute.
Yeah, yeah. Um, but it oh shit. Now I had the damn other book in my mind. I can't remember that. Damn it, that's like it's becoming contagious. All right, my brain farts are happening.
Yeah, I
Um,
know it's time to let it rest. Let the brain rest. My brain's been going for let's see. I got up at 4. It's 2:14. Yeah.
yeah, it's like yeah, it's four over here, 4:15
My
or whatever.
God.
Yeah, I gotta go, man. Now, like I said, I
Okay. Well, you
appreciate
know
you
what?
coming in.
We're gonna have more conversations. I so enjoyed talking to you tonight. What a gas.
Yeah, no problem. And like I said, I'm gonna try and do some work. Like I'm in YouTube jail on my other channel, so I'm gonna do some stuff
And
over on this
your
one.
other channel, I'm sure I'm sub to. It's
Anarchy Television.
yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
That's right. Yeah.
yeah. I don't. I did a few some live streams with panel talk type stuff on it. The only problem is like um there are some characters that got on one of my live streams, and I was just like, well, I'm just going to try and separate it, you know, because I was like, my main channel really had a lot more to do with like the CB stuff and me talking about stuff here and there, and then so I was going to try and keep all the panel type talk stuff over on this one,
Oh.
and
Well, I
I don't
love
know.
radio stuff too. I love it. Like I said, I'm so jelly of you guys. I've got to get me a rig for sure.
I've got so many videos of me just making videos of conversations on the radio or skip conditions, you know, or whatever. I mean, I've got a shitload of those, man. But you know, that's what's so funny too. The last one that got deleted today, actually, when I got the notification, if I remember correctly, I didn't do a whole lot of talking on that video. It was actually people that were on the radio that were talking, and I still got a damn strike and shit off of that.
Oh, they must have said something that blew somebody's dress up.
Well, yeah, it was. It violated this one. It violated the community strike when it comes down to giving any kind of like opposing opinions or whatever on the 2020 election.
Oh.
And yeah, so it was an old video. It was an old video, but because they got if you read through the YouTube community thing, if you read that when it comes down to the 2020 election stuff, you know, they call this misinformation under that thing. You cannot say anything about like, you know, any kind of like the stuff was rigged or whatever.
Yeah.
And because that will violate some shit.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, I mean, you know, everything that was on that video from what I remember, but I can't view it, so I can't really tell you for sure. But from what I remember, because it's an old video, it was mostly just me making because I remember from the title, generally what was on it, and it was just mostly me talking and maybe mostly people on the radio talking, and this is just opinions, or
And they just had opinions, and
yeah, it was just opinions.
God
or whatever.
forbid anybody have a bloody opinion.
And, you know, yeah, I mean, and I've had a lot of them so far that have they claim medical misinformation, you know, anything that goes against the CDC or the WHO or anything like that, or, you know.
Yeah, but they're changing that stuff on a daily basis.
I know, that's what's so funny too, because like some of the videos that got, well, that's the thing, is like some of the videos that got deleted at that time, yeah, that's the general consensus of what the stuff is, but now that's changed, but my video is still deleted. You know what I mean? So technically, it wasn't wrong. It wasn't misinformation. I was right.
I guess it just takes a long time for the morons to catch up.
Shit, I'm gonna tell you so, but you know, my video is not coming back. You know, actually, there was one. They claim medical misinformation, and I did an appeal, and I appealed with the question. It's like, I would like to have some evidence that anything or whatever on this video is misinformation, and what fact do you have to back it up?
Show me the evidence.
Well, they didn't have anything, so they reinstated the video. 2 days later, they deleted it again. And I appealed it with the same question. They denied the appeal.
So some other moron came along and said, no, that's got to go. And then some other moron came along and said, yeah, I'm just sitting here rubber stamping stuff. So I'll
you know, I don't know.
Deleted.
You know, there's a part of me that I'm not sure exactly, but there's a part of me that thinks that a lot of the initial stuff that gets taken down is probably tagged by some AI.
Yeah.
All right. And then if I appeal it, it actually gets looked at by somebody with a heartbeat.
Yeah. What?
You know what I mean?
What they put it on 55 jump speed and run through it and sit there half-heartedly playing on their phone with their phone in one hand and their dinger in the other. I mean, I've heard some stories about the employees that work at YouTube and Google. So yeah,
you make your own opinion. You make your own opinion.
I'm getting a visual in my mind, and It's my imagination and my intuition.
Well, you know what else I was thinking also? It was probably just random people that stumbled up on my channel and then
Uh-huh.
going through my stuff, saw something they didn't like, they reported it, next thing you know,
Yeah.
boom.
There's some
You
serious
know.
infiltration going on. That's for dang
Well,
sure.
yeah, I mean, there's people out there that really are actively trying to get people's channels taken down.
Oh, I know.
You
They
know what I
do it
mean?
to my friend all the time.
Right. It's fucking crazy. You know what I mean?
No,
I mean,
I know.
they'll go as far as porn bombing and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
It's just crazy how far people will go just to get somebody
I've
knocked
never
off.
got to see any of that, and I probably wouldn't get excited if I did, but it's just
Well, personally, I'm not really wanting to see somebody's Tillywinker. You know, I'd rather see a nice pair of titties if I'm going to get porn bombed.
there you go.
You know, make it worth it to me, man. Come on,
You
you know.
want to see everybody's titties. It doesn't matter what they look like. You
I
can
mean,
say
come
it.
on. I'm a guy. I don't want to see somebody else's junk. I want to I want
There
to
you
see some
go.
titties. You know what I mean?
I don't
But
mind looking at titties either.
but I'm saying though, you know, it's like that doesn't happen. It's like, you know, but also I start thinking about the sociological and the whole you know, their whole shit in their head when it comes down to it, that will compel somebody to actually show their pecker off. You know what I mean? On the internet. You know
Yeah.
damn well this is going to be there forever unless it gets taken down by YouTube or something like that. It's going to be there forever. You know what I mean? Even if it's not on YouTube anymore, it's still going to be there forever. If it got downloaded and seen by somebody, they could have downloaded it and it's on. It's going to be, you know. I
Yeah.
mean, because I see that kind of shit. I've actually,
Because you know who wants to see guys' peckers?
no, dude. There's so many other
Other
websites. If
guys.
you want to see that kind of stuff, there's so
Other
many other
guys
websites.
want to see guys' peckers, not
Right?
like not guys, the man guys. Like
No,
no.
fairies.
It's so silly.
So fairies. But no, I mean,
anyways.
yeah. But I start thinking about the whole mental thing that, I mean, I was like, I don't understand. I do, but I don't get it why people go to that. But it's also being weaponized. YouTube guideline thing. See that, and then it's like, okay, well, then these are against the rules. That will get you shut down. Well, I'm going to use that. I'm going to do this to you and get you shut down by that. So these actions that YouTube created because they made guidelines against it, they weaponize that to get people shut down. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. I'm going off on some other shit. But anyway,
But it's still that thing to keep people in a constant state. Try to keep this in mind.
Well,
And this
yeah, I mean, it also censors
anxiety.
people because
This-
it's like that.
This just trigger my ass.
Well, I
you
mean,
know.
it becomes that cancel culture type of scenario.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
that's
saying?
what I'm saying.
You know?
That's exactly. Yes, I know what you're saying.
It's fucking stupid. It's a modern day book burning, and it just pisses me off. It's like,
And
how do we get out of this? Because I know we cannot attack this thing head on
We
because
are
this is a
going to get out
massive
of
shit.
this. Trust me. Trust me.
Yeah, I just got to figure out how.
No. Follow me to Jason's, and I'll hang out with you over there too. I'll tell you what, you're going to get some answers. All these questions that I ask too. How do we get out of this? Well, it's going to be interesting, and I can.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. I've asked the big guy already. I'd be like, okay, listen, you're gonna have to give us. You're gonna have to give us a little hint here. You know what I mean? It's like, come on. You know what I mean? I mean, it's like a little help here.
Yeah.
So I mean, I almost think that this is where I was going with this a little earlier too. Is like with the with the ones that been banished down to earth and stuff. With them down here, it actually will harden us. If the ones that are actually true toward the creator will harden us closer to the creator, and that's exactly what the creator wanted. So it's actually them down here is putting us through this shit is actually a test You know what I mean? In a way, I was sitting there thinking about it.
Well,
It's like this constant turmoil, this constant stress, this constant fear. It's actually a test to see if we can actually endure and actually still come out the other side on the creator side. You know what I'm saying? Instead of,
he already told you what to do.
you see what I'm saying though,
Remember,
right?
remember, remember when you were like a kid and they told you that you were loosely held together atoms, and you're nobody can really explain why you're even who you are. And what they were really telling you is you are a universe. Your your body that carries around that central nervous system that makes you think and feel that you're here. You feel, you touch, you smell, you taste, you love, you know, have these emotions. This is a beautiful creation, and you are a universe unto yourself, and you can bring anything into it that you demand it, because
Right.
even those that have will be given more, and even those that have not, even that will be taken away from them. So think about that and
Yeah.
demand that this universe serve you. Demand it,
Yeah.
because you are a universe, and you're here in this holographic Star Trek holodeck, and just say, I need freaking,
Superpowers. I need superpowers.
I
That's what
need
I need.
fucking, I need some fucking caviar over there in the corner with my champagne.
Right.
Fooey or
Yeah.
not, you know? I mean, come on.
Champagne dreams with a beer budget. You know, no,
Well, yeah, but you
no.
know what? Keep it rolling forward. Because,
I
you
know.
know,
I'm working on it. I'm working on it. I've been,
every last
you
one
know,
of us deserves to have this place serve us. It's ours. We're supposed to put our feet on our soil that God gave us.
I know that's the thing. It's like, but the ones that were put on this planet are trying to divert us from that, and that's that all these influences is actually comes from that source, and that's the thing. It's like, it's like
Well,
it's better
what did
read
the
than
devil
dead. You
come
know what I
to?
mean?
Came to
Or like,
rob.
it's better
He
to
came to
comply
steal.
than, you know. I hear this type of shit all the time from different people. It's like, these people the government's too damn big, or this is all too fucking big. You can't do nothing about it. You might as not even try. You know what I mean? They got more guns. You're just one person.
They
And
got
and I think,
F-15s flying over. Yeah, well, so what?
well, I just think that's more of like a cop out and a defeatist attitude,
It's
honestly.
a show of force by a limp dick.
Right. I
Is
just,
all it is.
but to get even the ones that are, lack of better words, the house slaves, get them woke up to the point where they see what the reality. The only problem is that there's a lot of people out there that will totally do as they're told because they're getting paid to do it. They got food in their belly. They got a roof over their head. You know what I mean? They ain't got it so good. They don't want to go back to something. You know,
Well,
it's a lot of people are going to fight tooth and nail to keep it right the way it is going. You know what I mean?
I think we could have a conversation that would probably blow your head off, but we couldn't have it on YouTube.
Well, put it this way: I do these things with StreamYard because it has that option of going backstage and stuff. What I call a speakeasy,
Mm.
So maybe one of these days, man, we'll do that. We'll get together or
Oh.
something like that. I'll do a live stream, and then and then we'll just go backstage and do that kind of stuff.
Yeah, well,
I'll shut
worst
the
case
stream down.
scenario, you'll probably
Huh?
want to burn me at the stake.
No, I'm saying, but because the speakeasy is actually nicer. I don't have to worry about my channel getting struck or anything like that. And
Nice.
then me and Indy, we were doing it just kind of like, kind of, yeah, like the other night, or what was it, over the weekend, Indy did a backstage thing, but it was like a movie night.
Oh,
And I don't know if you've seen it or not, but it's a new movie. I didn't hear nothing about it until the other day, but it's called My Son Hunter.
oh, I saw it yesterday. Oh
Okay,
yeah,
well,
my
she did a
girlfriend
movie.
sent that to me.
She
Oh
did
yeah.
a movie night. She did a movie night, and we were all sitting backstage watching that movie.
That
So,
was a loaded.
and then 2 hours
loaded
of conversation afterwards. You know what I'm saying? So, and this was all
Seriously.
backstage. So, I tend to do that too sometimes, over when I do my live streams too.
Well,
So,
that movie was delicious, and I had to watch it all by myself. God, I wish I could watch this with somebody. But it was fun. I mean, yeah,
yeah.
My Son Hunter. Yeah, I recommend it to everybody, even though it was not the greatest acting in the world, but it got the point across. I'll tell you that.
Well, there were some points in the dialogue that was kind of like, okay, I mean, I don't know if they were actually privy to some things that were supposed to actually really happening or whatever. Because a lot of points in that stuff is actually I've heard before, but
Were
it
you
was like,
worried that there were some non-facts presented in that movie?
well, that's what I was kind of, because it was kind of like a satire type,
But
I
it's
guess.
a movie. It's entertainment,
Well,
right?
you know what I was thinking also at the same time was it's kind of like the plausible deniability scenario. Like a lot of these, or like that predictive programming type of thing. They did a movie. They actually put facts of actually real events in this movie, and then they can say, "Well, no, that didn't really happen. That's a fucking movie." You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I know. But you know
Plausible
what?
deniability.
It was still fun for me to watch that. Just it was. I only watched it for fun because I could really, at this point, I wanted to say what Hillary said. What difference does it make? But you know what? It's going to make a difference. I'll I'll guarantee it. It's going to make a difference.
If we had true justice in this fucking world, she'd be under the ground.
Oh, I'm not
I
so
mean, for real,
sure.
dude. I mean, for real, dude. I mean,
I'm not so
the
sure.
thing. Oh man, dude. Dude, seriously, Cindy, I gotta go to bed. But fuck, dude, I really, really, I can go off on so many different angles, man, on different things.
I
But they all
know.
connect.
Yeah,
They all
yeah,
connect,
yeah.
Cindy. They all
You need
connect.
to go tuck yourself in, kid.
And
And I can see that because you're the same age as my oldest.
right on.
Time to go to
Well,
bed.
all right. Well, hey, I'll
Hey, we're
catch up
gonna
with you,
talk
man.
again for sure.
Yeah. Like I
Oh,
said, I'll
you
be
know,
on this. I'll be on my.
here,
This is my backup channel,
you
so I'll
know,
be on this one for a while. And anyway, and hopefully, man, you can catch up with when I
hey,
get another
I got a
live.
good idea. I'm gonna put my number in the private chat. Okay?
10-4.
Huh?
10-4. I'll
10-4?
send. Yeah,
Okay.
10-4.
Okay. Oh,
I'll tell you this: when it comes down to me personally, unless you're in my contact list, phone calls will not come through, but text will. But I'll send you a
well, I
text.
don't know how to text.
You don't know how to text,
No.
or you can
No.
voicemail. I mean, you can send something on my voicemail.
I
You know what I mean? Because it will go to my voicemail if it
no, I
does.
don't
If
know
you
how to
if you
do.
end
I
up,
don't, dude. I don't even have a cell phone. I'm seriously. I am backwoods Alaskan old-fashioned grandma. I got a landline and a computer.
is it a rotary phone?
I would like to say it was, but I got rid of it. But I do
I was
have
gonna
one
say
upstairs.
that's not backwards unless it's rotary.
I do have one upstairs that I can plug in when the power goes out.
Okay, I hear
So
you.
now
I
I
kind of
do
miss
have.
having a landline though. I really do. You know what I mean? Because it was like, okay, if somebody called and I wasn't home, I didn't know about it. I didn't answer it. You know what I mean?
Exactly. And if it
Yeah.
didn't matter, they didn't call back, right?
Right.
So do you
Right.
see me now? You see my number there?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, anyway,
Well, because I was like, because I mean, if since you don't do text message or anything like
I
that, I
have
was gonna
no
send.
idea. I can send emails.
Oh yeah, right on. Well, I got an email too. Okay, here. Let me see here. I think I got my email somewhere. Hold on. I'll send that to you too. And I'll write that down, man,
Oh, I
because
can give you my here. I got a better idea. I'll give you my email too. And this isn't. Oh, this is my old coonhound's name. Okay, he was 100. No, it wasn't a coonhound. He was a cougar hound. Oh no. There it is. Okay,
okay.
Okay. See that? That's
Yeah, I got it. I got it.
He was a
Okay.
big little 120-pound cougar hound. I swear he could climb trees with the kids. And that's my real last name. And there's my email.
10-4.
And I will 10-4 yours too. Oh, how cute.
What?
Trailblazer. I used to be a trailblazer, man. I blazed a lot of trails.
Yeah, I am definitely a trailblazer. Actually, there's a story behind all that stuff too. But and the name Wingnut. Wingnut is my CB handle. 1122 Wingnut Radio. That's my CB handle. And Trailblazer is actually me and a bunch of people that gravitated to each other started a group called the Trailblazers, and I've been a trailblazer ever since.
Nothing like busting trail. Nothing like it.
I'll tell you, it's.
Those are
I've done that literally too. I worked for a surveying company, so I've actually had to sit there and cut a trail out just for surveying property, and so I know exactly what that's all about.
Yeah, I've done it with my horse. If we couldn't go over it, we went under it. We were buds. We were buds, and we had great times. So, anyways, off to bed we go, eh? And hey,
yes,
I never had such a good time all night long, up all night, for crying out loud. Look at that. Well, thank you for the good conversation and having me to your party. It was great.
man, I appreciate it also because I like the conversation, so I'm glad, and I'm glad Virginia came up too, man. It's
I just
didn't
love
see her
that
in a
girl.
while.
You know what? I got to have her out to my house and bring all the kids and the dogs and everything.
You guys are close enough, man. That's the thing.
Yeah.
It's like I'm all the way over in Florida. You know what I mean?
She's like an hour. She's like an hour and a half from me, at the most.
Yeah. I don't know if you know the YouTube channel Survival Living. Do you know that one?
Yep.
He's actually a local to me. He's not that far away from where I live.
Oh yeah, because you were talking about palmetto.
Yeah, palmetto bushes and stuff like that, and alligators and all that.
Where he lives and stuff.
Oh yeah, he's not that far away from where I live, so that's the only thing. It's like, and I met him on YouTube. You know what I mean? I didn't even know he had lived around here until then.
Yeah.
And actually, that's actually from
I know
Ron
that
also.
guy's been around the block, and he's got it going on, but I still worry about him kind of showing people too much of what he's got going on. I worry about that. You know what I mean?
I do, and I've actually mentioned this on some of the so-called prepper channels and stuff. I've actually mentioned this before. when it comes down to certain things. Because there was a lot of them that were focusing so much on firearms, and I'm like, dude, don't
I'm
fucking show all the shit you
I'm
got.
just I'm just saying it because I care about
Yeah,
these folks.
because I mean, you have a very valid point, and I've also said this too because I mean, I worry about, like, for instance, all right, it goes down, and your neighbor gets desperate. He's seen your YouTube. He knows what kind of stuff you got. He lives
right,
that far. He can come over and want to take all your shit. He's
right.
chancing to
No,
get shot, but
he doesn't want a half loaf of bread to keep his family fed. He wants
yeah,
to take all your shit.
yeah, exactly. No, that's the
Like
thing. It's like,
he's going in.
if somebody's willing to take your stuff, they're willing to go all. They're probably willing to go all the way. I mean, especially if they know you got guns, most likely you're going to be willing to use it. So they're willing to go against you that has guns and take your guns.
And
So I
they
mean,
know
okay,
that already because they're your neighbor.
yeah,
Oh my Lord.
it's just one of them things. I've looked at that same thing too because, like I said, I know a couple of people, and the one I'm thinking about right off the bat, they're still in Venezuela when all that crap happened in Venezuela and the country went
Yeah.
to ball and all that stuff. I mean, yeah, they're still there. Haven't been able to get out of Venezuela. So they were telling me these different little tips and shit. I mean, it's gotten so bad in some areas, they're eating dogs for food. All right.
Remember when Chavez was on the floor of the United Nations and he said that he could smell the fire and brimstone because George Bush had just been there? Do you
Right.
remember when Chavez said that? And then after that, they went and just that country was looted. And they have the best fuel oil for like heating.
Well, I'll tell
That's
you this is where wasn't okay,
oil is good
was
for.
it Chavez, and I think it was Castro, and what was the other one? Well, they all tried to start and create their own currency and go against the petrodollar.
Oh,
And what
not
it ended up
allowed.
right, yeah, and what ended up happening is they all got assassinated basically. All right. I see the same thing with the Russia scenario too, because he wants to now he's like trying to force everybody. If you want to buy anything from them, you're gonna have to pay it in rubles and not, U.S. currency.
Have you noticed that there's been quite a few um, people kind of suspiciously dying in Russia? I think maybe Mr. P is weeding out some of his
Yeah,
rivalry.
it could be.
Yeah,
It could be. Or
kind of
even
like
people that are, you think about how Mao did it. When Mao was in power, nobody was safe. All right.
oh,
At least with
Mao.
at least with Hitler, if you were on his side or his like an ass kisser, you had a chance to staying alive. But with Mao, it didn't matter. Nobody was safe. All right. Well,
Nope.
it's possible it's on that same level where it could be like either ones that are going against him and saying anything and trying to keep the narrative on his side, or because I don't see any of those motherfuckers a good guy, but
He,
or he's trying to get rid of some of the ones that are too close to him.
he's been weeding the garden, bro.
Yeah, yeah.
Weeding the
Well, I'm
garden.
just saying, because I try to imagine this big geopolitical crap. I try to imagine it kind of like a chessboard, and you're looking at a big fucking map spread out on a table, and you see all the major players on the board. All right. Now, if you think about it, the option is to get the queen of the of the other opponent, right? Well, all right. If you're wanting to make a big
Well,
move, you're gonna
figuratively, that just happened.
right. Well, yeah. But anyway, what if you wanted to make a big move, a big play on the board, you're going to have all your pieces in the right place, right? So I try to imagine it kind of like that. I'm trying to okay, see the big picture, see all the places, all the pieces on the board, where are they at, try to anticipate the big move or what move they're going to make. You know what I'm saying? But even then it gets a little bit because there's all these distractions to I mean, seriously, when
Because they give you one every morning before you have your
I know
coffee.
exactly. That's the
Just keep
problem.
that in mind. They are
Yeah.
doing this on purpose. And if
Mhm.
you think there's a side, I'm not so sure there's a side.
Well, no, no, I have to agree. It's the people that just want to be left alone and live their life, and not have to worry about people trying to take what they got. That's them and against the others. The other ones that want to take everything and rule
Well,
over
you
them.
know what? I do think this. There's certain dragon families in China, okay? Then we have uh, they're playing Monopoly. There's and we're the pieces. We're
Right.
the we're the friggin' Pennsylvania Railroad. We're not even a piece. We're just something to be exploited. And they're playing Monopoly, all right. And I think the game, and I think they think of this as a big friggin' game because they got so much money. Like I said, it's like a barren womb. You can't pump it full enough to get it to give you get. That's kind of a weird way of saying it, but oh my God. Oh, I thought you left.
No,
All
I'm
right.
sitting here just listening very intently. That's all.
Well,
No.
I think,
I mean, because like I said, I mean, I do more learning by listening than I do talking. Even though I do ramble sometimes, I have to admit.
well, I talk way too much sometimes because you know
Well,
what?
like I said, I like to learn things, and there's things that I might not be aware of, or it might give me another angle. Because I try to imagine it like this. Like
You
I
are
got this
aware
coat.
of you are aware of the dragon families, right?
I I I know something. I know a little bit. I don't know
Hmm.
enough. Put it that way. I mean, it wasn't a major focus on any of my research anyway. Put it that way.
Well, Dr. William Mount, I've had him out to my house, and he's very good on the dragon families. He's got some real good videos on it. But anyway, they're playing. This is a game. This is a game to them. At this point, it's a game. They're just trying to see which ones can milk us for the last drop of strippings that they can get out of our tits. They're trying to friggin' bankrupt us before they go underground. And I can assure you, they're going underground. And
Well, I'm
it's
gonna tell
not.
you something. I don't care how fucking big of a hole, what deep a hole they are, or whatever rock they crawl under. They cannot fucking hide from all of us.
Well, they
I
can't
can tell
hide
you
from
that
the
right
Phoenix.
now.
That's the thing. They can't hide from the Phoenix, and they know it.
Yeah, I
And
don't even care if they take a rocket ship to another damn rock somewhere. They cannot hide. Yeah, you know. I mean, I think this is another thing they were trying to do with this NASA and Elon and all that stuff is figure out another escape plan. You
yeah,
know.
yeah, on our penny, right?
Yeah, yeah.
On our copper penny,
I mean,
they have been
seriously,
milking us
millions of dollars every single day to NASA. You know,
billions of dollars a year go to NASA. And what did we get out of it?
I haven't figured out exactly what the purpose is of NASA exactly, other than just a
To
waste of
tax
money.
you. It's a hidden tax.
Because I mean, seriously, man, what really in our everyday earthly lives has that actually benefited any of us?
And they're saying, oh, we put a friggin' thingy dong on the moon and it bounced, and we got a moon or a Mars rover and all this bullshit. Are you shitting me? The fuck
Well,
you do? You don't
well, I
have
mean,
nothing like that. No way.
I question all of that stuff, man, because I mean, honestly, man, I've seen too many times where they faked it, and
Well,
because every single shot, every single photograph that you see that has a depiction of like Earth,
yeah,
like like they were like sitting back and they took a picture at it from a distance. Those are all renditions. They're not
okay.
actual photographs. You
What's
know,
your? Can you tell me what your name is?
first name's Mike.
Mike. My name's Cindy. Mike, my son and his buddy were out in Eastern Washington, and they got the friggin' Mars rover out there, okay? And they
Right.
couldn't figure out how to get the damn thing to go up and down the sandy hills. And they were watching them, and they're spinning out, and they're just digging themselves a hole, and it was a disaster, and they had to be friggin' hauled out several times. And my son and his buddy just said, "Let some air out of your tires."
Right.
And then
You
they,
know, dune buggy trick.
took off, right? And then they got all kinds of great Mars rover shots. Excuse me, bullshit.
You know, that's another thing too. It drives me nuts, man. You can almost not really trust even any of the video or pictures or any of that stuff anymore because, like, you know that there's a software program called Deep Fake. You ever heard of it?
Yes.
Okay. Well, and then there's another one is um another software
Sorry.
program. But anyway, it kind of reminds me. It's like the manipulation, even on the videos. Like for instance, you could be watching a newscast, and that could totally not be even a real person that you're seeing on that television screen. It looks
No,
like one, but it's actually a
totally
computer
made up
generated.
people. Totally
Yeah.
made up people. Hundreds of them.
Well, see, that was another thing too. When I was over at Indy's channel and we were doing that movie night, um, I was sitting there. We were talking about the movie after the fact, and then I started talking about like different movies out there along the same lines of that could be all talked about truthful things that actually happened, and they just made a movie so they can use that as plausible deniability. And she's never seen it, but I mentioned the movie Wag the Dog. Have you ever seen that?
No.
Wag the Dog. If you ever get the chance, watch that.
All
All
right.
right, and because
I've
it
heard
uses
of it.
it uses that manipulation of video and stuff of like of high like Hollywood production type of shit. All right,
Okay.
and it kind of reminds me
Not,
of like
not your 1960s Hollywood basement moon landing shit.
No, it was after that. It's like later on. You know, it's not as old as that, but yes, it's on that same level. On that same level, but it used a war in, I think it was Ukraine in the movie, and it was all fake. It was all
Ironic,
fake.
isn't it?
Yeah, I think if I remember correctly, it was. But it was all fake. It was all fiction. It was all made up. All Hollywood fucking fake shit. But they created this fucking war, and they got everybody in America all worked up into this and all this and that, whatever. But it was all fucking fake. Every single bit of it. And then I started thinking about the technology of today when it comes down to all these different like deep fake type programs and shit like that, where it's almost like the movie Running Man with the Arnold Schwarzenegger. I don't know if you've seen that, but there's like a scene in the movie where in the movie where he gets in trouble is he was in the military and he was ordered to fire upon all these civilians and he refused. Well, they punished him for that, and they put on the TV, they cut up the video and manipulated the video to make it look like that he actually killed all those civilians.
Yeah,
You know
he
what I mean?
slayed everybody, huh?
Right. They manipulated the video of of inside the helicopter or whatever he was in, to where they made him look like he did it when he actually refused to take the order or do the order. All right. Well,
Because it was unbecoming of a military personnel.
Well, dude, he was ordered to fire upon all these civilians, and he was like, "I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that." In the movie, anyway. But he's like, "I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that."
Why would you fire on civilians?
Right. Well,
why would you bomb Dresden?
Well, when they wanted to do that assassination by public opinion type of thing, this like you're guilty by a public opinion or whatever. What they did is they took the video and cut it up and manipulated it to make him look bad, It's just the same thing how the mainstream media does the same thing, and a lot of stuff like when it comes down to, taking snippets of audio and this and that to manipulate to fit their narrative.
I've seen
Or
him do it 1,000 times in this Chop Seattle crap.
right. Well,
1,000.
with the manipulation of video, that could be all manufactured, computer generated video altogether, but it looks like a real person, and that's the dangerous part. This could be for real. This could be totally Biden on the TV giving a fucking speech, and it's all computer generated. That's the level of the technology at the moment. If you can, I mean, it's very, very hard to actually see and tell this is computer generated. I mean, it's really crazy. I've been following this kind of stuff, and just because I'm interested in this shit, I'm kind of like, okay, well, I'm watching the progress, and it's just getting better and better and better. And they say that the video doesn't lie, but well, it can get that way where you can't even trust your eyes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's dangerous. You know what I mean? Because then the manipulation of the truth when it comes down to it, it's like even when it comes down to like all this psyop shit, it's like I can't remember who said it, but it was like I think one of the guys in the CIA was talking about, it's like when the general public, everything they know is a lie.
It's a friggin' lie.
That that the psyop has worked. You know what I mean?
That's why when I get up in the morning, I just assume everything is a psyop. Everybody that's on the everything, total psyop. That's my first assumption. But anyway, hey, bro.
All right, I'm gonna make it this last time. I really appreciate you, Cindy.
I'm gonna say goodnight. I want to let you know I quit smoking. Anyway, it was so good talking to you.
All right. Well, I appreciate you. I really do. And
I'm gonna sign off. I'm gonna over and out, bro. Cause
all right, I'm out.
I'm out too. Good night, everybody. Anybody that's in the chat. Sorry I missed you. Love you. Have a great day. It's bloody time to get up in the morning. Good night, everybody.